with a slow motion crew, and we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Cause you got me holding. Got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. Play me like a bass guitar, simmer down and mash me up, tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock.
Good morning, everyone. Hopefully you're having a good day. Hopefully we make it a little bit better with some Age of Empires 4 action, because we are back to recap more of the NHS Best games. God, this cold should be getting better by now, but I swear it just keeps getting worse. Hopefully it's not too bad, not too nasally. The goal today is going to be the cast a bunch of this series. I think I've listed a bunch off that I want to do. So I want to do B versus Louis, for example. I want to do Vortex versus Kiljardi, Magic versus Nugify, CSO versus Magic, Corvinus versus Anatan. They're all on the list. So yeah, you still getting beaten by the cold? Yes. It's not leaving me alone. Every day I'm like, oh yeah, this seems okay. I think we're past the worst of it. Then I wake up feeling a little bit rougher. So, fun experience. Good thing I remember to mute the mic most of the time though. But hopefully, we're past the worst of it. I mean, the nice thing is tomorrow is usually my off day for streaming, so to go sort other things. So that's going to be quite nice, and that, you know, could just focus on sucking on lozenges all day and all night just to get me 100% again. What is up, Crackety? How's it going, buddy? Hot whiskey with honey. Interesting. I think like some people go with the salt water, gargling boiled salt water, right? The lozenges were pretty good. They helped a lot across time, but yeah, I'm out of lozenges now. I thought that was fine. I was like, I don't need more. But obviously, also, I could not really suck on lozenges while being live and commentating. So it's a little bit of a tough balance there. But yes, today the goal is to start off with Louis MT versus B, because that series, probably enough, didn't get cast. I think there's quite a few that didn't get cast. Obviously, we only done a few. The Louis MT versus B one was high on our list, if you guys remember. But someone involved in that was taking the longest coffee break I've ever experienced in a tournament. And it was, as far as I can tell, it wasn't B. Because I remember I messaged B as like, game's meant to be going on soon, right? He's like, yeah, I think so. And he thought that the previous series was still going on. Because I think the Start GG had not been updated. So I don't know who it was between Louis and B, but one of them was just kind of like, I mean, B was at least definitely sitting there, but one of them had not figured out that it was time for the next series. But we can fix that today. We can catch the action now. Just give people a few minutes to get in. Just give me a little bit of time to sip on something to maybe relieve my throat. It probably won't, but we can always pray. And I'll turn on the heat in a sec, actually. It's a good way to recover from the cold, being in the cold, right? All right. Hopefully, I'm not going to die more as the day goes on. Probably going to aim to try and do community games later on, so we'll see how that goes. Would be nice to do 1 or 2. I think that level up game mode may be a tiny, incy-wincy, humongous bit broken. So I don't know if we'll do that one again, as communal as that was the first time around. But I think we should probably get ready to go. I just need to check that the UI is loaded correctly, and then we can hop into the series between Louis and B, which is going to start with Jeanne d'Arc versus Mongols on Frisian Marshes as well. These would have been BO3s, right? Because we covered the Sunday games. These are the... Let me just double check. I'm pretty sure the group stage of Energy Slapfest was BO3s. But let's just double check. Yes, thank you, Crackety. It was BO3s. Okay, I'm not going to insert the draft for a lot of these just because it'll save us time hopping into series as opposed to doing that. But let me toggle that score on so we got the overlay. Did you get the overlay fixed yesterday? Yes, but we're not going to use it for today. Basically, it would... Ta-da! It did work in the end. After I flamed Cal's abilities, he took it very personally and then fixed it. So that was good. But let's get into it. You can mute the music now and hop across. I'm actually wondering, how do people feel about the overlay, by the way? With this like overlay I've added in, like I know, like I've asked how people feel about it, like in casual games, but in competitive games, I wonder if people prefer this piece, the chat box, to not be there. I don't know. I have to think on that one. I kind of like it. It includes the community, but also there are other like interesting uses for it down the line. Like for example, right now my alerts pop up in the top left, right? And what I might look to do is have it so that the alerts pop up in the box down there. I might try and get like a graphic artist to like slap something nice in there. Right? Down in, like, so basically every time, let's say a sub comes in, it would pop up over the chat box temporarily or something. We'll see. Let's hop in though and get started with this. All right, one and all, welcome back to Age of Empires 4 action. It's time for more of the recap for Energy Slapfest #1. Over here on the left, to kick off this best of 3, we've got Louis MT of Team Elephant playing as Jeanne d'Arc. And the other side of it is going to be up against B on the Mongols of all factions. On Frisian Marshes. That's right, guys. We are back on Frisian Marshes. Mongols is an interesting pick, actually. It's one that I think we saw a few picks come out of. 1 or 2, maybe 3 players max, I think, when Frisian Marshes was most popular, made this Civ look very good on this map. But most people reared away from it in favor of French and Rus picks. And although it may not say French at the top, Jeanne d'Arc plays pretty similarly to the French in a lot of ways. Unfortunately, one of those ways that is beneficial in Frisian Marshes is missing from Jeanne's arsenal, and that's the ability to build mills cheaply and go under fish. So curious to see what the openings are going to be from both players. Typically, I feel like when you're playing as Jeanne d'Arc, a really good approach here is the 2 TC config, especially when you get spawns like this, where you can easily drop a TC between the double pond location here. But we'll see which way he wants to play it. There is a risk associated with that, right? If you try to rush a TC, of course, that seems a bit silly. Typically, a Mongol player will have the option to be aggressive with a Rax opener, of which, so far, B hasn't gone for. He has condensed himself quite nicely slotted between the gold and the berries, and... what? That's dangerous. I mean, that feels incredibly dangerous. I know the gold would be very far away otherwise, but a very ambitious approach by B here, saying he doesn't really need wood. Right? Like, look how far away all the wood lines are for him from his starting location. This is a risky thing to do against a Civ like Jeanne, and any Civ, really, that has access to Knights. So, curious to see what the approach is going to be. It definitely means that this is not going to be a Rax opener. He is optimized for going feudal as quickly as possible, courtesy of the fish and the immediately next to him gold vein, minimizing any downtime for villages. Meanwhile, on the other side, Louis is going to be slower. So I feel like the reason B is doing this, yeah, trade. Seems like a bad idea against Jean, but my thought process here is that B is just trying to get the fastest, most optimal timing into Feudal, understanding that when it comes to Jeanne d'Arc, they don't look to be fast. They take their time, right? They always tend to ramp up with either Jean +1 or Jean on her own, and it means that B could easily have 3 or 4 traders out by the time there's a reach up. In theory. The reality is that, one, you have to remember, Jean is 33% more effective at building, which means she's basically not just one villager. To put it in the correct statement, she's 2.5 villagers of building speed. Add in an extra villager on top of that, and all of a sudden you realize that B's only 1.5 villagers ahead on his tech up. Now, he did fish. That made him a little bit quicker, sure, but I think he only had about 3 or 4 people, maybe 5 max out here on the fish. And if you look at the difference here, this is 1, possibly 2 traders before the tech up will be complete for Louis. Of course, Louis is going to have to build 1 or 2 extra buildings to get Jean up to level 2. I imagine we may be looking at an immediate archery range drop. And that may delay the time a bit, but there is no denying the fact that this is still an incredibly dangerous game B is playing here. Yeah, I'm actually absurdly worried for B in this game. I mean, I don't know. Did he really have better choices? He could have went wide towards the gold. That would have been a pretty long pack up and rollover, but that would have given you a condensed TC on gold and wood. It would have left your Uvu exposed. I guess in some ways you could argue he didn't have a great option. I think he was gambling on getting the spawn that Louis did, where you get the gold next to the edge of the map, right? And sure, you don't have the best Uvu, but if you're aggroing, it's at least good. And otherwise, you still have gold, wood, and food. Instead, it just has this awkward position where, funnily enough, he's playing to the backward, and I don't like this either. I'd say in for a penny, in for a pound, right? At this point, if you're this deep in, why not just gather wood here? This is much closer to garrison spots on the TC, and also a lot of value comes out from a forward outpost here to see what's coming your way. Well, we know what's going to be coming his way, right? Louis already pumps the first knight, halfway there. Mills and house is being built up, so it shouldn't be too much longer before Jean is ready to rock and roll. B just trying to sniff out what it's going to be. He sees the move onto the stone, so he knows this is going to be a multi-TC build. And you might think that, okay, but that means B gets away with this quite funky TC placement, right? No, because he's still up against knights. He's still gone trade, and most importantly, Louis now knows it. Oh boy. I mean, we knew this was going to be a dangerous move, right? It's kind of interesting. I think Mongols can handle French, to a decent degree, right? That's a reasonable matchup. But French is very different to Jean. The difference there is that when you're trying to trade, you can guard that trade, and you can trade your traders for knights, and that's a lot of talk of trade. There should be no talk of trade when you're up against Jean. All this is here is 12 XP per unit, constantly for Jean. And she's on the way. Wow, B actually immediately turns back. What? So at this point, he's just wasted resources, right? If they're just standing here idle, then this was a worse investment than, say, an immediate second pump of Keshiks. That's funky. Has got the 2 Keshiks coming out, but it's going to be 2 knights and Jean soon. Jean is, in the meantime, just going to gather the XP from the center of the map on the boars. This is kind of tough. B, I just don't know if... I feel like his food is kind of getting weirdly disrupted, right? There, you saw that awkward little disruption coming in that forced the outpost. That's delayed the second pump of Keshiks. And it means that Louis, at a point in the game where he should get punished for going for a second TC, he's not going to be. Because as it stands, they're 2 knights versus 2 Keshiks. Keshiks can't win that. Had this been a situation where he was still actively gathering that entire time with his villagers, you would have said the second pump of double Keshik. And that means that he would have been able to go and punish this TC drop. Instead, now Louis can get it quite safely with no contest coming out from the Mongols. It seems like a small difference, but it's really not. And it's a fantastic play there by Louis. The fact that he went on the aggro and started to dive towards that fishing forced this uncomfortable reaction. And, there's other details stacking up here that makes it very hard for B to get enough together to just block this TC in the first place, right? For a start, he's had to idle walking all the way over to wood. That takes a very long time. These guys do not have wheelbarrow. They do not have yam. When he got here, he had to spend 100 wood on a gur. right? And then on top of that, he still had to rush into racks as well as stables. So a lot of wood demand and a lot of idle time to get there means that his timings were not optimal compared to your typical Mongol start, where usually they'll be on the wood line with either the gold or the stone right next to the TC. Now, the time being, trade is at least succeeding, right? So he's getting 72 gold per trip. It's decent. Is it better than what Louis is getting, though, is the question mark, right? Like, you are getting gold, and admittedly, trade will always feel better than villages, but it's only gold. And the issue I take with it is what's happening on the other side. Louis is on the fish. This is one food every second. If you had to compete with trade, if you could choose one way to have your villagers contest trade, this would be the way. It's got plenty of value with the CC placement. Admittedly, a little bit more defensive than I was expecting, but this at least lets him switch over to wood if he needs it. Knight numbers are ramping up. Now, something important to keep in mind is if B can actually reach full scale with his trade freely, which he's not right now, then he can actually reach a point where he can afford to pump more Keshiks than Louis can pump Knights. But we are several minutes away from that point. Remember, as the minutes go on, although the gold may trickle upwards, you only get a little sliver of something else, right? Like, it's primarily just gold you're doing this for. Meanwhile, Louis, he has the flexibility of the best food gathering rate in the game. He can go into gold, wood, stone, whatever he needs. Also, we are approaching the point where I'm expecting to see maybe a few of these techs starting to get grabbed soon, right? Like, remember that typically, ever since they alter kind of the costs on these eco-techs, they tend to come out a lot earlier in the game. And also for a Sith like French or Jeanne d'Arc, it's even easier to pick these up with a 30% discount. Our posts are at least going up, so it's going to be a little bit faster with the trade, but it just feels like you need so many spears to defend this. Like, we've seen a few players try to do Mongol trade, or even we've seen, like, French trade with Chamber of Commerce. It has multiple issues. For one, if a villager just sneaks around the back, there's going to be a walling. For another, as the Mongols, you have no way of walling yourself, which means you have to get enough spearmen and Keshiks together to defend both ends of this trade as well as the center. Scousley's going to go down. Knight will be able to ride away from this, but he's distracting the whole army, and while that's happening, folks, the Knights are reaping some rewards here. Another trader goes down. That won't be the only one. In fact, he snuck past most of the spears, so should be able to find an additional trader with a charge in here. Okay. 8 clicks are your enemies, folks. Louis learns it the hard way. Yeah, I think B needs to go on the offensive. I like that these Keshiks are chasing towards the eco. He needs to start doing some damage in return, because right now, he's hemorrhaging traders and getting nothing for it. Unfortunately, when you go on the offensive against Jean, that happens. Straight away, you run it into what could be an XP farm. So it looks like B will just have to back away, not willing to give over the 20 XP per unit that would flop there. Yeah, it's a crazy amount of XP you would be forfeiting over, right? Like, it would be 120 XP. That would basically decrease the time it would take Louis to reach level 3 with Jean by about 2 minutes. And you can't really afford that here. Typically with Jeanne, she reaches level 2 without any, level 3 rather, without any fighting around, I'd say about 20 minutes on average. So, although B may feel like he's got a window here, he's got time, right? We're only halfway to that timer. The reality is with the trade being dented on repeat, and the fact his opponent is 2TC, you can't just sit back and say, yeah, you know, I'm Mongols, man. I'm trading. Life's good. He has to find damage, and this is a damn good start. Straight in with the charge B. Gets on top of Louis' eco. And a nice walk in there to strike down multiple villagers here. All of a sudden, a good hit back. And several worker kills. Now up to 9 in total in this game. Well played by B. And where are the spearmen right now, right? Like, that's the thing. Louis didn't go for them. He went archer plus knights. And he's struggling because of it. Meanwhile, on the other side, though, it's a return fire! And B doesn't realize! Oh my god! That may just define the game. B, at no point did he ask the question we did. Where are the knights? Because if he did, he would have realized. They were in his base. What a hit. What a raid. B, now without wood. And that means no more spearmen, no full archer transition, no more traders. And any who are coming home are going to be saying goodnight permanently. What a strike by Louis. I can't believe how much that just swung the game. I was panicking for Louis. I was like, wait, how is How is he not defending this right now? But I love that Louis' reality check there is, you know, lose the arm, save the body. You know, he might take out one of my limbs, but I'm aiming for the heart of it. B, he's been struck deep here. Army's on the way home. He does have numbers in his favor for the time being, but as this game now goes on, things are trailing against him, right? Like now he is trailing by 7 eco units, despite that phenomenal raid he done. And the trade, like we said, is only going to give you gold, but now with less villages overall, that means less wood, less food. That's problematic when you consider that's exactly what you need to run your army. Nice, Archer's going to retract away from this. More archers added in. I think B knows he needs to go back on the offensive. At least this time he knows where the Knights are going to be. Unfortunately, there's just so many of them. Man. What an insane raid. It's almost like Louis baited B in when he saw that Jean was at home, right? If you saw Jean was actually back at base, you'd be like, oh, there's no big fight coming, right? Because if there was, you'd want to farm XP. No. Fantastic read by Louis, just to play French for what they are. A Cav raiding Civ. Find that maximum pain. I'm wondering, does Louis just try to macro up now? I mean, it's the type of game now with this type of lead, you can actually just go towards Castle Age. I think he has an opportunity to end the game, though. That wood loss hit pretty hard for B, right? Like, you send a new additional line over to the wood line. I wouldn't be surprised if Louis tries to wrap in here again, right? Like, this kind of sneak point, there's at least an outpost here to catch you early, but if you time it right, like previously, if you distract B somewhere else, 1 or 2 Knights could just reap the entire wood line. B back where he came last time. Trying for a breakthrough. Unfortunately, he's outnumbered on archers here, so this is a terrible position to take a fight from. Does at least start to back away quite early. Khan almost going down. Just about keeps him alive there. Yeah, this is a little bit dicey, right? Like, this is the issue. Once the walls go up, if you aren't able to maintain archer numbers, you just lose. Does at least force a mid-map engagement. Knights are going to tank the front line of this. The Keshings do charge in, but the move arrow has already been used. Jean, quick to pull this away. Archers will get behind the wall. And once that happens, B has no way of fighting this. Archers a little bit slow to get behind this, actually. They want to allow the Knights to go through. They're sniping down the Spearman, and this looks like it's going to be a wipe. B overreads the situation, thinks he's ahead, but he could not be more wrong here. Jean d'Arc is Jean Duncan right now. Level 3 Jean online, and that should be the end. I mean, B's got nothing left, right? He got baited into the engagement that he needed an outright routing. He could not afford a draw. Instead, it's even worse than that. An absolute destruction here. Louis, fantastic read there to micro the Knights back behind the wall, but keep the archers tanking on the front side. Sure, they're standing in the face of Keshiks, but at that point, B's spearman number is so low that Louis senses the reality of the situation. If he removes those few units, you don't need archers anymore. The Knights define everything. And now, as quite often feels the case in many of our pub games, Jean defines everything. And she will be denied nothing. Beep. I mean, I imagine he's just processing the loss now, right? There's no way. There's absolutely categorically no way you get back into this, bar Louis full-on just sending Jean into a line of spears. And unfortunately, for that to be the case, B would have to have a line of spears. He has a spear. That's not going to be good enough to kill off Jean. But what does he do? Moves over the trade, right? Park the archers there. No more income for B. In a game where he's already trailing by 12 eco units, it's only going to get worse from here. Right now, these are best of threes, though, so although this game has been a rough one for B, I'm sure we'll get an opportunity to strike back. But what a performance out of Louis here. I would say I feel like Jean is favored on this map. So, you know, you could argue that, oh, it's not B in his equal form, right? But at the same time, I'd argue the fact that you were able to outdraft B is to the credit of Louis. It shows how phenomenally strong he is as a player. When people always talk about B as the underdog or the dark horse, I don't think underdog is fair to him, right? Because he's very capable. But the guy who can get a surprise result against anyone. Right here, this series starts off with Louis getting an absolute slapper on B. That's quite the slap out of Jean. Last of the Keshes will be going down. Eco now being dove, and this will be it. Game 1. Firmly in the grips of Louis MT. Excited to see what the rest of this series is going to hold, though. Hopefully B can strike back, because honestly, I think these two are very interesting to watch together. Louis, definitely a player I say most people ID is thriving more in the late game. But right here in the early, everything it needed to be and more. Game 1 will go to Louis. But it's only game 1. Like I said, we've got another one coming, so let me actually open it up and get to that ASAP. That was pretty cool. Very ambitious by B to try go trade up against Jeanne d'Arc. I think he got away with it a little bit longer than I expected in that game, but that's only because Louis insulated himself with the TC. That bait of allowing the dive into the base, though, just a fantastic trade by Louis. And I love the fact that next time it comes around, there's a wall there that once again defines the game. That pond area rotation twice in that game defined everything about what followed. And well, what's going to follow next is Byzantines versus... Oh, God. Guys, this might be a 2-0. B has gone to his trusty Byzantines. Unfortunately for him, he allowed Louis MT to get his hands on the Delhi, the powerhouse of competitive Age of Empires 4. So fair to say, B is going to have his back up against the wall as we hop into game number 2 here. In the pink, it is going to be Louis whipping out the oh-so-dominant Delhi. And across the way on Gorge, it's going to be none other than the Byzantines, the new kid on the block to try and get B back on the board. Let's see if they can pull off a miracle here. So far, this matchup, I think, has been like a 70 or 80% win rate for the Delhi. They have looked now unstoppable. And, you know, if this was maybe a lesser player, an upcoming player, I could see a way in which you could thread the needle, get to that late game as the Byzantines. But the reality check we have to apply here is that Louis, although he may not have all the accolades of a Lucifron, of a Beastie, of a Marine Lord, I think he's very quickly getting up there in line with those names. That is how highly I have rated Louis MT in the last month or two, and I think we will continue to appreciate that type of statement and put credence on it as we move deeper and deeper into 2024. So, opening-wise, it looks like B is going to be... Wait. Bro. Look at that. It's begging you to drop a mining camp there. I am outraged right now. It's kind of sad, actually, because in some ways it does give you flexi options if you see something funky, but I mean, this is one of the matchups where you aren't going to want to be too flexy, right? When you're playing up against the Delhi, going multi-TC does feel very, very difficult to do. I haven't seen many players do a double TC build rush that looks good against Delhi, because Delhi force you out to the map so quickly. Scouting-wise, it looks like Louis took a very interesting line here. I haven't seen many people do this on Gorge. He wrapped around his central arcs. What he's trying to do is quite interesting. He's trying to prioritize the central pockets near the sacred sites, because they tend to, on average, have 2 to 4 sheep every game from what I've seen. And so far, it's working incredibly well. He has missed 1 or 2 over here, so I hope he darts back in to follow his pattern. But compared to what B's got out of this map, Louis is just farming it up. That's a great read. I actually think that's the correct approach, because right now, Gorge is a little bit inconsistent with its spawns, shall we say. Sometimes there's a lot more sheep on the left, sometimes a lot more sheep on the right. But I think even when you are on the side of the map that there's not many sheep on, I sense this pattern where you tend to get 2 at least around the sacred site. So great read there. Even scouts across the center just to guarantee there's nothing else he's missed. Does mean there's like a risk that B could have chosen the right side and got the maximum haul, but I think this is the correct approach by Louis. I wouldn't be surprised if more players try to do something similar. It just means that instead of you getting an absurd sheep haul or a terrible sheep haul, on average, I'd say you're probably going to get about 50%, if not slightly less. At least in 1 scout versus 1 scout matchups. In this case, he got 70% of the sheep. That's a lofty sum, right? 6 on one side, 13 on the other. Of course, B has clubbed 1 to those sheep by now. Meanwhile, Louis, of course, went on to the berries first, as you often do. Tower of Victory now on the way. On the other side of this is going to be the Grand Winery coming out from B. So, I've said why Hippodrome doesn't feel great against the Delhi before, but I'm going to be totally blunt. I think I'd like to see more people try it. Going for Grand Winery does give you quicker Merc access, but I think it leaves you more defenseless in the early game. In a weird way, right? Because the Grand Winery is going to get you the olive oil for your Mercs quicker. but compared to the alternative, it gives you less map presence, right? Although Horsemen are meant to be weaker than Ghazi, the funny thing is if you scale up to like 4 Horsemen when your opponent's at 4 Ghazi, you can use Triumph towards their base to force a fight where the Ghazi have to commit and defend, right? Typically, the reason why I think a lot of players haven't been going for the Hippodrome is if you activate Triumph in the mid-map, the Ghazi just run away from you. And although you get a few pokes in, you will not be able to kill them, and they'll turn around on you. That's where I think you just need to kind of recalibrate what you're doing with the Hippodrome. Go in towards the eco. Try to idle up these berries. The moment you do, the Ghazi are going to have to react. And when they do that, all of a sudden you get a stationary fight where the Triumph that lasts 10, 12 seconds is going to get a decent number of hits in, right? And remember, the Horsemen, they do attack slightly quicker. And with Triumph, they have more damage than Ghazi. But, see, now I am upset by this. I'm just saying, okay, there was a mining camp placement right there, B, and you know it. So this is just at the system levels, by the way. Don't expect this to be some sort of 2TC play. Like I said, I don't think you can do 2TC as the Byzantines on this map, at least. If it was a 2 Sacred Site map, maybe, but with Gorge having the Sacred Sites so close together and directly towards the line between your bases, right? Like, if Louis wanted to run towards your base, he's running over 1 Sacred Site already. I think it's very difficult for B to find the wiggle room to go in for extra eco, especially considering how quickly Delhi do ramp up the clock here, right? We are now 2 minutes away from Sanctity being activated, at which point Sacred Sites will be capped by 8 minutes in. Stables has been dropped. Blacksmith follow-up. Pretty much everything standard so far out of Louis. This is just a surgical, logical execution of the Sith. I'm going to try the fast forward button. I'm wondering how people feel about when I go 2x when nothing's happening. I feel like there's nothing wrong with it, especially at this stage in the game. Merc House is going to be dropped. B, this is actually a really good timing actually to be going for the Merc House, by the way. So basically, by the time the Merc House completes, he starts researching. When he completes that tech, he'll have about 500 olive oil, if not a little bit more. All comes down to whether he's on Dialecticus, and it looks like he is. Right now, though, B, not choosing a contract. It's going to get idled out, though. That's starting to feel a little bit painful, right? Oh, man. I think this is why more players on the Byzantines are going to start with the far-away berry bushes than the safe ones. Right now, if he had 2 right next to the Grand Winery, they're easily accessible. Instead, he's stuck with his 4 he just can't touch anymore, just due to a simple free Ghazi raid. Oh my god, it's even worse than that, though, guys. Look at his olive oil. Yeah, okay, so he is able to get into the jabs, thank goodness. I was worried he hadn't actually pumped the tech for a sec there. I was about to have a heart attack. So we have at least got jabs coming. That doesn't feel good. I think if you are looking to come out, jabs makes a lot of sense. But if you are looking to camp, longbows makes more sense. So we have the intent in mind for Louis, right? With this jab choice, he has to come out of his base. Unfortunately, that kind of blocker on the timing, right? The extra olive oil coming in, I think is going to be quite the stinger for him. Limitane are starting to be pumped, but Louis is already prepping some archers and has a decent number of Ghazi. And the other issue, just to re-emphasize it, I think it's a very big deal in this matchup. Gorge does not feel like a great matchup for the Byzantines. The Sacred Sites are far too close together. You can't just sneak decaps, which means not only have you got that timer ticking down, you've also got the awkward reality of all the extra gold that's so easily grabbable for Louis. Scout's gonna try to idle this out. I mean, this many Ghazi, you actually just killed the Limitane. Like, yeah, no, this is too early from B. I think this is a complete misread. And now Archer's arriving as well. It just gets worse and worse, right? So, 2 Limitane going down. A terrible start to this engagement for B. Made that 3. All right, this is getting worrisome close to what feels like a snowbally GG already. If that feels like I'm calling it early, don't misread this. What just happened here is like it's critical, right? Delhi is a type of Sith that doesn't allow you much wiggle room for mistakes. And if you haven't got extra eco surge behind that, you get no mistakes. As it stands, B can't afford any mistakes. He's got a little bit of eco inflation, right? Going up to level 4 system, that's great. But he's already at a stage where he's having to add in olive groves because he's ran out of sheep so fast, right? Remember those early sheep rotations? Turns out they did matter. Now it means that when you get into this fight, you're up against 9 Ghazi. That many against 7 Limitane can easily wrap under 4 jabs. You need 8 jabs in the next minute. Anything less is unacceptable. The problem is he doesn't actually have the olive oil income or the production speed to get them out that quick. All 3 Sacred Sites now locked in. Guess what Louis is going to be looking for? He's looking for a fight. Gazi, do sniff out what he's up against. 4 jabs is not exactly scary. That's why I was saying that 8 is critical here. Like, against 5 archers, you will just try to trade out and take out the Limitane. One of those Limitane is trying to get ambitious again. I think B, if you want to take this approach, probably the best approach would be to stick Limitane on multiple Sacred Sites, right? So send one to the north side. Do this one by one, just gives an opportunity for Louis to come in and overwhelm you. Looks like the army is going to have to shift over here. Archer Gazi just about alive. Looks like the Limitane are giving chase. Only 4 jabs, remember, folks. And we're talking about 10 archers here. So these Limitane will die fast. He has at least got the Undermesh, which will reduce the damage heavily. It also means that you get kited more easily. Gazi now just wrapping around to the side. Jabs with a sidestep here. Arch just trying to whittle away at them. B getting a decent start to this engagement, but the Spearmen have arrived now, and this is kind of a sticking point, actually. A brilliant read by Louis. Just a few spears here. Can reach in on those jabs if need be. Gazi weighing on the flanks. Archers just poking and prodding over the tree line. I actually love this, dude. That's sick. Louis, he's using the Spearmen as line of sight. That's literally what that was, so that the Archers and Gazi can try to get in position for a flank attack. Second wave of jabs has arrived for B, and in fairness, that fight went much better than expected, especially considering it happened in a forced choke point. But now, as Louis retreats, we have to remember, he's adding in more scholars. He has got these spears now, which I think is a really cool detail. We don't see it very often, but just a few spears just kind of wiggling around in the back of the jabs can take them down very quickly. Remember, these units have plenty of ranged armor, no melee. Spearman baiting the Limitane. Gazi going for the charge! And Louis catches B not looking, immediately slaps down the javelin. A sick play by Louis. All javelins now dead, and B in a world of pain here. The one thing he cannot afford to lose while he was being greedy behind this, and it's gone. Dude, that is such a sick play. This is why Louis is like the prodigy child of China right now. What he done there was phenomenal. The Spearman, the previous fight, it was all about vision, right? Allowing the other units to see so archers could snipe over without jabs trading. That fight was about aggro. He knew the A-click was coming from B, so what does he do? He sends in the spears. He waits for the Limitane to be engagement range, meaning they cannot brace, and then he runs the Gazi right by the Limitane to take out the all too valuable javelins. And now, with a Ram, with an overwhelming force in his favor, it's time to put B out of his misery. B, not building more units. He's going for that Castle Age. Unfortunately, the timing could not be worse after a fight like that. Archers forced to cancel on the outpost. Villagers now being sniped down. B slow on his reactions here. And the Ram begins to move in. All 3 Sacred Sites locked in. Louis, he can go Castle Age. He can go full feudal. Either one works here. B, the one thing that is not going to work here is Castle Age. He's got to try for it, right? Golden Tower now on the way. More jabs are being queued up, but it's only going to be 4. Second Ram now being built, and Limitane baited to defend here. Not great. Remember, these Rams are cheaper, right? Down to 200 wood these days, which means losing 2 Limitane is almost the same cost as that Ram. And why stop at 2, folks? He's going to break this game. Even if the tech up goes through, which it will for me, it doesn't matter. This army is too big. Unless Louis does something silly like dives the TC with everything, sends the Gazi all into the Spearman line. Bar that, I don't see how you lose this. In fact, right now, the Gazi, because the Limitane are attacking, he pinches them! Straight past, chases onto the Javelins, and that will be the killing blow. Akritoy gets activated to try and defend, but that is simply not going to cut it anymore. B, no way of recovering this game. It's going to be a swift 2-0 for the 21-year-old Chinese player. Villagers being sniped down. Textiles plus the Akritoy does give them a lot of defenses, but not enough here, I'm afraid, folks. The Rams almost done with the Grand Winery already. Tech up is at least complete, but with a lack of olive oil, with a lack of ability to get into extra mercs, and a lack of Akritoy to now activate, this is done. B, it is the group stage, plenty of opportunities to recover, but Louis will offer none here as he takes a dominant 2-0. Oh, damn. That was sick, actually. Like, the timing, the small details, right? Like, sometimes people say that, you know, Delhi's kind of, like, those type of games can be boring to watch because, oh, yeah, Delhi's just going to bully. I think there were some sick details. That Spearman element that got added in by Louis was incredible. Like, such a small but smart detail. Why would you build spears against Limitane as the Delhi? Doesn't seem like it makes sense, right? But he makes perfect sense of it there. Just a fantastic read coming out of B. Coming out of Louis, rather. What would I name that one? I think it's why you should build spears against Limitane. Like, it's such a cool detail. It seems really, like... It seems very easy to glaze over, but it's so incredibly important in that matchup. Don't worry, we're going to be doing a lot more here. We did open with B versus Louis, but I believe next up, I wanted to do Vortex versus Killjadi. So let me get the details ready for that. Put music on while we set that up. I always find Vortex and Killjadi to be a very interesting matchup, by the way, as they are probably the two most aggressive players in the top 50. I can't think of anyone more aggressive than both of these players. So this should be a very fun one. So let me see if I can find his data. Probably Killjadi's page should have it. What's up, Ghosty? How fast do I upload my streams? Do you mean like the individual videos? If you mean the streams, we're live streaming to YouTube right now. In terms of the replays, it's a bit mixed because we do one a day. Basically, because if I do more, it would probably drown the channel and algorithm because I don't think people are viewing the alternative hours. But you know, as we grow, as the channel grows, I might aim to go up to 2 videos. But it varies on when things get uploaded. Some things get prioritized. So I'm hoping to have I think there's 2 tournament series I'm planning to upload for Wednesday, Thursday, which is going to be the Anatan versus Magic and the Dumu versus Anatan series. I know today is going to be another free-for-all game, but like I said, Wednesday, Thursday should at least be tournament games. So, Ghosty Meow, if you want to see the streams, they do exist on YouTube. You just need to go across to my playlists, and there is a playlist for live streams. Those are unlisted, so they don't, so the live streams don't interfere with the performance of the uploaded videos. But if you want the full stream, 2 ways you can get it: VODs here on Twitch, or there is on YouTube the live streams as well. Right. So let me get Killjadi's games. Ibids versus Mongols. Dude, I would expect nothing less but aggressive type picks from both of these players. Spicy. Alright, let me have a look here. Whew. Alrighty, guys. So we're going to have Vortex versus Killjadi. It's going to be another best of 3. Let me reset the score here. So this was the group stage of the Energy Slapfest #1. Nice thing about group stage as well is even if you happen to watch the finals, whatever, know the outcomes, the nice thing about the group stage is that you don't necessarily know what the outcome of the series was, right? Because people could easily get through the group stage losing some games here or there. So it should be a fun one. Like I said, these two are the most aggressive players you are going to encounter in Age of Empires 4. So, without further ado, let's get ready to partay. I don't know why I said that. A best-of-3 showdown between two of the most competitive... Wait, words? Do that again. A best-of-3 showdown between the most aggressive players in Age of Empires 4. Welcome back to the AO4 action, folks, for a best-of-3 between Vortix and Killjadi. That's right. I was not kidding when I said two of the most aggro-focused players you will ever see in Age of Empires 4. Killjadi is going to kick the series off as the Ibids in the orange. And on the other side, Vortix, they've even both chosen aggressive civs, haven't they? Vortix goes for the Mongols in the blue. We are, of course, going to be on EGC Lipany, a more balanced version of the Lipany map that many of you may have experienced in the past and questioned whether you're playing on it. This one is undeniable and very clear. Well, one thing that's very clear to me is that if this is a trade game for Vortix, it's not going to be the best in the world, right? The trade posts typically don't spawn in the corner very often. They usually spawn near your base. So I'm wondering what these openings are going to involve. First thing to keep in mind here, by the way, if you are not familiar with Killjadi, I think more people are probably familiar with Vortix. When I say he's one of the most aggressive players, I'm not kidding. This guy is relentless. Right? It's like a shark that smelt blood. The moment he sees an opening, he keeps on pressing. I've never seen a person so consistently double down, triple down, quadruple down on Rams when they start to all in you. I'm curious to see what his approach is going to be with the Ibids here. I've seen Killjadi play Ibids once in this tournament so far. And when he did, he funnily enough took a very different approach to Ibids to what a lot of people have maybe seen in the past. He basically played discount Abbasids. And I don't mean discount as in, oh my god, everything's cheaper. I just mean a worse Abbasids. But the funny thing is it caught his opponent off guard because you wouldn't expect it out of this Civ. Of course, Vortix is going to be able to get an eye on everything and anything you could expect early on. We are going to get the racks opening. We are going to get an outpost drop. And I imagine it's going to be targeted over here. Oh my dear god. What? If he gets an outpost here, that is literally everything. Like, there's nothing else elsewhere on the map for Killjadi if that happens, folks. Like, think about what he needs and think about what exists to the north side. Stone, wood, gold. No. You need food. You need a lot of it. Gold as well. One of them being blocked out. The other one, the secondary, is very easy to block as well. So, curious to see if Vortix does sniff that out. He hasn't scouted that side of the base yet, but considering what he's scouted on the right side, he should be suspicious. He knows the boar is up here and nothing else. And of course, boar is not halal, so Ibids could not gather it. Alright, here we go, dude. I would love to just see Vortix's eyes widen as he sees the absurdity of this spawn. Outpost drop now coming in. Oh, dude, you are so nasty. Vortix. The timing on this, Killjadi, his scout is busy looking in on Vortix's base, so he knows about the racks drop, but Killjadi doesn't have anything to even try and contest this outpost now. Has to back away from the gold. Rough start to this game now. A fantastic opening for Vortix. And Killjadi, I wonder what the game plan is here. Tech up has already begun. It is going to be the eco-wing growth. The good side of this is his berries are far away. The bad side is, why do you hate extra food so much, Mr. Killjadi? Looks like he got distracted. He took out 2 of the berry patches. So that's 100 food just now. Not possible for him. Oh, man. Vortix. Is it going to be the Silver Tree? I think this is a type of game where I'm a much bigger fan of Deerstone. Trade is nice, right? But, like, honestly, from this position with how much you block out, you could even just try to go for a second TC off of Deerstone if you need extra eco. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I genuinely think that Silver Tree is overrated. Is it good? Sure. Like, you know, getting a discount on your traders is phenomenal. But the power you get out of Yam, if you're not able to immediately, the moment you tech into Silver Tree, start spamming traders nonstop, I don't think it's worth it. Because if you go Deerstone alternatively, all of your eco is immediately inflated, right? The extra movement speed, the extra drop-off. And the fact that later on you can use that for your army as a mobile movement beacon, right? Like, that's a phenomenally strong tool. But Vortix, he sees the trade, he likes the trade, he wants the trade. Max's archer range is already being prepped by Killjadi, though. He knows what's happening over here, doesn't he? Outpost is on the way to block out both golds. So Killjadi was hoping for a fast tech-up type game. That is being taken away from him. So good time by Killjadi. Archer does come out, and Vortix will have to cancel and walk. Unfortunately, with no wheelbarrow, This villager is dead. I mean, he should be, but I think Killjadi, yeah, that was a little bit of a slip, I'll say there. He accidentally tried to click for an attack again too soon before the wind-up was complete on the Archer. So in the end, doesn't get the villager kill. Feel like he should have got that, though. Has got 2 Archers here now, though, so should be able to just push away these spears. An interesting thing as well, going into Archers isn't bad here, right? If you go Archer Spears and move into the base, you can block out any trade potential. Remember what I said, if you've got the ability to trade with Silver Tree, but you're not immediately building up into it, it just feels like a wasted investment. And we have not yet cast Nugify versus Magic. We'll be casting that later today. So, Vortex. Let's see if he starts immediately pumping. He's going to go for units first, isn't he? Yep. He wants the Keshiks. Oh, wow. That's bad, actually. I just realized what happened there. He didn't see the spears, right? No. Killjadi held the spears back and chased out the Archers. So Vortex, this choice to go into stables feels ill-informed. I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? Like, if you're going to trade, you need to be going for Keshiks to make it worthwhile. But now that you see you're up against Ibid spears as well as Archers, your whole comp just kind of feels like it unravels a bit here, right? And also, Keshiks works as an opening to get you into trade. If you don't succeed in pushing these units away, then this initial Keshik investment feels completely wasted. Killjadi now setting up the Ram. So it looks like he's going to get rid of the threat on his west side. I'm wondering if he's going to go for like a 2TC build here. I think 2TC works pretty well for the Ibids in this matchup, especially now that you know you're up against trade. Here's the 1-1-1 build from Vortex. So every box is going to be ticked. But it is on a delay. You all the Khan. Getting a little bit over ambitious here. We'll just about be able to get away. This is what I love about the Khan that just makes it such a fantastic tool, is the after effect. Why did he run in there to send out the Falcon? Look at the absurd information he's getting at no cost to himself. It's kind of crazy how powerful this is. I think the absurdity to me as well is that the Mongols get the Scouting Falcon for free, but then, like, what's a comparative to this? The English with the campfires? Only those have some weird conditions, and they cost wood. It's kind of crazy just how good the Falcon is. I mean, Mongol players aren't going to like me saying it, but I almost feel like the Falcon should cost 5 or 10 food. So there's a trade-off to getting that vision, especially for how long it lasts. Ram, in the meantime, has cleared the way. Spearmen are going to be chased away here. Dive comes in, though. Vortex turning the screws. Does find a worker kill, but won't find a second. One Keshik is going to go down, so I wouldn't say that that was worthwhile there. Right, losing a Keshik like this for a villager kill just doesn't trade out well. Remember, these units only cost a little bit less than what you pay for a knight. And what did we always say about knights? If you send in a French knight, but lose it, get a villager, but you kill one villager plot. Dude, words. If you kill a villager, but you lose the knight instead, it's a bad trade, right? It's kind of similar here. Got there in the end. This flu is killing me. Blacksmith's now coming in. Oh no. No, 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 no. Oh no! Vortex, buddy, pal. What are you doing? He actually thought maybe there's just enough of a gap back there. Unfortunately, as is quite often the case on the EGC Lipany, there's not enough room. Like, I feel like 1 in 10 games is enough room to get a square drop of a Silver Tree here. This is just not one of them. So that's extra idle time, extra time wasted that could have been spent building traders had he just accepted what he was originally handed there. That's tough, man. Because while you're trying to, like, waste time, sync up the trade, look at what Killjadi's ramping up into. Plenty of spears, plenty of archers, and this Keshik count doesn't look scary to me. The only way I think that Vortex can feel good in this game is if he finds active raids. And this is a good attempt around the flank. Villagers having to run away. Move speed arrow is going to be used, but immediately the Khan goes down. And the Keshik will be sniped out as well. So a terrible loss there in Vortex. Not getting anything for it. Yeah, this is starting to worry me a little. I feel like Killjadi has kind of free agency from this position. I wouldn't be surprised if he starts to kind of back her up a little bit. Maybe add in a few units, but primarily you start targeting out that castle age timing. You've got a humongous military lead. Vortex can't contest that anytime soon, and the trade takes quite a while to ramp up. Especially when it's not full distance trade, right? He's only getting 25 gold each way from this trade. Not to mention the fact he doesn't have outposts yet, right? So he hasn't got the extra movement speed to make this a bit more efficient. I'm wondering if there's a world in which Killjadi just tries to strike at the trade. I think it's a bit neglectful, right? Like you're playing blind into Mongol territory, and it would leave you open to raids. So I think Killjadi has the right read, just staying at home. He understands that Vortex is the one who has to turn the screws from this position. He's going to try to now. Starts to dive in. Unfortunately, that one outpost is a nuisance. And, well, with limited archers, you can't afford to stand there, which means the Keshiks can't afford to dive it. Some idle time achieved, but reality of this situation is these are berry gathering rates, right? The food drop-off speed for the Ibids in this type of game, I just don't see any other choice that makes more sense than Castle Age here. Wouldn't even be surprised if it's Advancement Wing, but I don't think it needs to be. I think it's actually more valuable here to go for the logistics. If you think about it, Spearmen and Archers keeps a lot of value for the Ibids as you go up into Castle Age. So you could just spend all that extra time waiting for the tech, building more and more Archers and Spears, but apparently, Killjadi feels that time is of the essence here. So Advancement Wing is going to be selection. This has been nerfed, remember. It used to make much bigger savings, right? It used to be 500 resources overall and 40% quicker tech timing. I personally just think a lot of people are still instinctually going Advancement Wing because they used to do it. I don't feel like it's worth it anymore. I feel like for the difference of just 300 resources and an extra 24 seconds, it's totally worth it going for, say, logistics, which hits immediately hard, or going for the Atabegs, which gives you some permanent value as the game goes on. Vortex, I mean, he's only now reaching parity with the military numbers of Killjadi. There's a lot more quality in the army, right? Like, if you wonder what the difference is in the ability to tech here, you can mostly see it in the army value, right? Like, that makes up a huge chunk of the advancement cost. The problem I see is Vortex doesn't seem to be reading this for what it is, or maybe he doesn't care. He needs to be getting into this base right now. Instead, he's chilling at home. He's not getting great trade, so if his idea was to macro up for Castle Age himself, he's going to be notably later than the Ibids. I'm actually curious. If I open AoE Full World, how has this matchup been going recently? My instincts say that, like, the Ibids' old fast castle was too strong, but, you know, so these results might be a little bit disingenuous. But Ibids versus Mongols, a 53.7% win rate at Conk Plus with 54 games played. I think that win rate goes down with the changes, right? Because I think a lot of that is still the fast castle build. And a lot of Mongol players' solution to that was to try and outpost rush the gold, which didn't work out very well. What I'm curious to see is, as the meta develops more and more, how this feudal clash is going to evolve. Because I think, theoretically, the Keshik plus Archer spam should be very good, but Vortex was slow off the mark, right? I think Killjadi's ramp timing was just very good here. Now, you ramp out of this fight, Keshiks do get baited into the engagement. Lancers have now arrived, and this is the standing point where Vortex needs a win and nothing less. Attack speed Archers come out. Trade out continues, but the upgrades aren't in yet. The better units are, and Killjadi with just 2 Lancers will be good enough to take this down. Keshiks with the Camel on ease, not able to do enough here, and Vortex's attempt to punish the tech up will fail. Not just that, the whole game may fall apart from here. You're now talking about a full age advantage. Vortex is only halfway towards his own, and he's about to lose the military number advantage here. Not to mention the quality is shifting towards Killjadi. A phenomenal fight, one that was well placed there. The outpost added in a lot of damage, but then on top of that, the timing drawing in the Vortex Mongol player until the Lancers were ready was fantastic by Killjadi. The moment they arrived in the fight, everything looked lost, and the unfortunate reality for Vortex is by the time they did come in, he was too deep to pull away. Had to get what little trade he could. Well, it didn't look good. Just like the actual trade at home, still does not impress me here. 25 gold per trader. Now there's free food added in. He has got what he needs for a tech up. This should be the Kurotai. Anything less and you lose the game. You need the Kurotai to essentially upgrade your existing army into a Castle Age army in a weird way, right? Like, that's what Kurotai does. With the damage buff, you essentially become Castle Age units. Here's on the way. Gulam's now arriving up against the Keshiks. Actually going to do reasonably well, right? There's just not enough melee armor here on the Keshiks. I love the fact that Gulam's is just chasing after this as well. Understanding that it's premium trades. Archer and Archer engagement. And Gulam's are struggling to stick on top of the Keshiks. Well played there. Vortex, that was sick micro. Those two lower HP Keshiks kept moving away from the Gulams and healing off all the damage each time. Fantastic micro. Sets Killjadi back. But while he's set back here, he's finding value elsewhere. Lance is now riding into the trade. On top of that, we've now got Killjadi prepping for mass Relic Kuvri. That is not how we want to use Lancers, sir. I just love how there's still a ram here. Gulams are taking quite a while to die, but I'm going to be quick enough to intercept or disrupt the tech up at all. Can force a little bit of idle time in the eco, but basically Killjadi's goal right now is to draw all attention back towards Vortex's base. And while that's happening, the Dervishes can come out to play. First Camberland's already on the way out to the center. This is quite easily a 4-relic game right now. I don't see Vortex likely to rush into Temple here. He has to get all of his upgrades, right? It's just to get his Keshik's upgrade. He has to get his Archers upgraded. Probably even the Spears as well, right? Because you're up against a lot of Lancers. That's already, just with 2 upgrades, 500 gold. Plus the fact he probably wants to scale some more traders. You just simply can't afford to then also go into Monks. Now, more and more Lancers coming out. I have to feel like you need additional Spears here, right? Yeah, so there's the extra upgrades. That's 750 on upgrades so far. It just keeps him further and further away from Monks. It's quite an interesting dynamic that gets forced by Killjadi's comp. That's why I love his approach to this, right? Not just Lancers, but Gulams so quickly. One, understanding that Vortex wanted to take a direct fight, can't against Gulams. Two, it just forces your opponent to tick more boxes, because now Vortex also has to say, oh, I need crossbows. And that's more gold. More gold that's keeping you further and further away from Shamans. Or Killjadi is getting to a point where he can quickly in the next minute have every relic on the map under his control. Behind this farm's being added in. Love the timing on this as well. Killjadi doesn't need to rush into farms. It's kind of a gradual transition here. I think he maybe jumped the gun. He could have been a bit more optimal, right? Maybe one less farm cluster because he does have double berry plus the deer left over. But this gives him, I think, a degree of pivot. If he needs to get more food, he can rush his villagers across to all those surplus areas. Lots of radiance. I'm going to be too effective here. Kurultai just very difficult to dive against, right? The extra bonus damage that comes through. Would love to see Yam getting added in by Vortex, right? We have a raw lack of outposts so far. Kind of surprised by that. Right, he was trying to play Keshiks for a while. Now he's Mass Spears, Mass Archers. The Yam upgrade would allow him to react to these Lancers a lot quicker with the Spears. And it also would inflate the trade. You know, I'm kind of thinking back to how this game opened up, and I'm wondering if there was an opportunity for Vortex to have just set the Silver Tree up down here. It would have been kind of more exposed, but I think when you play Mongols... To me, Mongols are about exposed risks, right? You can't play too defensive. Your Civ doesn't function as a defensive Civ until Imperial Age. So it might have been worth it just to invest in a more risky Silver Tree drop location, considering he did have a good timing on mid-map control before Castle Age hit. Chopper on the tree line. Killjadi is going to back away. Crossbow transition is coming in, and also keep in mind he has got the ability to build siege, so wouldn't be surprised if we see a Manjanique rushed up to defend this, as it is quite a lot of archers. Kurultai is on the way as well. You have to remember, the archer mass that Killjadi once had, he did throw away. Manjanique is now being prepped. Is he building it with a siege workshop? Oh no, I'm just blind. He was actually building it there. I was like, where is it? Clearly, I should have worn my gunning glasses today. Breakthrough here. 4 relics a G for Killjadi rather, so his gold income actually looking better than the trade of the Mongols. Kurultai buff is here, but the Manjanique is crawling up, and Vortex, if I'm not mistaken, he does not have siege engineering improved, no, so no ability to get into Springald's here. These Keshiks are the only way he can deal with Manjaniques. Choke points, that's a tall order. Charge comes in. Manjanique shots through. Defense arrow is going to be activated by Vortex. The Ghoulims are let through here to get in the engagement. Keshiks now wrap around the side. This is the backstab he's looking for. He is going to get in. So Killjani misreads the situation and gets pounced on. Keshiks able to not only get the siege, but the crossbows as well. And Vortex, is he able to clear up that front line is my question mark right now. Remember, this is not many crossbows here, mainly just archers. So despite the backstab that's successful, he still has to contest with the Ghoulims. Those Ghoulims, they're reaping everything right now. Wow, what an incredible turnaround there. Vortex looked like he had the fight in the palm of his hands. But these Ghoulims en masse, just too effective. Sick read there by Killjani. When he forced the stationary fight, the quick strike in conjunction with the Mamluk's Ascent allowed him to just dominate this engagement. And that golden glow seeped on through to a point where even the Kurultai could not match up against it. Great fight by Killjani, great hold. Vortex, a fantastic wrap there, but it almost feels like to a certain extent that Manjanique, being positioned as it was, baited him into a poor engagement. Had he switched those Keshiks over, a few of them at least, into the Ghoulims, he could have got rid of this annoying front line quicker, and his archers could have dealt with the crossbows. Instead, not only does he lose a fight, but now Vortex also loses the Kurultai. Oh my. And this has me a bit worried, right? Even with the trade that has slowly been escalating, it's not great trade, folks. And now you're up against 2 TC Iabids. Now, this raid through is going to be quite nice. I don't think he's got a second way through that tree line there. But reality is this is superficial damage. Against 2 TCs, Vortex is going to fall behind. On top of that, he already kind of is behind on efficiency, right? Golden Age 1 gave that 10% gathering rate that the Mongols can't match. Who saw this coming, though? Game 1 and Killjani firmly in control now. I mean, I did say that this is 2 of the most aggressive players, right? So anything can happen. It's kind of funny the way this opened up because it was pretty much defined by aggression. Vortex with that early outpost rush. Killjani with a Turnfire Archer spam. Nothing but attempts at bloodbaths on both sides. But now all these walls going up, Vortex's opportunities have shrunk exponentially. There's not much left. Are we really prepping for that, Vortex? I mean, you're quite the believer if you think Imp is realistic here. If there's no fights for a few minutes, I mean, he is nicely set up, but there would have to be no fighting. And I think the counter-argument is that if there's no fighting, surely Killjani just techs up. And with your trade being as horrible of an income as it is, Killjani will tech up quicker. Horseman switch now coming from Vortex. This is such a classic Vortex situation, right? Time to go again. It's like, so far, these fights have not been going well for me, but time to go again. And against maybe a player who's less focused on fighting, it might work. You might catch an IB player being greedy, going like free TC, going Imp. Killjani doesn't tick that box, right? Killjani is all about the ability to fight. But sadly for Vortex, the Horsemen have been revealed here. They somehow will manage to kill one of the Lancers, but the info given over is not good. You are now spotted building Horsemen against one of the best spear civs in the game. Phalanx, remember. The extra attack range makes them quite the formidable force. And what is the play now? It can't just be Horsemen, right? There's no way Vortex thinks he's getting back in this game through raiding. I mean, I kind of see where he's coming from, but at the same time, like, who defends your base against this mass? I think if Killjani does just keep this up, right, like 2/3 crossbows, 1/3 spears, he's a very scary opponent. The Ghoulims will be a bait, considering Vortex still has quite a lot of crossbows. But once again, the siege might be the detail that baits Vortex awkwardly here. Both of them are building up now. We have got siege engineering improved, so this was always one of my favorite matchups, actually, of the classic civs, is Mongols versus Abbasis for this reason. Both of them having this ability to build siege create quite the interesting dynamic in the mid. Right now, this feels like a one-sided dynamic. Killjoy just able to flex so much more. Comparative gold. Food is better though. Wood is better. And of course, a lot of stone being gathered. So it looks like Killjoy is prepping for a keep drop. Probably around the center here. I think this position is quite nice. Cut off the short route for the horsemen to raid through. And also secure gold, berries, and a nearby sacred site. Vortex, he's guarding in the wrong location here. Killjoy arcing towards the primary TC, which is also the location of the trade. In fact, this is probably Vortex's weakest position, right? He doesn't see it before it's right on top of him. It's going to prove a problem. Killjoy, small raid party, does scout the main army, but this is the commitment point, right? You don't rush back to defend, you rush in. Trap's been sprung. Killjoy arrives at the TC, and Vortex will look to garrison and run away. Unfortunately, this army is big and it is scary. And with all these pastures against Manjaniques with incendiary shots, guess what comes next? Pain. Pain comes next. Woohoo! Let's go! Oh, I love how creative people have gotten with using the Manjaniques now. This is one of those matchups where it is super effective. So as the pastures get burnt, the TC's being burnt as well. He's forcing Vortex back. Mangonels now turning on the crossbows. He got the fight he wanted. Killjoy hasn't got anti-siege up here, so if Vortex is able to arrive with that, he can start to turn this, but for now, he's being held hostage by that detail. Mangonels looking to return fire from the Mongols, but the crossbows are kept at bay for the time being. Horsemen now riding in, they're going to find the back line. Killjoy overextends with the melee. Siege is going to go down, crossbows are going to go down. Damage most definitely done, and behind this, Killjoy should be booming a new army. They are trickling across the field right now as we speak. And Vortex, despite the fact that he holds, the losses are high here. Horseman count is low, right? Like all that idle time, the pastures being burnt down to 700 food income with only 7 horsemen left. This is the detail that Killjoy was looking for. He backs away, stockpiles the next wave. If he can survive this counterattack, his eco is going to be better than Vortex because of it. Ooh, lordy. An ambitious strike there by Killjoy. I wonder if it would have been better to just take out all the pastures instead. If he had actually used the Manjaniques on the TC, I have no doubt he could have killed it there. But instead, he kind of split his focus, right? He's looking for the optimization of how wide the incendiary shots were. Did get punished for it, but now something to keep in mind is with Vortex losing most of the horsemen and only really having crossbows left, you have to ask, how does he get through these walls? That's kind of a big detail, isn't it? And no, he cannot save the Kurotai. The amount of repair you'd have to do next to the enemy base to save this Kurotai is incredibly difficult. And I don't feel like he'd be able to hang around long enough. Like, if he has that much time to hang around the Kurotai to repair it, he basically already has Killjoy at a GG state, right? And also, remember, Vortex is behind on eco, so he can't afford any sort of resource investment into anything but attack right now. Starts to mount troops. Get ready for war. 5 Springalds here. Killjoy, this is pretty crafty, actually. Looming on the high ground. Means Vortex will be in range of the Manjaniques without realizing, in range of the Springalds without realizing. Here we go. Anti-siege about to ambush. A pushback. Mangonels crush everything against the cliffside here. Trade out continues. Mangoes still not being addressed. Springalds blow for blow as it stands, but lead being built by Vortex. It's going to be 2 versus 3, 2 versus 1 Springal rather, but now, what about the front line? Golems are in, Spearmen in, only a handful of horsemen get around the back, and Killjoy, he baits him in. Vortex may have won the siege war, but it comes at the cost of everything else. And as he gets chased away, remember, you've got those Mamluk braveries activating the extra movement speed to chase down the last of the crossbows. Also, the retreat with the Springals in formation, not ideal here. Vortex on the ropes. And I mean, although he's fixed his food income now, I think the army losses have mounted to a point this irreparable. Killjoy now with a free military advantage, or at least approaching it. And not just that, it's what we've been waiting for. It's the keep drop. Killjoy, the cherry on top to his game here. He says, I'm aggressive in everything I do, even my defensive buildings. And oh my god, Vortex just saw it. There's nothing he can do about it though. Main army's engaging again. No trade for Vortex. Not that it was great anyway, but it was his one hope against 2TC. And now that is gone as well. Crossbows. Clear up the few horsemen that are there to engage. And with no military, with no trade, with no way of keeping up with the late game Hybrid Eco, this one is going to be going the way of Killjadi. Oh man, what a crazy game one between these two though. A lot back and forth, and I'd have it no other way. It felt like there's points where either player could win, but when it came to that critical fight, that high ground was a phenomenal read by Killjadi, shrouding the siege long enough that it baits Vortex in range, gets him that first flurry, and puts him ahead. And when he's ahead, Vortex is dead. Game one will go to the Finn, but we are far from finished here. That's right, this is of course a best of 3, and I'm expecting these guys to deliver plenty more where game one came from. So let's open up the data and see what game 2 has in store for us. So we open up on EGC Lipany. I think there was like 8 maps to select from. So just kind of have a look here and we'll see. Himayama. We're heading to Himayama next for a green flag off. It's going to be Ottomans versus Delhi. That's a... Ooh. That's a very heavily Delhi-favored matchup. Even more so these days than I think it used to be before Sultan's Ascend. Ottomans have found this crafty build more recently where they go 2TC to try and like insulate themselves. But against Delhi, that's a death sentence. So I'm curious to see what Vortex has got in mind as Killjadi, you know, has him up against the wall here. But Vortex definitely entering Himayama with a favorable civ here. We hop into game number 2 between Vortex and Killjadi. Vortex will take to the field with the Delhi Sultanate, the dominant force of competitive AoE4. And on the other side, Killjadi is the Opponents. But to be so OP, they need that late game. And that is something that Delhi will never give you for free. Let's get a point on the board for Killjadi. Of course, able to take game 1 with that Ibid pick. But I'm skeptical about this. He does go for the... Okay, he goes for the Pom play. I wondered if he was going to do this. Ottomans is one of the civs that can kind of justify this, remember. They do have cheaper docks. All their military buildings cost 100 win instead of 150. So this is quite nice. Note that I said that Delhi are typically favored in this matchup. There's an asterisk, and I think Himayama may be that type of map for multiple reasons. 1, fishing. 2, sacred sites. There's only 2, there's not 3. They're very widely split, and that fishing is also something that a lot of civs can utilize, right? Japanese, English can do it quite well. Ottomans comes to mind, Ayabids, Abbasids. These are all civs that use the Himayama pond very well. So great read there by Killjadi. And Vortex, meanwhile, probably going to be going for something more standard. We're going to hit the 2 times for the early game, so I'm not expecting anything else to come out. And yes, Killjadi likes the Ottomans. I don't know if I'd say he likes the Ottomans. For those that don't know, Killjadi is, funnily enough, an English aficionado. That's his origin points. Like a little bit of a tale of origins for Killjadi. He made his name as an English men-at-arms spam 1 trick. And it became kind of infamous and memey for him. For a long time, I think it'd be fair to say that he wasn't seen as a significant threat once you realized that was what he was going to do. But in the last year especially, Killjadi has evolved into a phenomenal force to be reckoned with. It's why I'm always excited when I see him playing on ladders or when I see him playing in tournaments. I think this guy is like a mini Vortex, which is why this matchup just felt like one we had to cover. These are, without a doubt in my mind, the 2 most aggressive players in AoE4 right now. Tower Victory on the way. Twin Minaret and Madrist on the other side. And funnily enough, actually, Killjadi's not that far behind, considering he did stop off for fishing and went for 4 fishing boats. But that's the power of the Ottomans, right? It's the fact that you get that dock up a bit quicker than other civs, and that allows you to inflate a bit more food on land in the interim. Let's see what the openings are going to be. Typically, when you play this matchup, Delhi's always going to go for the Ghazi Raiders. Funny thing is, Ottomans can kind of contest you by going Sipahi. Sipahi are phenomenally powerful, right? Like, in that direct engagement, but also as a raider afterwards. But it's kind of dangerous because if you ever find yourself outnumbered, Sipahi moves slower than Ghazis, so they can be tickled away at as they retreat. There we go, pretty standard. The only time you will not see Delhi go for stables is when there is a matchup that forces them to build either Archer or Spear first. It's just like, it tells you everything you need to know about how good Ghazi Raiders are. The follow-up is going to be Archer range. Makes a lot of sense, right? Like, let's say that the Ottomans choose to play the same comp. They go Cav, they go Archers. Their aura, although it affects everything, it is attached to a unit. Meanwhile, for the Delhi, their Archers just benefit straight away. The reason why this is a fantastic opening is before you reach like 20 plus Archers, Delhi are always favored here because Kiljari is going to struggle to get enough troops out before he gets the meta, right? Like, he can't rush a meta with, say, 5 troops. You need to have like 10, 15, 20. And also another thing I've noticed is a lot less players right now, the Ottomans, are going for the Vizier point into the meta, which means you aren't able to insta-pump one for free. And it also means that that movement speed mouse that I talked about between the Ghazi and the Sipahi remains in place. Spin play coming out from Kiljari. No ideal here. He even built the racks, and here's an annoying detail. Kiljari just revealed that he spent 150 resources on this. Immediately, Vortex clicks on the Spearman. He sees they're not Dark Age, so he knows this is an active investment being made by Kiljari, and this is where a smile has to creep upon your face by the Archer choice, right? Like, this is thumbs up, perfect way to go. Vortex. Let's go right with the first Archer. Looks like the Archer ship is a little bit annoying. This is another reason why I really like Pomp Play on Himeyama. What it does to infantry is really annoying. This short route to the enemy base can't be accessed now. You have to take a wide arc, and that slows down reinforcing. It also means that Vortex has to be very careful about where he rallies his units. Typically, high-level players always look to change their rally point to close to where the fight's happening from this position. But now, if you look at the rally point on the buildings of Vortex, it has to be far north over to the Sacred Site instead of being here, right? And there's no way he can rally multiple points, right? So you have to wait for them to arrive there, and then you have to shift them elsewhere. Just means more idle time, more opportunity for Kiljari to try and get a decent army together here. Sacred Site's now locking in. This is actually a pretty decent start for Vortex, despite the fact that, like, this map doesn't feel great for Delhi. I mean, it's far from one, right? But, like, if you get the Sacred Sites as soon as possible up against a Civ that can actually pump out Cav is a brilliant start. I think, like, the fact that Kiljari went this many spears is a bit overkill, and he's suffering for it. It's also just problematic, right? Because you've got all this extra food, you should be able to get this mass Sipahi. And this delay could end up costing Kiljari dearly. So, fishing on one side. Decent gathering rate, but I would actually argue that the gold feels a little bit better now. Right, because the gathering rate on the fishing, I think it was like down to 0.6. Something like that with shoreline fish, right, for fishing boats. So if you work that out per minute, it's a pretty terrible return compared to Sacred Sites, which are generating a pretty lofty sum here. 125 gold each. And no, Vortex shouldn't be going after this pond right now. It's not worth it. He needs to scale more troops for that. Like, right now, he has 7 torches plus a scout. That's not enough to kill a dock, and you also have to worry about the Dao. He also only has 2 scholars, so he doesn't have an ability to heal through all that damage. And by the time he does have enough of these Ghazi to burn through, it's going to be pointless because the fish will be gone. So I actually like that Vortex has ignored this. It's kind of like, oh, you get fishing, but I'm going to get the Sacred Sites. Makes a lot of sense, right? Instead of denying equity, you're taking your own. Oof. Messy little raid attempt coming out there from Vortex. Just so many spears here already. Funnily enough, he's going to poke in now. This is awkward unless he can kill the Dao ship, which he should never be able to do here. Good try, though. This feels like a terrible idea by Vortex. I mean, it's not a fight you can ever win with this many archers. It just doesn't insta-kill. So instead, heavy damage done here. Luckily for him, he doesn't lose any troops in the end, but feels like a worthless effort. I guess maybe he felt like he wanted to use the archers for something. If anything, I would have recommended engaging with the Sipahi. Yeah, this is really bad. Vortex. I mean, there's so much damage to your army right now. The Ghazi already got dented by the run-through that ran past spears, and now the archers running into the galley makes literally no sense here. And he knew about this Dao, by the way. He almost lost archers on the south side to this before. Killjardy now marching out for a clash, and one that can be very beneficial for him. Has got the attack speed aura from the meta. Engagement comes in. An Archer count not looking great. Remember, the health bars were already low, so the Sipahi are going to milk this. Spinman count being decreased, but there's still enough for him to scare away the Ghazi. This is a terrible fight for Vortex to be taking. He can't afford to give up ground, right? The deer being gathered by him on the villager line. Sipahi diving past, looking to get on top of the remaining archers to finish this off, and Vortex in retreat, but production now on his side, and Killjardy has overextended, folks. Only a few Sipahi left over. That can be contested by Ghazi. Second wave is at least going to find their way into the villager line, but unfortunately, because Killjardy is still only going for Spears and Sipahi rather, he doesn't have an easy villager killing tool, right? He doesn't have like 5 archers that come in and snipe this. So he will be pushed back. I think that was a little bit of a misread by Killjardy. The first part of that fight was fantastic. He hit all the injured units. But the second part, it's almost like he didn't realize that he'd won the initial engagement because of how low the HP bars were for Vortex. When those fresh troops come in, Killjardy needs to break away because he could have actually had about almost a 10 milli lead if he chose the right timing to peel back. Instead, that continued relentless aggression resets him to a point where Vortex once again has military lead. He's going to look to use it, right? Archer count getting quite high. Scholars also escalating, right? We're going up to 6 Scholars soon, so I wouldn't be surprised if they start arriving to heal the main army. Killjardy hesitant to engage here. I mean, you can't be, right? You have to stand your ground. Outpost trying to be built up. But Vortex going to snipe down every single one of these spears. I love the Spearman detail as well by Vortex, right? Makes a lot of sense up against Sipahi, but also gives you an efficient tank while you take everything out with archers. And as is often the case with the Delhi, the 1-1-1 build is the missing detail that wins the game. This is looking grim for Killjardy. No gold access, so no tech upcoming. He peeled the Sipahi to raid on the other side of the map. Sure, you might get some hits in here, but I think the damage done in return is going to be much higher. Think about where the wood lines are, right? There's nowhere safe here. He's at least trying to condense this with a small wall. But if Vortex reads this and now wraps around with the Ghazi, Killjardy doesn't have an answer. Raid on the back. Well played, Killjardy. Is going to find the villagers and does have the Fortitude activated, so that's going to be a quick strike down. And that should allow him to prep a few Spearmen to defend this area, yeah. So they're moving across now. Remember, they've all got the Tower of Victory buff, so they actually attack very quickly. It evens up against the meta effect. Although Killjardy does strike back a few, he's going to get struck in return. Ghazi now running in. Even if he can't kill anything here, folks, this is a lot of idle time in this type of area, right? Like, actually, funnily enough, if Vortex stands here, he can snipe archers over the tree line. That small wood line that you see now walled off doesn't do anything. Like, actually, Killjardy, I think you misplayed this. It should have been a wood line here. If he palisaded this area, it makes so much difference in this game. Right? Because all of a sudden you have all the wood at the back, you have the berries, your opponent can't rotate 360 around your base. Funnily enough, he's going to try to burn through it. I don't think that's even necessary, but whatever. Got nothing else to do while they guard the archers, right? Sipahi, meanwhile, have no other targets. Sacred Sites are still locked in, and I think this is an unfortunate miss by Killjardy. You cannot neglect to decap these. I think there should have been a Sipahi going to each of them. He maybe assumed there was a guard force there, but I think you have to take that risk. You're just giving over so much free gold to Vortex, right? Like, his income right now is 125 gold per Sacred Site. That is 3 villages for free. And he hasn't had to invest in anything to defend them long term, right? To put it another way, at this stage in the game, that is, in total, 1,000 gold that's just been given over to Vortex. And Sacred Sites used to be higher. They got nerfed a while back. Archers, this time, this is what I was looking for. Although I would prefer it if we killed the actual thing that's going to kill you. There we go. Peppers it down. This is the timing, right? The difference here this time around is when he struck in, he actually has Steeled Arrow. And he has a lot more archers. So Dao is going to be taken out. Dot can be target now. We have got a demo ship coming out. Here we go! Big hit! Sick moves out, Killjardy. Vortex, greedy with the position, but still capable of something bigger behind this. Compound of the Defender is on the way. And Killjadi, I don't know if he realizes it. Does he sense it, right? Like, after Vortex loses an army like that, he should be reinvesting. Instead, Vortex, the sneaky goose, is making his way up into Castle Age. And Killjadi is retreating with a Sipahi. I mean, everyone's saying this is a GG hit, but it's only a GG hit if Killjadi goes to the base. And folks, he's not going to the base. He doesn't realize just how big of a deal this is right now. He thinks that Vortex is rebuilding the army. And Killjadi, oh my god, he pulls the Jannies. That could just be it. The Janissaries aren't going to be quick here, folks. Sacred Site win condition has been decapped. But Vortex, funnily enough, wait, what? He's going Lancers. I can't believe that the Jannies are going to work out here. Killjadi with the Soul Read. I mean, Vortex, he just needs Men-at-Arms. Men-at-Arms wins this. That's all you need. And it's cheaper as well, but he wants mobility. Ghazi outnumbered. Flash comes in for Sipahi. They have activated the Fortitude, right? So taking more damage here. Second wave arrives. Village is just running past. Don't mind us. Oh my god, I don't know if this is quick enough. Scholars also pick up the relics. That's an ambitious attempt by Vortex, but funnily enough, he's gonna walk it off. Galley just not able to deal with Piety. I cannot believe he's actually taking this from here. Have a relic over here. Vortex, Warlord comes in. Body blocks. Needs the gun down, does get it. However, you're now diving an outpost. If that outpost starts to target down these Janissaries, that's going to be your investment just wasted. So an immediate torch down Vortex. Behind this is Archers being scaled up now. Killjadi has an opportunity to break this game right here, right now, but it comes down to non-stop push. Nice guard on the safe relic here. So far, Vortex, although his Castle Age, he hasn't really gotten anything out of it. Something to keep in mind, though, is compared to earlier in the game, Killjadi's eco is a lot weaker, remember. He hasn't got fish anymore, right? There's only 35 left. Not even worth the fishing boat to build for. So, if you're wondering why Killjadi's not able to field as much aggression as he was previously, it's simply because that huge boon of food in the center is missing now. And he's on berries, right? So he's not even playing deer. I think that is a bit of a mistake here. Kind of makes sense when he's up against Lancers that he doesn't want to go out onto that eco, but I think he needs that extra food to contest this. Janny's being guarded, but Archers now arriving, folks. Those Archers aren't being upgraded either. They're just there to deal with a limited Janissary count. Clash comes in, and there's enough Lancers to survive through this. Only 3 Janissaries left over. And Killjadi, once they're dead, his hopes of winning this are going to be dashed. Few Spearmen and Sipahi left over. Lancers are coming out, though, and that's the thing that I fear here, is that Killjadi now, with that one pump play, unable to access more Janissaries until Castle Age, finds himself at a raw disadvantage. Vortex will look to turn the screws. Lancers now chase away the remaining Sipahi. Relics are up for grabs here, and I wouldn't be surprised if he goes to all 5. Oh, man. I'm a bit worried that we've reached past the point of a win condition for Killjadi, man. This is tough, right? Like, I think there was an opportunity there, but it was kind of missing that extra layer, right? Like, maybe some surplus production in the center. Maybe you just need to play with deer. I think for the play that Killjadi made, the mistake is not going deer. If he'd done deer straight away on both pockets, he would have had enough food to just get a feudal army big enough to try and attempt that. But now, after that setback, after that delayed timing, you find yourself in a situation where you are just raw at a tech disadvantage. Now, admittedly, Vortex has yet to choose to upgrade the Archers. It does mean that Killjadi doesn't have to worry about Castle Force for half this army. But he will have to worry about the Lancers. He will have to worry about the potential for Men-at-Arms here. And those are things that he doesn't have great answers for yet. Vortex is being a little bit greedy about this, though, right? There's a lot of wood gathering, so I'm wondering if he's setting up for a farm transition. It kind of feels like it. Yo, big shout out to Pasco coming through with the Prime sub. Don't forget, guys, if you have got Amazon Prime, be sure to go across my Twitch and drop your Prime sub. Appreciate the support. And welcome to the Swarm. Speaking of which, Killjoy is trying to swarm here. But, you know, a key emphasis of swarming is actually moving with it. And right now, this army is just kind of standing by. And that's allowing time for Vortex to build up a bigger force here. He also has realized the veterancy is in yet. So that's now in the way. Lancers. See how big the army is. This should be a step back. Archer upgrade is coming through soon, folks. 30 seconds away. Lancers will be able to hold the main line back long enough here. Limited Spearmen in the mix here from Killjardy. Only 2, in fact, so that's not going to cut it. The Archers looking to cut them down, which means these Lancers can just stand their ground here. Most Archers have been cleared up by Killjardy with that superior aura working in his favor. The upgrade will be there for the second wave. Lancers have to retract further away. Funnily enough, Killjardy has got a big military lead here, but still no clean answer to the heavy cav. Vortex gives over ground again, but we've been here before, Killjardy. We've been in this position a few minutes ago where you dove that base and it cost you everything. Will you attempt it again? So he's following the eco line. He's like, wait, where are you guys going? Oh my god, Vortex. It's just more and more Archers, isn't it? Lancers come in again for the charge. And there's barely anything here to defend the Archers. Oh my god, he's trying to trade out with these Archers now, but remember, they're vetted up. Just more efficient, and all of a sudden Killjardy overextends into the base once more. Lancers are going to clear him up. And still no signs of Castle Age from the Ottomans. And now he's too hard into the spears, right? Like the worrisome details after he loses these Archers. The rebuild into the Archer count for Vortex means he has an answer to the spears. It's kind of crazy, right? Like typically I would favor Killjardy's comp against Vortex's, but the difference maker is the timing on it. It never feels like it's together for Killjardy. When he needs more spears, he has too many Archers. When he needs more Archers, he's going to have too many spears. And now Vortex, with this turnaround, this should be the moment. Killjardy now trying for a tech up. For the meantime, Vortex, compounder of the defender, has brought in village fortresses. We're going to be moving into multi-TC soon. In the meantime, Killjardy's army is going to be moving into the dirt permanently. Tech up is at least going to complete. Killjardy will get an opportunity to stand his ground, but he's running out of time fast for folks. It's looking pretty grim, to say the least. Farms are being set up by Vortex. That's started to actually happen over here from Killjardy. The worrisome detail is he hasn't gone for the deer because Vortex has been camping it the entire time, meanwhile playing Pocket Ecos himself. And as we often know, the difference in farm timing often breaks many a game. Even for the Ottomans, that can be true. There's only so much passive production can do for you. Vortex now moving in. Killjardy about to feel the pain of idle and eco deaths. Torch damage high as well at this stage, right? Like, look how quickly the outpost goes down to just 4 Lancers and Castle Age. Villagers also ambitiously moving in for the food. I think they may have jumped the gun here. But elsewhere, things are looking better for Vortex. 20 idle eco for Killjardy. That's problematic. He has got the gold to get his necessary upgrades, but it still slows down the reboom. Allows Vortex a window of opportunity. Now, if Killjardy is able to survive this wave, that's when the game can even up. But that is a tall order as it stands. 6 military, made that 4 versus 40. And now a lot of villagers to be sacrificed. Vortex chasing in, the start step forward, nowhere to hide them. Eco lead extending, and I can't help but feel we are going to be heading to a game number 3 here. And he just doesn't have the answers anymore. Killjardy with the cardinal sin, attacking when he's teching up, has been the downfall of many of a player. And once again, it proves to be their undoing here. Wave after wave of Archers into the base. A limited eco to fall back on now for Killjardy. And it means we're going to be looking towards a game number 3. Whew. So far we've had what? Gorge, Himeyama. I wouldn't be surprised if this is defined by Dry Arabia. A lot of picks still in the pool to go with here. So far, what did we have out of Vortex? We had Delhi and we had Mongols. So he's basically got the most competitive picks. If he got Rus as well, then I'm going to have big question marks on what happened in this draft. Nice charge in. More villagers going down. This feels like every time Killjardy looks like he's getting some breathing room, he immediately goes down to no military again. And sadly, at this pace, by the time the first Mangonel comes out, there's going to be no one left to defend it. No Undermesh either. Wow, what? I only just noticed this. We are 25 minutes into the game. And Killjadi has committed one of the cardinal sins against the Delhi. No blacksmith techs. On a Civ that builds blacksmiths anyway. I could not believe that. I mean, that's crazy, right? Like, you just saw how quickly these knights died to archers. That shouldn't be happening. But what will be happening is a game 3. That's right. One more to go in this best of 3 between the two. It's going to be a BO1 barn burner. And folks, it's going to be a fun one. Do you know what we actually got? I questioned whether another OP pick was going to be allowed through for Vortex, didn't I? It's going to be Roos and GG. Now, let me just double check who has the Roos, because I cannot imagine Killjadi let Vortex have Roos. That would just feel like an insta loss, right? Like, surely it's Yuji he got his hands on. It is Dry Arabia. Oh my god. He let Vortex get Roos. Remember that Vortex is like just one of the most giga-chatted players on Roos. I think he was one of the first players to really start pumping it as it started to come in the meta ahead of everyone else. And also its playstyle fits perfectly for a very aggressive player. Killjadi, on the other hand, has got his hands on the Zhu Ji, but it's the newly nerfed Zhu Ji. Meditation Garden is weaker. Song Dynasty is weaker. They become a little bit more predictable, and their ramp-up timing's a little bit more crippled. And up against a Civ that has felt no pain of the nerf stick for quite some time, that's quite the disadvantage. We hop into game 3, the deciding game between Vortex and Killjadi. Vortex on his trusted Roos, Killjadi onto the Zhu Ji. You know, it's kind of funny, really. I feel like this matchup has been a definition of OP in pubs versus OP in competitive. Every single one of Killjadi's picks, from the Ayabids to the Ottomans and now to the Zhu Ji, are civs that we see a lot of people complaining about in pub games. On the other hand, Vortex has gone for pretty much the tried and true comp meta. He opened with the Mongols, which is basically ban-worthy in a lot of players' eyes. He followed up with the Delhi, which is considered to be the most oppressive civ that operates in the competitive scene. And now he rounds out with the Roos, a civ that just before the expansion was the de facto banned civ for everybody in tournament play. It's the uphill battle. Let's see if Killjadi can do it. I mean, first thing I'm looking for is a broken drop, and oh my yaba. I'm sorry, what was that? That might... Okay, he kind of got griefed by that berry bush, but that still might work. It's going to be close, but he could actually get 50 gold, 25 stone, and he'd get his hands on 40 food. That might be the best Meditation Garden we've seen post-nerf in competitive 1v1s. I mean, he has to go for it as well, right? I'd be surprised if he doesn't. The only risk is if the scouts move over here from Vortex, of which he has 3, he could get blocked out. Vortex, by the way, already confident about the start, right? Without hesitation, already queuing up the wheelbarrow. Big tip to people, you should always do this. Prep wheelbarrow, and if you realize you don't have enough gold from hunts towards the end, cancel wheelbarrow to get your tech up. But fantastically done by Vortex. He has been blitzing it. Already at 2 minutes in, has the extra 200 gold for his tech timing. That's a good sign. This is looking like a 250 bounty game from Vortex. And what makes it even crazier, folks, I don't even know how this happened. Killjadi went for double scout. The bounty should not be this good already for Vortex. That's of key concern here. Right? Yeah, the Hunting Cabin has been adding in a bit of gold, trickle 21, but the fact it's already up to 21 gold, I think this is a tier 2 bounty. Rough start. Kremlin drop, as is, pretty better here. And Roos with basically the fastest average feudal age timing that exists in the game right now. Already on the way up, pre-3 minutes. And this is exactly why, like, Roos just kind of feels very oppressive. I think that the Kremlin just enables them to get their TC timing. There's no stopping that. And because of just how much free resource they get off the map at such an early phase, it's just an absolute jackpot, right? Like, by the time you are just a few minutes in the game, the Hunter Cabin is paid for itself in terms of investment, and the cost of 140 food is paid back with usually double that in gold. I mean, this is over double that in gold, I feel like, in this game. Just a fantastic opening for Vortex, and that second TC can actually be quite safely located near the base, right? I imagine between the berries and the deer here, and it's going to be in range to protect for the Kremlin. Why that's problematic is I've got a feeling that Killjadi's going to have to be aggressive here. And if the whole base is condensed close together for Roos, it means it's very difficult for him to find an exposed eco to raid with Chuganu. And wait, what? Yep, it's going to be Chuganu. Oh, man. I think this is a mistake. So I get what Killjadi's aiming for. There's two possibilities, right? He's either going trip archery range into Mass Chuganu, or he's looking for fast castle. But Media Garden feels so much better for both of those builds. Trip archery range would give you a 240 resource rebate. Alternatively, per minute, you could be getting 50 gold and 40 food. So basically, per minute, like 3 minutes in, you already got more out of this than you get out of the minute of the Jiangnan for the rebates on Chuganu. I think this is too good of a Media Garden. The only thing I can think is that Killjadi was worried he was going to get body blocked by the scouts. So he went for the safe option. But it does mean he looks weaker for it. Meanwhile, Vortex already on the stone, gathering fast. Let's see what it's going to be. It should genuinely be a trip archery range drop. Wood has been gathered in mass, so... One negative of the build that Killjadi's chosen here is I find that... Yeah, he's trying to do it now. I was about to say, I was looking for the IO. I was about to say, I find that if you're going to do this build, you need to have the IO on the wood straight away. He was delayed. He actually was sitting on the gold for a bit. I think that's a little bit of a misplay, sub-optimization. And now the rack's opening. I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? Roos usually open with the stables. But I'm hoping this is one racks into triple Chuganu archery range. Otherwise, I'm not liking the outlook of this game, rather. So there we go. Archery range now dropped in. The thing you have to keep in mind about why this build is so effective with Jiangnan, it's not just the surge point value of how quickly you get these units out by building buildings, of which, you know, there's usually build them quicker. The reality of what happens is when you have only one Imperial official, it's much more optimal to just spam buildings due to the fact that you're getting 20% more resources on drop-off. So the way I usually describe archery ranges here is it's an 80 resource rebate, right, for a 150 wood investment. But you have to think of it different, actually. Because you're getting an extra 20%, the real cost of this, at least in terms of like the eco comparisons for another Civ, it's like you're paying 130 wood. Because you get 20% more as drop-off, right? So you naturally have more surplus. So then the difference is only 50 resources, and you want to ramp into archer ranges anyway. But what this gives you is a very good aggressive timing to get your initial units together. It means that you're able to march out towards the enemy base a pretty lofty, I'd say, on average, 30, 45 seconds quicker than other Civs can. TC drop exactly where we expected from Vortex. It's going to be a sticking point, right? Like, there is a small little leak over point to the north side, but similar to longbows, Chuganu don't feel great about wrapping around in small numbers. They just need this, like, 40-plus mass to dive into the base. So Vortex does have time to swat this away. I don't like the fact that he's literally just chasing after a scout now. I hope that's just going to be as he's moving out. Killjadi, what I'd love to see here is a rush into, yeah, blacksmiths, siege engineering. Like, this is weird. This is one of those games where I'd actually rate siege engineering ahead of Steeled Arrow. And it has more bang for buck here because, once again, the IO is supervising only the wood, right? So you're building things that only cost wood. And on top of that, it costs less wood now. It's 200 instead of 250. Vortex starting to finally build some military. Has got the double archery range plus the stables between the TC and the Kremlin. A little bit greedy with the positioning this production, I'd say. Like, it's close to the front line, but should you lose that TC at all, it means you quickly lose all the production, basically lose the game. But Vortex, confident he'll be able to hold on. Remember, he has been stockpiling some tickets in the meantime, already up to 2. So, although the numbers look very skewed in favor of Killjadi, keep in mind that once those militia are pulled, it starts to get a bit more even. Here we go. RAM investment. So, another way to think about this RAM and why it actually gives Vortex a breathing point to catch up is every time you're investing in a RAM right now, that's 2.5 less units in your current format. That means 2.5 more units for Vortex. So, if you add in 2 RAMs, which you probably want 2 RAMs to try and dent this, that's 5 additional pop, which means that Vortex will close the gap. It just never feels good doing this right on the timings where you're just sitting here waiting. And in fact, he's prioritizing more Chicken Nu. And Vortex sees it, immediately knows what he's up against here. I love the fact that Vortex also has his food workers on the back deer. It means that he's not going to have to idle out as he can't access these. It probably would have been more ideal to start off with the Western ones to last us a bit longer, but it means that when the dive begins from Killjadi, Vortex isn't immediately going to be stuck with 10 villages that don't do anything. Which would be important, really, considering that this is all of his eco lead on one screen. Undermesh being prepped. Yeah, Vortex is quick about it, right? It takes a little bit longer for him. He can't supervise to get it faster, but he has 40 seconds. Like, he can literally see this ram being built. And it's going to take that long for Killjadi to get in position. Killjadi, I hope this is Clown Car strat. It's the one way this works. You need to start garrisoning the Chicken Nu and the spears into the rams. It's a little bit awkward and it's a lot more micro, but I'd say split the spear and Chicken Nu between the two to make sure Knights can't target one. Instead, Killjadi, I don't like this. Just standing back like this feels bad. And the Wooden Fortress is a sick read by Vortex. I didn't think he'd make it because of how expensive it is. But it's worth it for extra arrow fire hailing down here. Knights looking to carve it up. Remember, Rams, they got nerfed. They take a lot more damage from melee now. And there it is. The pull of the Militia forcing the Chicken Nu to commit in here. And both Rams now at risk of being eliminated. And Killjadi at risk of being eliminated from the series and the tournament alongside it. This is group stage, but I think this was mid-game, or mid-group phase, rather. So this series matters a lot for Killjadi. We already saw him have a very hard time up against Beastie, where he got 2-0'd. This game means everything, and right now, it feels like there is nothing for him. Vortex just done a phenomenal job there. I think like what you just saw there is the power of just a small group of Knights against a Ram-only play now. Rams just, although people assume they got buffed, in some ways they did. In some ways it's kind of a nerf, right? It's like if melee are able to access, feels like an outright nerf. Yes, they cost less wood, but the other way I look at this is that's more time you have to spend building additional Rams to reach the similar firepower of what you had previously. Well, firepower is the wrong word. Longevity, should we say, of what you had previously. Don't tell me Killjadi's going to try to go around. I think he's kind of stuck in a rut here. He could try to go for Castle Age. I think that's his one way out. But I think instead he's going to go in. Just a few Knights able to do so much now. I mean, think about the old Rams. In this situation, you'd have to pull the villages to deal with this as well. But Vortex understands that these Ram timings, although they can be more aggressive because of the low cost, they can also be shut down by just a few premium Knights. I mean, what do you have here now, Killjadi? I'm trying to think what else he does with Castle Age. Like, the other choice is go all in, which is what he's going for, but I just don't know if you have the mass. I think that Wooden Fortress is quite the awkward sticking detail. It's a smart read by Vortex. It just means that you can't stand there with Chicken Nu diving this TC. And the repair from Vortex guarantees that this is not going to be quick. Vortex still has 6 militia to pull. 3 tickets to work with, which honestly is enough to deal with the Rams. I think Killjadi is going to have this awkward situation if he doesn't Clown Car. I highlighted it before. Basically, the way that we've seen people succeed phenomenally well with Rams at the moment is if you garrison. It's a lot of extra micro, but if you garrison and use control groups to ungarrison the right units, when you see Knights come in, just ungarrison the spears. Stab them down, get them back in. When you see the archers come in range, ungarrison the Chicken Nu, whittle away at them. But if he doesn't Clown Car this, and he just sends the Rams in alone, those Knights will just push it back again. No extra production, right? Like, yeah, okay, 1 extra archery range. Has got an extra racks in there. Meanwhile, Vortex is playing Boar and Deer. And Killjadi is fully fixated in the wrong location. Rams leading. Even archers do a lot more damage now. Knights, they get the charge off. 1 Ram already down. Baits the spears in range. TC and Wooden Fortress haven't been garrisoned, actually. Vortex, funnily enough, he doesn't care, right? Like, the TC is going to go down, but the eco lead is built, and the fact that he's already far away with villagers means he can afford to give this over. And the Chicken Nu take the bait. They dive in on the archers. Nice at the choke point. Difficult for the Spears to engage there. Right now, Vortex is just trying to draw all fire onto the Knights and the Chuganu so he can whittle away with the archers. Right now, the numbers are looking grim for Killjadi. Only 22 Chuganu here up against 30 archers. Those are numbers that just don't work out in your favor. Not with the way that Killjadi's played this. Trade out continues. Spearmen are now going to dive past the production. Eco's going to start to get idled up, but I mean, the Chuganu numbers are just getting worrisome low here. Knights, once again, tickling away. Like, it's the A-clicks that are the punishment for Killjadi. Every time he uses that A-click and the Knights are coming in, they're absorbing so much damage. And remember, like, yeah, there's a lot of spears, but once those spears are just completely gone, the Knights are going to just pound through this. Like, on top of that, even if the spears somehow survive longer than the Chuganu, archers then just win. There is simply no winning this fight for Killjadi, not with the way this is now played out. Vortex, great choice to sacrifice the TC to bait out a longer engagement instead of a stationary fight. And now, with the Chuganu numbers down to 10, with 8 Knights left over and 21 archers, this feels like a GG. I mean, that's it. That's a commitment in. Knights, don't hesitate anymore. Spears are going to be wiped, and Killjadi's hopes of getting the 2-1 clutch here are going to be wiped from the board. Vortex proves exactly why these picks are so dominant in competitive right now. The flexibility to apply them to so many maps and so many matchups, and the ability to be so aggressive, as Vortex loves to do, is why he will dominate this series with a 2-1 in the end. Killjadi, he never took that bite to go for the Castle Age. He doesn't have a comeback option anymore. Sure, the TC's gone, but at the end of the day, it's now a 15 eco lead. I think Killjadi won't just immediately GG, right? Like last game, one final Ura, but with a military lead of double, and even more than that in the quality, right? Vortex almost has 4 times the army value, courtesy of all these Knights. Once that high trade house finishes, I think that's going to be GG. I don't know if that's going to be better than if he just hugged one of the tree lines, but it'll be decent. Funnily enough, actually, a lot of people overlook this, but the stealth trees are actually a lot better than the dense trees when they're this far away. So dropping a high trade house here and clipping this line as well as this probably would have given more, but doesn't matter. It more or less is just a confirm the GG type move at this point. Vortex, with this many Knights and this many archers, the fact that Killjadi is kind of stuck in a rut, I don't really see this going much longer than another minute or two. It could be the Vortex chooses to just hang back and go for the relics instead. That is a safe option, but it's not necessarily needed here. There's the bad news, Killjadi. I guess it's time to move. I mean, you've rebuilt 44 military. You might as well look for a fight. Like, you literally, you came this far. He's not going to try to go Castle Age. You just don't do Castle Age from here. If you try to Castle, it's over anyway. His only hope is to find the eco, kill the eco, and then wrap into the main base. High trade house. Whew. 81, so that's going to be 162 gold per minute. And funnily enough, Vortex, if this does turn into a trade, his read's perfect here. Knight upgrades just came in. He's not going to look for the main army. He goes to the base. The timing could not be worse. Killjadi, if you got that mid-map fight, the upgrade wouldn't have been in, but now we're 20 seconds away from veterancy. Archers will get rid of the spears. That's going to open the way. And these Knights now with 5 ranged armor and 230 HP feel like an unkillable tank. You feel like a noob versus Reinhardt here. It doesn't feel great. Archers left to deal with the spears. Chuganu are going to be carved down by a few Knights here. And that will be the killing blow. Killjadi, no way back into this game any longer. The Finn will go out 2-1 to the Spaniard. That is indeed Vortex, the Stormgate pro. Him and Lucy winning tournaments behind closed doors in Stormgate while also stomping in AoE 4. What absolute chads. Okay. Cool series. Very interesting. Like we said, we basically had that kind of weird approach of like one side was basically playing pub stomp civs and the other was playing competitive stomp civs, right? Quite an interesting clash. Shows you the very big difference between those two environments as well. You know, it's not. I don't think it's a case of Killjadi just being an amateur with no experience. Just to highlight that, by the way, like Killjadi has some competitive experience. He's been playing in a few tournaments. Doesn't have that deep type of run that has that layer of experience to that extent, though. Sorry, just checking the message coming through. I'll respond to that later. So let me check our series because we've done Louis versus B, Vortex versus Killjadi. We have got Magic versus Nugify, CSO versus Magic, and Corvinus versus Anatan. In fact, there might be a few other series that didn't get cast as well. Let me have a look here quickly. Lobby music. So, I don't think... What did get cast in the end? So, I remember they said they were going to cast... I think Matisse and Crackety cast B versus Luciferon. They also done... Maybe it's Vortex versus Cat. No, it's Marino versus Magic. And they opened with... I think it's Magic versus CSO. No, sorry, Lucifer versus Louis. So Magic versus CSO could be quite interesting. We already done Beastie versus Killjadi. Sorry, just to quickly make you know the name of that series. There we go. Did M-Lord versus CSO get cast? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I don't think so. M-Lord CSO didn't get cast. I think CSO Magic didn't get cast. I think we do Marine Lord versus CSO. Corvinus versus Marine Lord did get cast. What do you mean Corvinus versus CSO? We done Marine Lord versus Corvinus. That was the finals day. We cast that yesterday. We cast the two series that didn't get cast on Sunday, on Monday. So I think Marine Lord versus CSO could be a very interesting one. Pleasantly surprising to see CSO's performance, actually. Okay, so let me just sort of see if I can find that day of words today. God, I'm getting that feeling where, you know, when your ears feel a bit muffled from being like ill. I'm getting that feeling. It's not a fun one. So, Izzy.Marine Lord. To see who's the chimp. Actually, would it be in his data? I think he's played too many customs. So if we're going to see this one, it'll be in CSO's data. And I have to find what CSO's called himself. Let's check Nugify's profile to find CSO's. So bear with me a sec, folks. Oh, there he is. Wait, was that him? That is... Yeah, I'm glad I found a profile to click on to get that name. Good lord. I think this is CSO. Please tell me you haven't played too many custom games. Nope, we're good. I think we're good. Let me have a look. So say we want Marine Lord versus CSO. Is this the right profile? Why is only one of the games showing? Oh, no, they are. Okay, I'm just looking in the wrong place. Wait, no. One sec. I'm going to find out if this is definitely CSO. Let me check AoE Full World. Where would he be? Mr. CSO, where are you? God, I wish players like I wish there was like a confirmed tag that should just be assigned to profiles. It's so silly trying to find someone when they change their name. And there's no way to copy their name when I'm in game, which is also really annoying. And also, I don't have Steam Overlay enabled, so I can't click Steam Profile. Let me check. Who else did CSO go? He went against Magic. Let me check Magic's data to confirm it's definitely him. Magic's too busy making Skrillo's an accountant to play loads of custom games. That's what I thought. Different account. So, what we need is this account. Can we not do Marine Lord series? Let me have a look at this, because this doesn't seem right. So, this series had Delhi, English, and Jeanne d'Arc drafted. And Ibid, Chinese, and Byzantines. In fact, one sec. Oh, guys, I found the quick links. You know what we can do? You know what we can do? You know what we can do? You guys like this part, right? We can get the drafts. Say what? That's right. With just the click of a button. Boom. There we go. So, Delhi, English, Jeanne, Marine Lord. What the hell is that draft? Ayabids, Chinese, and Byzantines. Someone thinks they can reach the late game. Someone thinks they can reach the late game a lot. Okay. I think I have the games. First game's going to be Chinese versus Jeanne. I mean, that's one of French's most annoying matchups, so that could be quite good for Chinese. Emlo didn't pick Delhi at all. Might be hiding some strategies. You have to remember, this is a small tournament before a very big tournament. So in a way, like, this is a perfect opportunity to kind of get people to reveal, I'd say, their hands, if that makes sense. So it wouldn't surprise me if that's kind of like a thought process that went on here. Just a reminder, guys, these are from the group stage that happened on Saturday, so we are recapping a bunch of the series that did not get covered. We're going to be checking out CSO versus Marine Lord, and I think we'll probably look towards, after we're done with this one, I think either Magic versus CSO or... What was the other one I was looking at? Magic versus CSO or maybe like Kiljadi Cat could be cool. Actually, I wouldn't mind checking it on Voldemar. We'll figure it out. But yeah, very weird draft overall. Like, compared to what everyone else has been drafting, I think only like one player's been getting Chinese when it's allowed, and that's like Voldemar. Maybe one China pick on top of that. This exists in the entire group stage. Byzantines has been there for a few players, but like it feels like you're aiming for a very late game timing. I like CSO's draft because he's very focused on the early mid-game presence. It's interesting because usually that's the area where Marine Lord tries to fixate, right? Build a small lead there, escalate it later. Instead, CSO has the opportunity to do it to him. So, let me reset the score, and we will get ready for the first game between CSO and Marine Lord. apparently there needs to be more than one prodigy kid in China, and that's what's happening here. One and all, welcome back to the competitive Age of Empires 4 action. This over here is not Louis MT. It's his teammate at Team Elephant. This person in the pink opening this best of 3 is Jeanne d'Arc in the group stage of Slapfest Energy #1 is none other than CSO. Fabled team rank player here to flex in the one-on-ones. And what a flex it would be if they could do this. If they could beat Easy, very own Marine Lord, playing on the Chinese. Yeah, Marine Lord had a very interesting draft for this series, actually. He went for the Chinese. He also picked up the Ibis and the Byzantines. Meanwhile, funnily enough, the player with the aggro civs that are able to make a lot of happen in the early mid-game in this series is going to be CSO. He picked the English, he picked obviously the Jeanne d'Arc, and I think final pick was Delhi, if I'm not mistaken. So we were just talking on stream before we hopped into this game that this is a very different approach by Marine Lord. Typically, I'd say Marine Lord has historically been a player who leans a bit more into maybe an offensive civ, builds up a small lead off of the early game, and then looks to slap out later on. But in this series, it feels like he's passed the baton over to CSO. It's almost like he's confident in his defense, and he said, CSO, break me, if you can. Well, Jeanne d'Arc is definitely a civ that can do that. But admittedly, if you think about the French-Chinese matchup, it's definitely one that's been kind of a sticking point of annoyance for the French. Chinese just amongst one of the hardest civs to dive in the game for civs like the French. I think Jeanne d'Arc's a little bit different, though, right? You get a little bit something extra for those dives and the damage you can do. And also, we have to remember, Hunter Jeanne has been buffed. And if your issue is static defenses, Hunter Jeanne could be exactly what CSO needs here. An interesting question coming in. What are the most common bans at the moment? I would say the most common bans outside of Rus and Ottomans are typically the one you've kind of missed out there that I think is a very big one consistently is the Mongols. Ibis and Zhuji have fallen off in desirability to ban ever since the nerfs. Zhuji for some players is still viable. But I think for a lot of players, the one that's definitely missing with Rus and Ottomans there has to 100,000% be Jeanne. No, I'm kidding. God, my brain is farted. What did I just say? I said it a second ago, and then I forgot. I would say Rus Ottos makes a lot of sense, especially with Great Bombards. Mongols, yes, thank you. Thank you for reminding me. Mongols, dude, I even forgot about it for a second. Mongols is just very good because it sets a very painful, aggressive pace to games that not many civs like to experience. And then if you get a map that's good for trade, it's just to the moon and back. Ottomans right now just feels like an absolute insta-ban because of the power of Siege right now. The changes to Springalds makes it incredibly difficult to kill Great Bombards, and it's kind of bolstered the Ottoman late game even further. And Rus, to this day, remain the most flexible civ. Delhi is another one that can be ban-worthy. I think if you don't know how to play Delhi, and you're not going to get it first in the pick phase, it's usually worth just removing. It's just awkward, though, because if you only have 2 bans, right, Rus, Mongols, and Ottomans are the top 3. So Delhi always just seeps through at the moment, despite how much we praise its competitive dominance. In some ways, it's at least a bit more predictable, right? I think the best way to think of banning phases in tournaments is if you're up against the top players where they can play every civ. The reason why Rus, Ottomans, and Mongols gets the most bans is because it's most flexible. Delhi have a lot of maps they can work on, but let's use Himayama as an example. Himayama is a map where Delhi should not be winning. If you look at the Ottomans, if you look at the Rus, I can't think of a single map where picking them feels bad. And Mongols is quite close to that as well, because of their opening playstyle. It's just a case with Mongols, there's better maps, rather than there being worse maps, if that makes sense. God, that was a terrible way of putting it. There are better maps to choose from for Mongols, but there aren't any terrible maps for Mongols. So, Tech Up's coming in. Looks like Jeanne is going to reach up first here. And wait, was that 3 villagers? That must have been 3 villagers because Jeanne is not ready for level 2. So that was quite the rush timing there. Interesting choice here. CSO, instead of optimizing for a level 2 timing on Jeanne with just School of Cavalry build, he chose to rush the School of Cavalry to get the initial night out to dent the Chinese. Unfortunately, Marine Lord already has the Barbican. So this timing isn't going to work. In fact, there's even 3 villagers. M-Lord understands this very well. That first night is going to get scouted, and he will have this just in the nick of time to block the assault. Great timing by M-Chad, right? Like, this is pretty annoying if you're CSO. You sacrificed an ideal eco in the early game by only having Jeanne building up to get this knight out. And because of that Barbican with the condensed tumbled wood line, right, set up as it is, and the tree line behind being walled off, there isn't really much this knight can do. And you're about to see exactly why usually French players do not like this pick. Because here's the awkward thing. If you were playing French right now, you could have been building TCs, and your TCs would be decent. They're not as quick to produce as Chinese ones, but they're a lot closer than most civs. Jean doesn't have that. One of the trade-offs is that you lose the ability to produce villages quicker. What you do have as a trade-off, though, is this absolute leviathan of a unit. Okay, doesn't really look threatening with the bow, but has been buffed. I'm actually glad the devs listened. I think I pleaded for a long time with this. I said I don't understand the logic behind a heavily armored melee unit moving quicker than a lightly armored ranged unit. So one big buff they gave Jean, she moves a lot quicker now. And this is going to be a substantial buff, folks. The reason is that the way you're meant to play Jean d'Arc Hunter is kind of like a raiding unit, right? You poke and you prod. You go in, you shoot, you come out. You go in, you shoot, you come out. You're just trying to tickle down villages. Why that movement speed is so important is before you had that movement speed, it was very difficult to get in quick enough before someone would move away or garrison. Now, with that juiced up movement speed, it's much easier to just kind of wiggle in, get a little tickle on a villager, and get out before they can even react. Another cool thing I love about this pick, by the way, CSO has a really good idea with the Hunter here, and it's the Imperial Officials. They're a bit more tanky, they have 75 base health, but they are a prime target for you, right? This is the value of 3 villages condensed into 1. And also, removing IOs means it's no supervision for X seconds, which means extra resources missed out by the Chinese. It's not just the fact that they have to spend the cost of 3 villages, it's the fact that now they might have 10, 15 villages that drop-offs are not being supervised. And I love the positioning here, dude. Look at this. This is sick for CSO. Imperial Official, man. I mean, it's just going to be a tickle down on him. I love this idea. Marine Lord not reacting either. This is bad. He needs to be very careful about this. I mean, funnily enough, the IO is not being fully targeted down, right? But if you just hit it 3 more times and you go for the smite, dead. Here we go. Straight in with it. Divine Arrow. One more shot needed. I think that was a little bit premature coming out from Jean there. Yeah, that was not needed. I don't like what CSO done there. He had all the time in the world to actually get the IO low enough. So instead, the first pump is wasted. Admittedly, the damage done is now permanent, right? So if you do get him for another hit, that is an IO down. Getting those hits might be difficult, though, because while this has been going on, the Shugenoo numbers are now scaling. Marine Lord is getting the defense together. However, look at what happened on the other side of this. CSO did go for the second TC. Admittedly, Marine Lord is a lot better off for production rate due to the fact he has got Song Dynasty 2 TC. But he has a lot less resources to reach for right now. The Marine Lord timed that to keep the IO as long as possible. Possible, but I think the bigger deal is that CSO, for some reason, started attacking other targets here. It's almost like he was trying to bait Marine Lord to move other villages back as they got low enough to be smited by the Divine Arrow. But the reality is all you've done is confirm that Marine Lord was going textiles. It didn't achieve much else. And why are you ringing down bell right now? Wait, what? Marine Lord think he's playing like Call of Duty. That's the reload button. Wrong game, buddy. I think that's the first time in competitive I've seen a player activate Town Bell since it was brought back. Yeah, Town Bell is not a good tool, folks. It just auto alerts everyone to find garrison spaces, but like you never want to do that. Always select the units you want to retreat to safety and hit Seek Shelter. Much more efficient. It's a little bit buggy, but yeah. Even with that bugginess, it's better to have bugginess and half your like eco having to run away than all your eco, including the ones that aren't in danger, panicking and running. Ultra's being built in by Jean right now. I wonder, CSO, do you just try to go for a Castle Age optimal build here? It's difficult, right? Because like right now you can't get in the base. But I think CSO's thought is he has to come out the base soon. The berries are almost exhausted. The sheep are basically gone. You have to find food, and you either go very far out to the right flank, or you play to the safety behind, and that's exactly what CSO is camping right now. Man, dude, I'm still kind of stuck on the idea of Hunter's Jean to counter Imperial officials. It's actually so smart. I would love to see this, especially the Zhu Ji matchup, because for Zhu Ji, it's a bigger deal losing IOs because you don't have an Imperial Academy to produce new ones out of, right? Just a sick read by CSO. He's about to make it a CSO no moment. Trying to contest the berries. Chikanu Mass is only at 7. Funnily enough, actually, at this scale, if you just tank with Jean, even though she doesn't have armor and takes a lot of damage, she's going to heal up, right? So you can actually trade out quite efficiently against this number of Chikanu. And also, the Knight count is getting kind of scarily high here, right? Up to 8 now. 4 of them on the front line. Outpost now being built up. Makes sense by Marine Lord. Has got the stone for a hand cannon slit as well. Well, if you've got the Divine Arrow shots, you might as well use them, right? I think he might be... Is he capped? I feel like you must be close to capped. Yeah. That was his third. I think it makes sense to kind of keep 2 stockpiled if you see an opportunity to go for an IO. Funnily enough, the cool thing is, like, if you catch Imperial officials out in the mid-map, it's an 8-second wait between shots, right? And the walk back here could just kill you. There is no way we can check the UI for our XP. If we do that, it's going to give away what's going to happen in this game. And I don't even want to know what's going to happen in this game. Knight count now up to 8. All being built up. He's softening up the Chuganu, interestingly enough. Doesn't even go after the spears. I thought the spears would make more sense to allow the knights through, but apparently wants to just keep the Chuganu number down. Finland's still very much suffocated in this game. I mean, it is a position that the Chinese are quite comfortable with. The cool thing about Supervise is you're basically creating an extra 20% resources out of something limited. So you do manage to survive a lot longer in these condensed situations. But as the game goes on, in the coming 3 or 4 minutes, Marine Lord is going to exhaust these food areas very quickly. At which point, he either has to make a granary transition, which is very uncomfortable for the Chinese, or he has to move out to fight, which will also be uncomfortable for the Chinese. I mean, the raw army value kind of says it all, right? 3 times. Obviously, this number is a little bit dicey. Can't always trust it entirely, but it's not far off, right? Like, these knights cost 3 times what a Chuganu or Spearman does. So if you times the knights by 3 to get the true kind of, like, army count in terms of value, it paints the correct picture here. I wonder, is this going to be a blacksmith play into Rams? It kind of feels like it's going to be, right? There's no play into Castle Age. I mean, if CSO wanted to go for that, he could have it in the next minute. They are playing wide onto the Born the Deer, which I love to see. In this type of position, you should be playing full pocket eco, so it's a great read by Ping. CSO, now looking to break the walls. I mean, these knights are barely getting tickled. Archer's now just whittling away at the Chuganu as well. Knight goes down, but wall is going to be broke here. And you can see Marine Lord is reluctant to take this fight. He knows it's going to be an XP farm. Nice in with the charge. Baits the Spearman forward. Need to be careful with Jean. At this stage, you can get sniped by this many Chuganu. And there it is. The clash comes in. Too many knights here. Marine Lord didn't build enough spears. He was trying to be greedy. He was trying to tech up. And CSO read him perfectly here. Oh my god. The timing on this out of the Chinese kid. CSO now moving in for the eco. Tech up is almost complete by Marine Lord, but this is going to cost him an arm and a leg. Torch damage being added in on the outpost. Jean is being brought low here. We'll have to move away quicker than that. Hand cannon shot comes out. Jean is down. The Marine Lord unable to fight. Only 3 spears against this many knights. And the charge comes through again. Once again, thinks that he can challenge the heavily armored cav. And once again is reminded just how strong the French knights are. Keeps the outpost alive for longer, though. Nestabee's now being built. I don't know if that's the right read here. You need spears, and you need a lot of them. Nestabee's spears in a choke point makes a lot of sense. If you're trying to rely on the Chuganu to tank for you, I think that can end quite poorly here. Jean now back in action. Food has been gathered. Not long until Pink techs up as well. It's fair to say that they've done some damage here. Villagers try to run for their lives, but too little too late. 2 will go down. The rest will find their way to the village. But now, look at the dangerous game that Marine Lord is playing. Gathering the berries in the corner. If CSO senses this, if he reads it at all, either one of the pocket ecos, This could be GG. Villagers now running. No gate yet. Knights actually just going to pivot into the wood line. Wait, the Nest of Bees isn't guarded. No. Mistakes made. M-Lord, run! IO, villagers, everyone running away, but the Nest of Bees is left exposed here. Chuginu standing their ground. Clutch repairs coming in, but there's no spears here to defend. Marine Lord, too greedy, and CSO, too aggressive. He finds the Pocket Eco, raiding everywhere at once. I don't think this is going to end well for Marine Lord, folks. CSO, not enough gold to tech up, sure, but he's got plenty of food and plenty of military still. 14 knights, the dive continues. Nest of Bees kept alive, but at what cost? Archers go down, but it just doesn't matter. Sure, the knights are dead, but the damage is truly done here. CSO still yet to tech up, but he has reduced Marine Lord down to 69 eco. And those pocket ecos are still not safe, folks. He's got berries, but after that, it's going to be a granary transition. And now, with the Macro up coming in, I think we are going to be looking at a Castle Age rush for CSO. Oh, man. And these outposts aren't upgraded either, right? Hand Cannon Slits are coming in. I'm kind of surprised that he's not hanging around for the burn down, but instead, he's going to back up. And funnily enough, it's not going to be a guild hall. This suggests that we are looking at a Castle Age finish, and I think it makes sense. With the size of the economy that CSO has, look at the income and look at the production. By the time Royal Bloodlines is going to be in, we're looking at probably 25 knights here. And that's bad news for Marine Lord. He's not going spears. He's going Chuge Nu and crossbows to defend. If this was spears, I think the choice by CSO is a bad one. But Marine Lord is playing the game as if he's up against the guild hall, because most players do go guild hall here, right? To set them up nicely a few minutes now for Imperial. CSO has the correct read, though. Why would you ever want to go into Imperial against the Chinese? That's when they're fully online. He wants this game done in the next 5 to 8 minutes. And yes, you do repair quite quickly with the Chinese villagers, but you see the cost, right? Like, that's why CSO hung there. It looked like a bad fight, but for the amount of eco units he killed, it's totally worth it what CSO done. Another detail, Relics is now on the menu. And CSO has full map control, so that's now going to be 5 Relics that CSO can easily play into. I think you did just see the crossbows there. Funnily enough, Marine Lord is trying to go for Relics himself, the greedy little ducker. I can't see him getting more than one here, though. The map control coming out is quite worrisome, right? Like, CSO, 18 knights, and he spread them out quite wide, especially with the pocket ecos as well. He sees everything everywhere. Well, now moving out. Trying to contest that ball. Outpost is being rushed up by CSO. Main army's nearby. He's waiting for Royal Bloodlines. Veterancy upgrade coming in. And now it's all about this. 1 minute until Bloodlines, and that is going to be the game breaker. You need to think about what that really means, the impact that has, right? So he has 230 health, 30% more. That's going to be an extra 69 health. Nice. Per knight. So, in these fights, that's going to be over 1,300 more health that these crossbows have to deal with. That's scary. Adding the possibility of cantled saddles afterwards as well, which is incredibly cheap. And all of a sudden, that initial hit wallops your crossbows. And yes, you are correct. It does buff up Jean. And we've talked about the heal factor before in games, right? Like, when you have a higher health ball, the heal is more effective. That's why we've seen a lot of players with Jean try to optimize around Men-at-Arms in their build. Is because Men-at-Arms, for their cost especially, are very high on effective HP. They have good armor, their health is lower than Knights, but their cost is half, right? So, like, the whole idea is that you have a lot of units that are able to heal for more, because the critical thing to always remember with Divine Restoration, it's based on missing health, not full. Just realized our whole UI went down. That's a bit weird. Let me fix that. Apologies, folks. Game 1 looking good right now. Charge comes in. Crossbows in the choke point, but immediately splits up with the Knights, looking for eco. And now the cleave. The cleave that can come around this is going to be big if he gets in. Just needs a one swipe. Oh, sorry, we haven't got cleave. We've got the snipe, right? But this, wait. Why is he not using on the Nest of Bees? Okay, that's kind of weird. No Nesta B snipe coming out here. Finally, the Knights are going to be able to clean it up anyway. It doesn't even matter. Even without using the full power of Archer Jean, he's able to eviscerate Marine Lord. I cannot believe this. Game 1 will go to CSO after CSO was able to beat the Prodigy Kids Louis MT in the qualifier 2-1. He already starts this series off with a kick to Marine Lord's teeth. But let's waste no time. That's game 1. I want myself a game number 2. CSO won this because Marine Lord was too greedy. I mean, Marine Lord was playing Chinese, right? I don't think it was greed. If anything, the real big detail here that you have to keep in mind is the choice to go Royal Institute. By the time Marine Lord knows he's up against Royal Institute, it's too late to pivot. Had he known it was Royal Institute, I imagine Marine Lord would have went for Spearman instead, because you know it's going to be a Night Pump at first. So you can defend against that, and you can just rely on Nesta Bs. One of the awkward issues, by the way, in this game, and I don't actually think that Marine Lord got fully punished for it, surprisingly enough, is that if CSO uses the Divine Arrows on Siege, even Clock Tower Nesta Bs struggle to stay alive. He didn't actually do it in this game, but we've seen plenty of examples. Louis, especially, the teammate of CSO, has used those range shots with Divine Arrow to constantly snipe Siege in prolonged games. All right, so because their names are very awkward to find, I needed to go through, I think it was Magic's profile to find the games between CSO and Marine Lord. So bear with me one sec here, and I'll pull that up. So we go across to this profile, drag down, and we want, so game number 1 with Dry Arabia is Marine Lord on the Chinese. Game 2 is going to be Cliffside, English versus the Byzantines. That matchup favors Byzantines quite a bit. So the thing about the English-Byzantine matchup is the English's only play is to end the game quickly. If it goes late game, Byzantines are just a better English. Because you just build the foreign engineering company, you get volley, and you have the Limitane that just soaks the front line. It's ridiculously effective. And if it ever becomes a men-at-arms spam, Varangian Guard with a Berserk with the movement speed in the late game, annihilate. So let's see what CSO can do as we hop into game number 2 here. We're going to update the score. Of course, game number 1 did go the way of CSO. And although what I just highlighted about this matchup, I did just say that actually Byzantines are heavily favored. This is one of the maps that can be an exception. We are on Cliffside for game number 2, where CSO has the English. A civ that I still think secretly is the S-tier pick for this map. The other side, Marine Lord, is going to be whipping out the Byzantines. Something slower to pull the trigger. And on a shorter route map, that can be a problem. Let's talk about why I think the English is secretly S-tier here. Did you get that? It's a visual representation. That's not a long walk. Lombo's weakness usually comes on bigger maps because as you extend the distance to cover to reach your enemy's base, there's more opportunities to just kind of like shut you down, right? You can cut the reinforcements. That's difficult to do here. In fact, one sick play I've seen a few English players do, I think Louis was one of the players who've done it quite frequently. If you come forward and drop an outpost and then wall this little choke point here, you have a very easy kind of retreat point with the Lombos and a way of protecting the aura all at the same time. So let's see how Marine Lord is going to approach this. I imagine step 1 is going to be to go into the Hippodrome. Hippodrome is pretty important here. And people highlighting that you got the backspawn gold. He did, but here's the thing. These type of walls don't really do much. Marine Lord has placed this in case it's a men-at-arms rush. It's not. So this is already wasted wood. After the fact, these Lombos that can come through here, they'll shut down gold and berries. I would say that actually this spawn is worse for Marine Lord. Yes, the gold isn't on the front, but it's right next to the berries. And what are the 2 things that make the world go round for the Byzantines right now? Gold and berries. Stone, you can get through building anything, right? Just drop structures, get paid stone for spending wood. So having the stone in the front, is a non-factor. Great. Had these been split, gold here and berries here, I think Marine Lord would be a lot more happy with this spawn. Another thing that you have to keep in mind as well is that this isn't like a full back spawn, right? It's to the side of CSO's approach. Remember what I said about like setting up a short wall here to cover you? You can do the same here. I've recommended this to a few players now, right? Like they've struggled to break people on cliffside. These small cliffsides with walls, they're perfect. If you just drop a wall and drop a gate and the enemy comes to raid you, walk through the other side and then laugh and then walk back through the other side. It's a super effective tool against Imperial Hippodrome play, which is exactly what we're going to be getting out of Marine Lord in game number 2. Meanwhile, other side, I'm expecting a pretty standard council play here. There's not really anything else you need to play into. Interesting early mill play here with Wheelbarrow. We don't see players often go for Wheelbarrow this early. This does suggest we might be getting an early pull of a villager to set up the walls and outposts here. But first of all, of course, you have to get in that council hall. And I imagine the scout should be sniffing this out soon. How do they do on sheep in the end? 14 for CSO. Meanwhile, Marine Lord, he gets hands on 10, so a better haul for CSO is really important here. Now that he's up against the Imperial Hippodrome, he can't afford to have his eco moving out onto deer. And at the same time, setting up farms takes away from your ability to pump more Lombos. Just going to hit the speed up until we're into age 2. Yeah, so although Imperial Hippodrome is necessary against the English here, I don't rate it highly for the added benefit of raiding. Mainly because there's not much ability to dive and kill eco. And that means things like Expilatores aren't super effective for the Byzantines in this matchup. Not until the hyper late game, at which stage it can be useful, but usually the focus of Expilatores has been on the early presence. Expilatores being the one that gives you the extra +2 damage versus workers, as well as the 20 gold. And interesting little detail there is if you kill at least 4 workers, the tech pays for itself. Archery is now coming in. Yeah, so already prepping for the Rax drop, right? CSO, what is... Yeah, okay, first longbow's coming in. I felt like that was a little bit delayed here. A little bit surprised by the early farms. Has got the horticulture on the way immediately, so he's going to unlock more food. Makes a lot of sense. You're going to need spears here. Could even consider men-at-arms, but typically spears feels good enough. The only issue is once he sees these archers, and also he needs to see the contract. A lot of you are probably going to expect the Merc House choice to be Javs here, but it's not actually at the highest level of play. Although you'd think getting Javs against English makes sense because it's like you're basically playing discount Marlians. Getting longbows works better because it also gives you longevity in the game. Lang's Neck can be great in the mid game, but most importantly, it's the ability to flex longbows and then upgrade them in the hyper late game with the volley. Yeah, it's actually surprisingly effective. We'll see which way he wants to go. I wouldn't be surprised if Marine Lord considers Keshiks here as well. Just ramp up more aggression, right? He already has the archers to counter spears, so having a heavy dose of cav after that isn't a bad idea. And some players do still heavily favor Keshiks when they have access to Triumph. I wonder if there's any possibility of some sort of neutral market play. I would love to see him go for Royal Knights here. I think it could be a sick play, but I'm just not expecting it. Remember I said about that short wall that would ruin everything from Marine Lord? Perfect wall here. I love this. That's a great wall. That's a very important wall. Also secures him deer if he needs it. Sure, there's a wrap point here, but you have to remember these are longbows. The more distance longbows have to cover, the more deterred they are from doing it. Your goal with longbows is to have to move as little as possible, because every time you move further and further and further away from your base, you become very exposed. Looks like we're getting the blacksmiths plus the racks. Now, this is an important detail in the build. We haven't seen M-Lord go for that blacksmiths yet. I think usually when I see Byzantines fall flat, it's because they forget blacksmiths more often than not. So, we'll have to wait and see if that is actually going to come in. Makes a lot of sense with the Hippodrome play. The Horsemen with Undermesh just become absurdly tanky. You could argue that Triumph makes it so that you kind of don't need that, right? The plus health per second is like its own Undermesh. But it doesn't affect your archers, right? And it's still a huge lead you're giving over to your opponent because these are lombos. And the other issue is that I always try to highlight that the issue of Hippodrome is similar to Sistan on the healing factor in both. The heal is only useful if you survive the hit, right? And if the lombo count goes up to 20, you're not surviving the hit. Right now, it's definitely trending that way. Blacksmith now dropped in. The nice thing about playing the Byzantines as well is you can have a delayed blacksmith play compared to other civs due to the Dialecticus. You are correct, Gully. The other thing, well, it's not just the fact you focus archers. It's really good against the horsemen because you hit horsemen before the archers reach range, right? So a good English player will keep stepping back, shoot you down, shoot you down. Right now, Marine Lord only has 3 horsemen. By the time the archers get in range, all the horsemen will be dead. It's looking a little bit dicey. I mean, I feel like Marine Lord should have had more horsemen here. Outpost coming in. Very defensive one. I thought this would be a little bit more aggressively placed, but it's going to be a safer way of approaching this, right? You just plop them down as you go. You can still get that wall in the center. I'd love to see that here. I think it's actually a really big deal in this matchup, especially against the archers, because it means if you just keep stepping back and the archers chase, you reach a point where they can't get in range at all. And also, because Marine Lord hasn't been adding much melee, he literally has no answer to walls. And yes, the Hippodrome does give you damage as well as heal, of course, and movement speed. But we're highlighting the heal because the heal is very important, right? Damage and movement speed only matters if you're alive to use it, once again. And the whole, like, all those things you just highlight only matter if you survive the approach. These Lombos with Sealed Arrow will stop you surviving that approach. They hit for 7 damage right now. These Horsemen have 2 armor. Do the maths on that. With 125 health. 5 damage going through. They only need 20. Sorry, 25. But basically, we're at 25. Which means the moment you get in range, dead. 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 By the time you touch the first longbow, you've lost 4 horsemen. Because of no undermesh. I'm glad to see it now coming for M-Lord. So that whole point around like cutting off reinforcements is interesting, but you have to remember it's difficult to do on this map. Like, these small choke points make you very predictable, and these outposts see you coming. I like CSO's approach to this. Like, this is exactly why I've said Cliffside is probably going to be one of the best maps the English Symmetric develops. It's so hard to cut their reinforcements with Cav. Compared to a Dry Arabia, where you have all these angles, you just don't have that flexibility. Marine Lord now forced off the gold. Interesting. Lombos could have caught 2 there, but CSO wasn't quick enough to react. M-Lord now trying to go wide towards the eco of the English. This is going to get scouted quite early if he's not careful, though, so he does hang back. And funnily enough, Green now heading over towards where the wood line is. He knows about the berries. Okay, but this is very dangerous. This is very dangerous to be accurate here. What CSO is about to do could cost him the game if he doesn't have enough spears to hold back the horsemen. Lombos, nice reach in there, though. Cheeky little freebie coming out from the Chinese player. And there we go. Raid hits. Outpost is going to be torched down. Spearmen need to be prepped here. Council plus the archery range has been a lot of archers. He hasn't had many spears coming, though. Marine Lord will be able to torch this down. Should be able to kill what's inside, which is going to be a free longbow. But he cannot die with the TC. That's the important thing to remember. While that's happening elsewhere, CSO's getting ready to just camp, not even park. He's going to camp on this tree line. Funnily enough, if he just wiggles in with a scout, the Lombos have the reach to hit these villages. So M-Lord backs away. Spearmen are going to be chasing 5 Spearmen, in fact, and that's all the Horsemen right now. So these Lombos, although unguarded, they're hard to reach quick enough. All because he had to wrap wide. Meanwhile, CSO went down the center with a new group of spears. Ram's now coming. M-Lord, what is the trick, honey? He's only got 4 Lombos. Second wave is being pumped. Outposts are coming up to defend. That's going to be a rush as well. I think this could be double Ram play. Instead, he cancels it, moves in with the Lombos. Oh, no, 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 no. The timing. M-Lord cannot get the outpost up. In fact, now CSO is just going to try to shoot it down. A better outpost now coming in from the English player. So no outpost there. No way of completing it. Berries cannot be returned to the drop-off location. Reload needs to fight. Here we go. Moves in. Cancel the outposts. A rally back here. Lombos start to snipe out the Triumph. This is what we talk about. Look, they instantly die before they can attack. Spearmen need to get in, though, to push this back. Triumph already running out. And the Lombos have the attack speed. Green Lord. This is looking dicey. Horsemen have to commit in now. He has got Lombos behind this to assist, but in the retreat, it costs him even more. CSO now with a 10 military lead. And the outpost is coming again. Dude, that was a sick fight. I love that by CSO. That looks so dicey. So many players would have lost the fight in that situation. He ran out of spears, but he realized this tree line here near the ball was critical. It created a funnel point that Marine Lord did not want to play into because he couldn't mass Horseman on it. And instead, the last few Spearmen buy just enough time for CSO to back up. And now with that reset, exchanging Spear for Horseman is always going to be a favorable exchange for the English. We're now talking about 53 Longbow and only 6 Horsemen to contest it. Outpost did go up quick enough just to come down. As the Ram does move in. Doesn't even care about the arrow slits. He just wants to find the economy. And we see Marine Lord has shifted everything to the left side of his base. Everyone is getting away from the English plague. Oh boy, oh boy. This is difficult, right? Down to 8 horsemen. If people are wondering why the Triumph looks so underwhelming, remember he used it on the raid, right? Like he was low on tickets. My issue right now is like this Ram, if he starts moving the houses, it just ruins everything here. Marine Lord doesn't have much wood access and, well, would be housed by losing this cluster here. Spear's going to work on that now. I actually love that CSO consistently uses these Longbows to attack buildings. It doesn't seem like a lot of damage, but over time it adds up. And it's something that I've seen a lot of players not do when they've got mass Longbows like this. It does seem kind of moot or irrelevant, right? Like, oh, you've got 48 hit for 1. Yeah, but this building has 750 health. So it actually is quite a lot of damage you add in as Longbows. Speaking of Longbows, second wave. A little bit gluttonous on their approach there. So Marine Lord does get a good strike. Movement in deeper. CSO, he's almost done a lap of the base. And if that happens, you know you're in a bad position. English should never be able to do this. Triumph once again being used so early here. CSO able to just stand his ground, man. He's just not moving. Archer's now coming in, but they are still outnumbered by the Longbows. Horsemen need to get some strikes in here. Here we go. Charge comes through. Only a handful of horsemen, but it should be enough to clean this up. No micro coming out from CSO. What? Oh, no. CSO's disconnected. Okay, so that's going to explain the result here. CSO does not have an O on his ping. I think he's disconnected here. Remind me, just bot. Is there an option for bots to take over, right? So yeah, this is the point where we should clarify what happens here, and I think this is fair by Marine Lord. And really big shout out to the sportsmanship. Marine Lord said he's won this, right? So this is a DC issue. There's some sort of connection issue coming out from CSO. Marine Lord understands perfectly well that this shouldn't be a win in a fight. Those Longbows didn't move. If they moved, this was over. There's no way Marine Lord would be able to get a good fight like this, right? He would have lost in the next wave of LBs instead. So, although this game is going to end with a win with Marine Lord because CSO's DC, really big props and shout out to Marine Lord in the situation for saying it was CSO's win. I think it's fair to say that Marine Lord was very much against the wall here, right? Like, I'd say CSO was 75, 80% of the way to victory at least. So, really big shout out to M-Lord for calling the GG and saying to CSO, it's your win. Because something went wrong here. Something happened. I don't know if it was a mouse disconnect or whatever, but this game did have a technical issue, which is why on the Wikipedia page, it is labeled as a 2-0 for CSO. It does mean that this game has a bit of an underwhelming end, but I think we can appreciate the amazing performance of CSO to get it to where he got. So, GG comes out. Unfortunately, we didn't get the true final fight there, but really big shout out to M-Lord himself for just making sure that CSO got what, in my opinion, was a well-earned victory here to get a 2-0 over one of the best players in Age of Empires 4. If that doesn't tell you to turn your eyes to the Chinese talent in Age of Empires 4, I don't know what will. Something like this happened in the Red Bull World Law Finals would be embarrassing just because there's no resume from replay. I mean, yeah, but if we're being totally real, like the resume from replay thing isn't going to get fixed anytime soon, I don't think. It's a deep engine issue, and I just don't know if they have the people to sort it. It's kind of sad, but... I'd actually love it if by the time Red Bull World Law came around, there was like, hey, by the way, we've updated this. We now have a solution. That would be sick, but I'll be real, I'm not holding my breath on that. Okay, so it's a deeper coding and engine issue. I mean, think about it, right? Like, it's a game that was built over several years. And at the core of it, you have to realize the way that netcode works in most RTSs is peer-to-peer lockstep. So like save recording and keeping that data and then playing it out again is really awkward. Because if there's a desync anywhere, if there's like a single move that's slightly different, it means everything crumbles. Like think about the ramifications if one unit moves to the right of a tree line instead of the left on a pathfinding decision. And that data is sent over differently for the two players. As the simulation plays out all the additional moves afterwards, they're no longer even remotely in step. It means that it's kind of like the butterfly effect thing, right? Like, you know, that classic is like, you know, go back in time to the prehistoric. Don't stand on that lizard. It could change everything, sort of thing. It does actually have that impact with the way that RTSs are coded, sadly. So, yeah, if it wasn't there in the pre-plan, it's very hard to get in later on. Alrighty then. So, I'm going to munch on a biscuit or two, and then we are going to hop into our next series. I think we were looking at... What did we say? Did we say... Magic versus CSO? Magic versus CSO could be interesting. Let me get their draft date. I'm just going to munch on some cookies, biscuits, whatever you'll call them, for like a minute or two. So bear with me, folks. And when I've done that, we'll hop into Magic versus CSO, which was quite a back-and-forth series from what I've heard. Magic did not have a good time in the group stage, from what I heard. There were some interesting 2-0 results. I think Magic can't claim to be the absolute Chad anymore. Marine stomped him 2-0. Big Sag. Cool. You had some good games. What are these good games? What? I may have to check them out after this series. How good is good? Have you been fighting Corvinus again, Core? You guys aren't meant to fight. Your names are almost the same. Corvinus. Alright, let me pull up Magic's data. And we'll see about getting this Magic versus CSO series. I don't think I've seen CSO play Japanese. Has anyone been watching CSO's games a bit? Does he play a lot of Japanese? I don't think I've once seen him play them. Not live on YouTube? I was live on YouTube. What? How am I not live on YouTube? I 100% set it to live. And it said it was live. What? I'm showing as live. Is it because I'm unlisted? Oh, it's because it's unlisted. It shouldn't be doing that by default. That's weird. All right. I should be live on YouTube now. That's weird. Apologies, folks, who wanted to watch on YouTube. You'll be able to catch the rest of the VOD later. It was showing... Okay, so that's weird. I need to set it to, like... It's meant to go to unlisted after a stream. But apparently it's setting itself to unlisted when it's live with a stream on YouTube. That's kind of weird. Okay. Fixed now. Thank you for that. All right. Who's ready for some CSO versus Magic? You'll strike me as some Magic enjoyers. But we have to remember, you know, is it weekend Magic still if we're watching him in the weekdays? I'm not sure. There's only one way to find out. Let's go. Oh. Yeah, wearing green may not have been the best choice on a green screen. Not gonna lie. Whoops. Let me update the score there. Magic stream is toxic? What? Why was Magic stream toxic? Not because of Magic. Magic's not toxic. Dude, people... Go, like, back off, man. Don't be mean to my boy Magic. We love Magic. I don't know why people be like that as well. He's cocky about Marine Lord because he's had those fun wins, but, like, he has every right to be. You haven't seen how cocky Marine Lord gets in return. I don't know, dude. That's so weird. Emerald was effing people? Wait, what? Dude, okay, I feel like I've missed something. Am I watching a soap? Okay, YouTube is live. Fantastic. Let's get ready for this series then. I'm going to mute the music now. All right, welcome to the esports recap. We are back for more of the Energy Slapfest main event here. One and all, welcome back to the A4 action for a best of 3 between Magic on the Mongols and CSO of Team Elephant on Jeanne d'Arc to kick us off here. That's right. CSO, teammate of Louis MT. Fabled CSO that was able to actually annihilate Louis in the qualifier 2-1. This boy has been on the rise, and it has been exciting to watch. We just witnessed him 2-0 Marine Lord, and it did not look close. Can the Canadian, the one true victor, the only person to actually beat Marine Lord at Red Bull Wallaloo, do better? Let's find out. Mongols versus Jeanne, man. We've seen this already in the tournament today, actually. And I gotta say, it's not a great matchup for Mongols. Like, this is a tough one, right? Because if you try to go trade up against Jeanne, it just feels like you're feeding her XP. It's something you can't easily defend. One thing I do like in this game better than that series that had B in it is that Magic has chosen to go for the wood line. In the game we watched earlier between Jeanne and Mongols, it was already a bit weird because the Mongol player moved out towards the fish to get the stone and... get the berries and the gold. This time around, they're going to move to the wood line. Makes a lot more sense here. So, looks like we are going to get the racks opening, which is usually a good way to open up here. Just set the aggression, keep your opponent on the defensive. Other side of this, Jeanne hasn't started to tech up yet. Still got a little bit more food and gold to get. Question is whether CSO is going to do the tech up with 1 villager or 3. I think those are the 2 approaches you take. A slow tech up or one that is actually going to be competitive, actually faster than the Mongols. Even more fast when you consider they've gone for this outpost rush. And folks, it's most definitely going to be an outpost rush. Look at where the gold and stone is for Jeanne. Skull Cavalry is on the way. Looks like it's going to be Jeanne +1. Gold is being gathered with an immediate cancel on the mining camp. So yeah, he realizes what this is. Love the fact that he just gets rid of that before he can even be touched. Gold is not looking great though. He only gets 19 extra gold, so 49 gold. There isn't anything you can buy with that. It's a tough start to this game. Love to see it from Magic, man. This is exactly why I think some people have been focusing on the Mongols. To me, I'm not the biggest fan of Mongols on Frisium because it feels like a gamble. You are gambling your opponent gets a forcible goal. You are gambling that your resources are nicely condensed together. If they aren't, then this would have been an instant GG. We've already seen a game, for example, where Jean got a retracted goal behind our TC, so it was untouchable. If that happened in this game, I think this would already be a catastrophe for Magic. And no, do not bring up the Chamber of Commerce. We're not doing that. I'm going to cover my ears. Could you imagine if actually he done it in a competitive game? I don't think anyone at all has tried to do a... not one person, actually, has tried to do that play in a competitive game. It would be bold. I'd give him that. The question is whether it's going to be trade. Like, is this enough to make you feel confident? I think that this is... Like, Magic's approach to this game would be perfect for trade, I think. He's blocked his opponent out of gold. So if you can't get knights, you can't raid trade. Makes a lot of sense, right? Let's find out. They hit the speed up a little here. The tech choices come out. School of Cavalry is complete, and it's going to be the Horseman, dude. I'm pretty sure CSO... Yeah, you can tell CSO and Louis scrim together a lot. Louis had a similar approach when he couldn't access gold against a Mongol player. He just started spamming Horseman. I think that was the game... It was on Prairie. I can't remember who the opponent was. But he just non-stop pumped Horseman until he could access the gold again. It's a really smart play, really, because what you're doing here is the moment you get level 2 in Jean, you consecrate. You're still saving 25 food per Horseman. At that cost, it essentially feels like you've just basically got yourself a Spearman with a pony. They look like Spearman with ponies, but they cost a lot more normally, right? But considering you get a 25 food discount, that's quite the discount on a horse. Like, I would question whether there's something wrong with it. Is it lame? Does it only have 3 legs? What have you done to this horse? You've just consecrated it. It's the power of Jean. So, let's see. Has he... How long do we have to wait for that first charge? It's going to be a while, right? Yeah, so we are waiting. I think the stage should be about 90 seconds. In the meantime, it's going to move across with Jean and a few archers. Love this play. Go straight for the trade. Dude. And already we are seeing, once again, why Silver Tree is not recommended against Jeanne d'Arc. It's not just a loss of trade, folks. It can easily be a give over of XP. Stables, meanwhile, trying to pack up and move over. He could body block that. He could... No, not this again. Magic, he can't even get the counter to archers out. I can't believe he tried for this. Come on. Magic, please. Well, fair to say that this is a catastrophic start to the game for Magic. Finally, Spearmen are going to come out, so maybe he can reclaim it. However, Jean's going to move in now. Wait, is he allowing it? Really? I don't think that felt like a mistake by CSO. Maybe they were looking elsewhere. You can just sit there. You don't have to allow that stables to ever go down. Then again, with the burn through rate on the Uvu, not getting much in the way of double production, right? You'll get 1 load of Keshiks, and that's going to be it. Meanwhile, Spears being added in as well, so I guess he just didn't care. The timing's perfect, right? Dude, that's sick by CSO to realize it's not worth blocking anymore. Instead, they allow Magic to get the Keshiks because the Spearmen arrive before the Keshik come out. I love CSO's approach to this. All these small details in the early game, super effective. You can tell he was prepped for the Mongol outpost rush. You have to be on a map like this. And now, after all is said and done, it just kind of feels like a wasted effort for Magic, right? Villager comes out, spends 200 wood here. Sure, you denied the gold, but there's another gold out here that eventually Jean can access because you can't get out of your base. Meanwhile, Jean be farming. Stables now being targeted next. Keshiks come into Spears. Not ideal. Spearmen are trying to cut reinforcements, but Jean is in, and she has got the cleaves. Yeah, this is getting a bit worrisome. Magic. What's the solution here? Because now that you're up against Spears, you can't just rely on Keshiks. You can at least get loads of archers together, right? But you haven't got that ramp up. You haven't got double production here. In fairness, in terms of like clash of unit types, I think CSO, although it says 11 to 20, it feels more like 11 to 26 or 27. Actually, more than that, because Jean is here. Okay, I should just keep getting baited in. Like, even though the spears aren't getting a touch, it's the fact the archers are able to keep whittling down the spearmen and also ticking the Keshiks alongside it. Torch now comes in, and I think Magic is going to have to leave here. If the archers target that, that's going to set it on fire. Instead, he was attacking under the racks. God, this game is so uncomfortable. Also, trying to trade is bold here. I don't know if that's going to work out long. Meanwhile, Mongols do go in, so Spearmen do find the gold workers, and it looks like CSO is going to lose a villager for it, but does get the outpost up. So nicely played there. Does cost them a villager, but now they don't have to worry about guarding this area. That does mean we're going to be looking at Knights. Knights that are very capable of just shutting down the trade, as it's only now getting online for Magic. What a tricky game. What's the golden solution here for Magic? Because now you can't rely on Keshiks. You're up against Knights. It just doesn't work. Well, if you get freebies like that, maybe. Maybe you can just scale an eco lead that makes sense. That was a little bit of a whoopsie there. CSO, I don't think you need more than 5 gold workers out here immediately. That felt like an unnecessary rush.
Now
like, just scale very gradually into those Knights. And big shout out to Tips. As the Keshiks kick off their raids, he kicks off his own. Hope you had a good stream, my friend. Be sure to check out Tips if you haven't before, folks. A rising player, someone I'm looking forward to seeing how they can do in the Elite Classics. Yeah, that... okay, CSO, for the most, has been playing a very clean game. His micro on his villages has been less than ideal. Losing one on the outpost going up, losing 2 walking across the gold. First one's forgivable. The second one, when you know there's Keshiks there, unforgivable here. Magic has to be feeling very confident when he gets freebies like that. But CSO now returning fire, immediately pinches back 2 villagers here. Magic now lacking gold access. The only upside is right now his trade is active, but CSO should be pumping a Knight soon. And once that happens, you just camp this trade line. Magic doesn't have the breadth of units to guard a trade line and his base at the same time. Oy, oy, oy. I'm not sure how I feel about this, though. Like, Magic is in a bad position, but CSO right now does have some gaps, right? I'd say that that trade is still not being shut down. The first night felt quite delayed here, so they mismacroed a bit. And also, with how condensed the Mongol base is, although they aren't getting the double production, the archer numbers are swelling up now. Also, Steel Arrow in the way. CSO made a critical blunder here. They didn't get the techs. No blacksmiths at all. Horsemen are at least going to make it possible to take this fight. Jean is charging in. More XP being farmed. Like, this has been an insane amount of XP in the early game for CSO. Good little exchange there. Does push Magic back in his hole. I think he should know that that was Steel Dagger by now, so I'm expecting a blacksmith quite soon from Jean. It's the one thing that's missing. Like, right now, you've also got spears. I think anytime you go spears horseman, blacksmith needs to be a high priority because the percentage of your damage being increased by the free melee tech upgrade is higher. Did he glimpse the upgrade? I mean, it did come in at the tail end, right? But I think he was just in range with the scout still when Steel Arrow completed. It's just a case of whether he clicked on it. He should see this blacksmith, though, so alarm bell should be going off now for CSO. There we go. Beastsmith's on the way. I love that we've got houses like this. It's kind of creative, actually, what CSO's doing. It seems like they're throwing away bounty to the Mongols, but it's kind of a trade-off, right? Like, Mongols could technically burn these down, but what it does, it gives you a little bit of extra vision to see something coming, but it also gives body blockers, so that if Keshik try to charge you on the berries here, instead of beelining for you, they have to go around the house. Spearman. Starting to cut off the very limited Keshiks. I think a lot of people might be looking at this game right now and feeling like CSO's just not doing much, but it's actually quite the contrary. Standing here doing nothing is doing a lot. It's both the golds. Like, it's actually quite ironic that after being shut out of his own gold at the start of the game, CSO is now returning that experience to Magic. Now, Magic is still existing on the gold count because he has got the trade, but the Knights should be moving out soon. Scouts Did he see this? Are you kidding me? No way did he just miss that. He's got to see this, right? There is no way Magic is somehow dodging all vision. CSO doesn't go deep enough. So, folks, does he think that the trade route would push him past the trees? No way. No way does Magic get longer in this game because of this detail. I can't believe that. CSO doesn't know about the trade. It's not Magic, it's Heresy. I mean, you've got 2 scouts now. If you don't see this somehow, I don't know what to say. This is more than Politrix, all right? This is Grandmaster level Magic, but it is not going to work any longer. There we go. Scout has confirmation, and this is the scary point. However, in the meantime, Magic has built up quite the scary army. No Steeled Arrow upgrade yet coming out from Jean-Eva. Movement speed arrow to make sure they can chase onto this Knights. Just stick to the target, and there's a mistake there. So 2 Knights go down. Nothing lost in return for Magic. Oh, we now come around the back, though. This is actually scary for Jean. You've reached a phase where the archer count is so high, so dense, that she can just die before she can touch anything. It's very difficult. And also, remember, this is no Steeled Arrow. Steeled Arrow and Undermesh on the side of the Mongols. They're the +1/+1 for ranged, but Jean only has 1 of those. Horseman Knights are going to lead the charge, though. Magic struggling to get rid of him quick enough here. And Jean staying just out of range of the damage, where she will at least be able to get the XP instead. Divine Restoration comes in there to keep that front line alive. And Magic now in trouble. Not just the archers. The trade also being chopped down. CSO finds the push in. And now with sheer brute force and a level 3 Jean, that is GG. No way back from this, folks. 15 minutes in, level 3 Jean. No tech up insight for Magic. He's halfway to what he needs to get to castle, but by the time you start, Jean is going to be on top of your tech up. Magic has to know that this game is all but over. GG comes out. Game 1 will be a fierce and firm strike for CSO. Only game 1, though. We've still got 2 more games. So, without further ado, only a small delay as I load up the next game. So I'm trying to squeeze these back to back. Let's get to it. So we had a Jeanne d'Arc pick as well as a Mongol pick. That leaves Delhi Irbid and Marlin Japanese. Probably, what was map 2? I've got a feeling it's going to be Gorge. Let's have a look. If it's Gorge, I'm probably expecting Irbids versus Delhi. Let's have a look. Okay, game 2 is Lipany. That's definitely Delhi then. Delhi versus Irbids. Okay, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. There's no Gorge, so it's Dry Arabia, Lipany, Frisian Marshes are the maps they chose. So game 2, we're going to have Irbids versus Delhi. That's a tough one, actually. I feel like Delhi still does pretty well there. It's basically the Abbasid Delhi matchup. The difference is that Irbids, they have these kind of peak timings instead of this constant trend upwards. So if Magic kind of threads the needle, finds a way to Castle Age, there is a more powerful timing at that stage in the game compared to the Abbasids. But the challenge is getting there. And one thing to keep in mind that I've struggled with is seeing a way that long-term the Irbids feudal plays work outside of surprises, right? Like right now, the Irbids do very well with an all-in feudal timing because people aren't expecting it. We'll have to see if CSO senses that as a possibility. We're going to have to see which way Magic wants to go. Is it going to be Greed or is it going to be Assassin's Creed? We hop into game number 2. Magic on the Irbids in the teal. And over the ways on EGC Lipany is going to be none other than Delhi Sultanate for CSO to try and find himself a quick 2-0 here. Let's get to it. All right. Let's hit the 2x speed. I'm going to hop through this early game to make up the lobby break there. The replay. If you're watching this on YouTube later, by the way, you want to catch these on Twitch Live. We do stream multiple times a week. This is the recap. So although the games have already been played out by the time we're watching them, these were not cast. There's a lot of series that didn't actually get cast, so we're making right on that. Opening is going to be berries from both players. Makes a lot of sense, right? The 35% better gathering rate. It means it's better than sheep. That also means that both players have a wider rotational potential. Funny thing is, both of them chose to play a little bit safer on this, actually. None of them tried to dart to the other side of the map, and I think part of that is because of the matchup, where because they're both playing berry gathering civs, they're both consciously aware that the other can stay out with Scout for longer. And in the end, it looks like because of that, we are going to get a very even game on Sheephall, unless there is something wrong with RNG on this map. House of Wisdom is up, and it is going to be a play into the military ring reinforcement. I think I've said about this before, like, I'm not the biggest fan of this. It feels like it's needed, but the downside of it is you're going to be decent against the Ghazi, but there's always a follow-up of archers, so it kind of feels like this hand gets heavily discounted quite quickly in the game. It does, however, guarantee archers and not spears, and I think the reason why a lot of players lean into this opening for the Ibids is it very freely allows you to then prep yourself for either Gulam play or Lancer play with a fast castle build. Tower victory on the other side. Everything pretty much standard here. And I'm actually curious how Game 3 is going to play out. Like, I'm getting ahead of myself, but if it does come around, you've got Japan versus Malians, right? Like, little teaser in case that does actually happen. I think Japan has some pretty interesting fast castle builds. But if you get Sniff doing fast castle, then it's just a naked Fulani rush, and Sofas do slap in that matchup incredibly hard. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's focus on game number 2. Delhi versus the Ibids. First Desert Raiders out marching across the field. And there's the archery range immediately. So this is the thing, like, I've talked about this before, right? Like, if you're ever able to force the opponent to do something other than Ghazi first, you're in a good position against Delhi. So this is a really good opening. That's why I like it with the Desert Raider, is like, you can't even think about going Ghazi first. That first Ghazi Raider will get his ass clapped by the Desert Raider. So instead, you're stuck with an archery range. And that means that you don't have those Ghazis quickly, you don't actually have the presence on the map. And instead, CSO, I don't like this. They're going into racks as well. What? I mean, you know this is fast castle. The moment that the Desert Raider arrive, you should know this is fast castle. Right? If it was long feudal, then growth makes a lot more sense because the extra eco gets you further, but I'm puzzled. I think CSO is trying to lock in the sacred sites with Warlins, but I think that's a misread. That doesn't work here. You're not going to be fast enough. Sanctity still hasn't even been researched yet. You're 45 seconds out. You might secure 1, possibly 2 sacred sites, but on the flip side, Magic is about ready to pull the trigger, and it's not even going to be advancement, which I love even more here. This is Growth Wing, right? I think this is a Growth Wing build. You could go for logistics to get the relics. They are all situated in the same area, but that might make it harder to grab them because Spearman could defend that area. It's Growth. Dude, this is fantastic. Oh, well, it's almost fantastic. I want to cringe at this. Sorry to flame at Magic, but by the time you get Growth Wing, that is going to end up now being 600 extra food that doesn't exist. And funnily enough, he has got enough sheep that he could have been on the sheep instead. But I love this build. This is a really effective build. I think we saw similar out of Marine Lord, actually, when he went up against the Malians, and it was very effective there. I like it a lot here. 8 extra villages offsets the advantage of 2 sacred sites. And the third one shouldn't be locked in before you respond. Just a great read here. And now this opens the field for Lancers. Lancers that, sure, there's Spearman to answer, but what about your eco? How do you guard the sacred sites and home? Not to mention the potential for Gulams instead. Gulams in this game now breaks everything because guess what the Delhi didn't build? They didn't build Ghazi. The one thing that can solve for the Gulams, they don't have. Even an outpost up now from Magic, just guaranteeing he has enough gold for the follow-up play. Now halfway there. So we should be getting enough wood together. There's enough for a double production drop. And this will be the telling moment. A lot of people do like to open with Lancers just because it has more mobility, a quick timing. But Gulam's just as capable of shutting this game down. Sacred Site's now being locked. Wallin on its way. I mean, basically CSO has put himself on the timer here. He either wins on a Sacred Site cap or he just loses. I don't think there's even any negotiation here for like going castle now in a rush. You could try, but with the amount of wood you spent here, it's just inefficient. Incredibly inefficient. And now, one Desert Raider arrives to ruin it all. Oh my god. One Desert Raider actually beats both of these archers. Yikes. So he doesn't even get the wall in time. Magic also has more Desert Raiders on the way. Oh, dude, this is terrible. Rest of the army is at least coming, but the delay on getting these walls up is problematic. The Sacred Site hasn't even begun to be capped yet. Castle Age is now here, and it is going to be a mixture of Ghoulam and Lancers coming. So many issues here. I mean, he's trying to get the food and gold together, right? Like, you don't build any more units, you just go Castle Age, but that means you're going Castle Age at a big disadvantage here. Magic now moving out for the pocket resources. Desert Raiders are going to try to burn through the palisade in the center. There's a lot of gold trickling in right now, sure, but once again, you're an age behind, and now you're 8 villages behind. That's a big deal here. I say 8. I think there was... Was there a mismatch? No, it's... I think there's a little bit of idle time on the TC for Magic. 7.5 villages behind. And remember, those villages are better, right? Because they have the Golden Age effect. So they're gathering 10% quicker than you off of berries in this matchup. That's a problem. Compound Defender is on the way to try and be the solution, though. So CSO, not going to be too far behind the tech up. In the meantime, Magic does have to focus on those Sacred Sites, but going Ghoulam makes a lot of sense here, right? Gives you more torch damage per resource spent compared to Lancers, and thus a quicker way of burning through these defenses. CSO, is he going to try to play on the stone is what I'm wondering here. Wolves are going up, so it's going to make it difficult for the enemy to get in. I mean, typically you wait quite a while before you go for a keep drop, but like the reality is you're going up against Ghoulam, you're up against Lancers. A keep drop could do a lot of work here, especially considering all of the berries and the deer on the fort that you need. First Lancer has arrived though. Won't be able to find a kill, but achieve some idle time. Skull is going to sneak out. Interesting. Magic has yet to go for a Dervish. There we go. Temple's finally been dropped. First ambulance is on the way, but that gives an opportunity here, folks. Like, actually, realistically, CSO should be returning home with 3 relics right now. Let's go for the second. No, Desert Raiders, the extra vision. I mean, there's no way. There's no way. What? There we go. He turns around. Okay, so Scholar should not be able to get this back. He can trigger the Wall, but you can just walk out of range, so it's kind of ineffective. So there we go. Magic. We'll just pull away. Should be able to return. I think you can get the strikes in time if you're quick about this. He goes to range form, though. If he steps away from the archers, the Skull's still going to go down. So that idles out the timing on these relics arriving home. And there we go. Does get the final hit. Ghoulam's now arriving as well. A little bit too late to stop this Scholar. But what I'm seeing right now is a game where there's still 3 relics easily in Magic's purview. And there's a fort forever up for grabs. It's going to be difficult to get that one, though, as there is now a Moss being built on the forward. So looking like a 3-2 split that favors Magic. Manfred's taking so long on this as well. I mean, in fairness, he has 1 Sacred Site decapped, right? So it's not a ticking time bomb. And also, 2 Sacred Sites being allowed is kind of acceptable. 250 gold compared to an extra, well, absurd extra 16 villages now. So 13 villages. Wow. What? He found more kills than I expected here. Raid on the backside by Magic. Slaps him down. And CSO now trailing by 13 villages. Sacred Site being recapped as the wall comes back in. But that break on the north side feels a little bit more permanent, right? This is actually good. The way that he's trading out this is beneficial for Magic because he needs to play north side. South is worthless to him because the Sacred Sites are annoying and he doesn't get anything extra. This area had all the relics, remember. I think all 5 relics, if I'm not mistaken, spawned up here. Bare minimum, it was 4. Spawned on the west side of the map. So this was always a focus point for Magic. Magic now should be moving out for the remaining 2. So a 3-2 split in his favor. Ghulams are getting picked apart in small numbers on the flanks, but this is the point where you start to stockpile a big army and look to go. Timing might be a bit dicey, though. CSO already up to 10 crossbows. What I think the play should be from Magic here, he should have a solid read on this. You just want to get your Manganiques. Unfortunately, right now, he's using a lot of wood and a lot of gold. Not as much food as he should be. And he's going for a second TC. We've been seeing this a lot, right? Like the kind of like potency point for Ibids is that you go for the fast castle build, you get your hands on the relics because you're one of the quickest relic grabbers in the game, and then you come back for some sort of TC boom afterwards. Typically only a second TC. It allows you to just float ahead of your opponent. And in fairness, Magic, I mean, he's already a mile ahead. This is kind of absurd. Up to a 17 eco lead. Feels like he wants more though. I love that he's built this on the board, by the way. The board that has no relevance. And oh my god, the timing. The Scholar. What? No way. Wait, does he have range? Oh my god, he's just out of range with this, but he has been seen. Magic cannot let this stand. CSO with the grand heist. Magic, what? Are you kidding me? Magic only just looked the moment that CSO got out of range of the vision. I cannot believe this. Green has no right getting free relics in this game, yet he takes the right. Well, takes the left of the map, I guess would be more accurate here. What a wrap there. Wow. Okay, I mean, you know what? That keeps this game close because I think there was a risk that Magic was going to start running away from this, with this rather. So instead, CSO keeps it a little bit tighter between them. Main army, though, blocks the keep. CSO. Oh, and the cancel. I think he was a little bit late there, so did lose some stone. Great time by Magic. Blocks it out entirely, so keep drop now attempted a little bit further back. I'm kind of surprised that Magic's not plying towards this. Hasn't built siege either. Walls are up, so this raid ideas aren't going to bear much fruit in the coming minutes. Army's marching in, though. It's 17 Gulam. He has to back away again. Dude, this twice now! Oh my god. This is going terribly. I mean, Combat and Defender just completed with Village Fortresses, right? You need to keep now. This is just dead eco. Right now, CSO is holding on to 1,000 resources that is doing nothing for him. It's a problem. Especially on the flip side of this. Like, look at the stone being gathered. I'm wondering, is Magic trying to eventually get into his own keep drop here to block the Sacred Site win condition? No way this is free TC. That feels way too greedy, right? There is an option on the flank over here with the Deers, but I don't think it's necessary in this type of game. You're already talking about a 62 to 38 eco situation. CSO, third time's a charm here. Magic has backed away entirely, so he's allowing it this time around. I mean, if you're going to allow this, you have to find something else, and oh my god, he has. He's found the Stone Gatherers. So Army's marching over there now. Desert Raider cannot hang around. I love that the villagers get their knives and boots out to kick back. Unfortunately, I do not see CSO getting enough stone to get another keep at this pace. Oh, stab comes in. Crossbows. Court not looking. Worst way to begin this fight. Remember, Gulams, they do get the double strike. Very effective in return against those crossbows. But they step away. Magic not able to stick on top of his target. He's going to keep pressuring, though. Remember, behind this is in the middle of an eco-inflation, right? Double TC. I imagine we're going to be looking at a farm cluster coming out soon from him. Meanwhile, on the Delhi side, they can't access all of these vital berries because of the positioning of Magic. Behind this, Magic starting to scale a lot of crossbows. I think the only thing that's missing right now is a Manjanique. I don't know why he's rushing this as quickly as he is. Are you kidding me? What? Dude, the levels of greed on you right now, I feel like you should be the one in green. Oh my god. Actually, no, it's appropriate. CSO is envious at the eco count of Magic. That's why he's in green. The villagers, no, they're running into a trap. Army is at least reacting here. What a weird approach with the third TC. I love it. Villagers not able to gather on the stone anymore as well. And all the resources are forward to the primary, right? So there's a lot of kind of risks now associated with where CSO goes next. Oh, man. What a wild choice by Magic to go for the TC drop on the enemy berries. You know what's crazy, though? It's super effective because most of CSO's army is ranged. So when he sees this, even when he sees it, he doesn't have a quick way of dealing with it. Magic now extending that lead further. I wondered if it was going to be a keep drop, but apparently he just wants TC after TC. Now CSO in quite the pickle, right? 45 to 45 military. Manjanique is being built. I believe it's being built out of a siege workshop, though, so here we go. And this army, is he really walling it in again? He is. Hide behind your walls, mate. Ain't gonna do nothing for you when there's fiery rocks hailing from the sky. Still Forest is gonna hide the approach. CSO now heavily out of position in this game. TC and outpost going up, so Magic isn't gonna leave any of his villages hanging in this area. And this game is slipping away from CSO with every passing minute now. Even the Wolves can't draw him back on their own. TC is revealed, and unfortunately for CSO, with only 9 melee units, he has no way of taking it out. Now, keep in mind that Magic's a free TC, but CSO is as well, right? He's got the keep here, he's got one over here. But that means this eco lead is going to be maintained until cap. And that means that Magic's going to reach the full potential of his eco quicker. You could already see the difference in food. It's absurd. Farms are already being added in, right? On the other side of this, CSO has done everything they can to avoid farms. That changes now. But that also makes them weaker in the coming minutes, at a critical point where I don't think you can afford to be. Because Magic's marching forward. Rams now coming in. CSO, I mean, it's a 400 wood investment when you need more troops, actually. Not ideal. He does cancel it before it completes. Remember, he got that for free. He didn't pay like most people do for siege engineering, so it's not too bad that he doesn't use the Rams. Siege workshop now being targeted. He might get this in time. It's 10 seconds. I'm not sure if there's enough torches, though. No, so it looks like Greased Axle should complete just in time for Magic here. Dive deeper in the base. Ghoulims do go after the anti-siege. I'm going to be pushed back. Siege workshop will go down in response, but he does get the early info, right? So this is where you should know when to back up the Manjanique. You know you're up against Springles. There isn't time to build them on the forward. A lot of Ghoulims do die, but a reminder, with 2.7k food income, that's an affordable loss. Miracle element is the fact that CSO did keep those Springles alive, though. He keeps a hope of handling these Manjaniques. Crossbows are going to stand their ground. Second wave now coming in. And this is the awkward detail, right? For a while, crossbow numbers did favor the Delhi, but no longer is that the case. Not only the numbers in Magic's favor, but so's the quality. Mameluke bravery giving the gap close and the damage to kill everything off here. CSO has to back away. Loses Springles in the process. And the Manjanique stays alive. He's looking for those relics. Reds also just find the eco. This game, I think it's just over. I mean, there's no recovery point that I can see, right? 700, 800 food a minute is not going to cut it compared to 3,000 food a minute. And there's no food that you can gather, right? There's no farm transition you can make quick enough here. No keep that will save you from this. Because you'd have to place it in the face of the enemy. I just don't see that happening. The only reason this is not a quick GG is Magic's army does have to run across the map. But the difference is that Magic can afford to trade 2 for 1, and it still benefits him. CSO can't afford any losses. He's just getting Benny Hills in his own base. So how do you get out of this hole now? Step 1 would probably be to set up farm clusters around your flank keeps. Right, get another keep up and basically set up these little pocket ecos away from the main. Your goal should be to try and take favorable trades, staying away from any of these sticker situations. And oh my dear God, what? He did go for a keep drop. CSO with the Castle Gambit. What a sick move. So hard to see when someone plays as green. He actually found a way to sneak on the Magic side of the map. Dude, what a sick play. I mean, it's step 1. The CSO getting himself back in this game, right? We said he needed some pocket ecos. This is going to draw a lot of attention from Magic. Trebs are already out. Maginique now unanswered though, so Green has to delay the reinforcements arriving. He's cutting them off, right? This is classic Siege. Surround the castle, do not let supplies in. CSO does have plenty of stone to repair, but the Cav have arrived. Horsemen riding in here. And the keep gets cancelled! Magic reacts perfectly to this. CSO now with 1,800 stone and nowhere to stick it. Magic. What a dicey game he's made this for CSO. I've never seen a Delhi player look so desperate for resources in a game like this. There's just nothing to grab, right? Like, you can get more stone, but the problem is, like, stone eventually doesn't dictate flow, right? You need food, you need wood. Food is all but gone, right? Magic's taking the last of your supply. There's not much left in the mid. There's a few berry patches and I think one deer. Farms still cannot be operated due to the Gulam raids. The problem here is CSO is so divided between trying to protect this keep and protect his main base that he's weaker in both locations because of it. Now instead, he's trying to get rid of that TC on the flank. I mean, the problem is, like, by the time you do this, most of the food is just gone. Now your extension's gone as well. Castle being sieged. Villagers with the panic repair trying to garrison his side. Everything surplus is dead, though. Magic now with a 50 economy lead. I don't care how many castles you've got. You can't overcome that. CSO. Keep is going to be going down. Army loses some health due to the boiling oil, but it just doesn't matter. That's 15 more villagers. It's totally worth it for Magic to grab this. Villagers not able to repair. That's now 2,000 stone for CSO. I don't know what you do anymore, man. You're sitting here with 2,000 resources not doing anything. Actually, correction, you're sitting here with 3.6k resources not doing anything, right? Because food is the thing that is debilitating for you. Nothing you can build with gold and stone can recover this game. You need an army. You can't afford one. 400 food a minute. Rams have at least forced a vacation in the area, but this is definitely not looking like a vacation for CSO. Maybe you can vacate to map number 3, because I just don't see, once again, how you get back in this. Magic now hits Imperial Age. You snuck it with the advancement wing while we weren't looking. That has to be it. I mean, you have to take a fight that you don't want to, right? It's mass horsemen and Gulam versus a group of crossbows. The only thing that is convincing CSO there's still a chance are the castles, but as they start to crumble, I think the writing is clearly going to be on the wall for him here. Now this crossbow, not even being prioritized as an upgrade, it's just about the horseman now. At one stage, he was up to 3,000 food. He's been reset a bit here, but more farms are getting added in. Now up to 20. Imagine we're seeing another 15, actually 20 plus, I'd say, with this amount of wood in the next minute. And that's late game eco. That's late game Iron eco. Also, this siege is building, remember? He has got the Golden Age, right? No. Okay, so he's 7 structures off. Once he gets that, these bombards, these mangoes, whatever you want to build, cost 20% less. It's like having the Rus High Armory without having to build a Rus High Armory. What did we say the final game was? Japanese versus Malians. Okay, now is the time where we can highlight that, because I think we are very clearly going to game 3. Delhi are not going to go Imperial Age here. You do not want to ever have to go Imperial Age from this position. And if you do, it's over anyway. I mean, he's got 135 food a minute. Let's call a spade, and let's call a pile of stinking dung a pile of stinking dung. This looks like the biggest deuce possible that Magic's about to take on CSO. Raised units get cut off on the retreat. Small group of horsemen to cut them down. And they are elited up, folks, so they are going to make quick work of this. So Malians versus Japanese, and I think we said it was going to be on Dry Arabia. That's an interesting one. I think like that one is not just an instant GG one way or the other. I think there's some interesting builds that both have access to. And so far, we've had maybe not the closest series when you look at them game on game, but does mean we have a 1-1 storyline. So that third game genuinely could go either way. I would say that I would slightly favor the Malians if they notice it's a full eco boom type game. I'd favor Japanese if it's like a 2TC aggro type play, maybe. Actually, no, we talked about this before. Japan with a fast castle build can win really easily after fielding some Onibagisha. If you go Onibagisha Horseman first and then go Castle afterwards, Japan is miles ahead of Malians. But we'll have to see if CSO has the experience with that build to execute it. But there's no doubt in my mind we'll be going there. In fact, I'm going to hit the speed up a bit. There we go. GG instantly comes out the moment I press the plus button. Game 3 is on the way. All right, let's actually get into that very quickly. So game 3, Malians versus Japanese. Like I said, that matchup is actually pretty heavily in favor of Japan if you play Feudal Aggression. If you don't play Feudal Aggression, then Malians just win. It sounds weird, right? Because in most matchups, playing Feudal Aggression against Malians is a GG because you just can't dent them. But the funny thing is with Onibagisha and Horseman, there's nothing they can do. The play that you perform is you basically drop a stables. You go for the either Horseman, or even better, if you do the Stone build, you get your hands on the Bannerman. And then that forces your opponent to go Donzo. And the moment they go Donzo, you flood Onibagisha. And then come back with Horseman afterwards, because once they see you've got Onibagisha, they're going to build archers, right? And all of a sudden, hello, I have Horseman. It's a very interesting tier type build that goes back and forth, but it's super effective. All right, so let me load up the third game here. And let's see what they both got in mind. So reminder, folks, we have got Japanese versus the Malians. Magic, can he overcome this tough matchup? Will CSO find the correct way to play Japan here? Or is he going to be like every person before him that says fast castle and smiles a little bit too much? Let's get to it and find out. Game number 3 between these two. Magic on the Malians on the purple here. And the blue is going to be none other than Team Elephant CSO on the Japanese. Let's see how these openings are going to go. We've hit the 2 times here, just to allow them to get that scout rotation and into the early game quickly. No stone play here, so no delayed feudal age timing. I'm not the biggest fan of this. I've actually been a really big fan of the stone gathering build, where you were able to get enough for the daimyo upgrade. You can still get there on the gold, but it does delay your melee tech timings, which hurts that whole idea of Onibagisha in this matchup. So far, 7 scouts on one side, 7 sheep on one side rather, and the other, I believe, got 9. And looking at the spawn, oh my. I don't know, man. Is it just something with people whose names begin with M and A? What is that spawn? That is so easily defendable. It's a little bit tough because, like, you're only going to use one of the gold veins and it's separated by your wood line, but, like, it's in a very defendable location far away. And, what? Hate? I am a little bit perplexed. That's a Koka Township. That's a ninja stronghold. That is something we don't see on land maps much, and it's very particular where you do it. And I am a bit flummoxed as to why you would do it against the Malians. You can burn the houses, you can burn the pit mines, but that's not the point in Sabotage. Sabotage's value is all about burning down production buildings because you disable them. That's wild. Also, keep in mind the Koka Township got nerfed unnecessarily, so I'd say, like, honestly, Koka Township went from, like, a situational landmark on land to worthless because of the change now where the first Shinobi isn't instant. That was a heavy nerf. I don't think people really processed just how big of a nerf that was. This is worrisome. I think this whole idea of burning down the pit mines might seem ideal in praxis, but what you've just done is you've allowed your opponent to guarantee a counter of archery range, and you won't have a quick pivot that counters. So, like, archery range is already in the way. He already scouted this out, right? Or he's about to. So Magic's going to have the perfect read. This is bad, guys. The reason why you go for Horseman first is to force the Donzo, which then forces you Onibagisha and archers. And we said about that kind of like, I counter you, you counter me sort of thing. By going for Shinobi first, you break the counter logic, and it becomes archer first for Magic. Now, looks like it is going to be the Horseman follow-up immediately afterwards, but this means that when you pivot back to Onibagisha, which should be the next layer after Horseman, your opponent already has that box ticked, right? They already have archery ranges. So quite an awkward opening here. And the archer has arrived, so congrats. The Shinobi have burnt a house. The reason why I believe CSO went for Shinobi here is because this is a really good answer against both Donzo's and the Musafati. It's even a great answer actually against Cav. Remember, Shinobi, very squishy, but very, very high melee damage. Now, the idea of Horseman isn't terrible from CSO, right? Because like this is a unit fast enough to engage first, and it means that you have something to tank for the Shinobi. But in small numbers, archers should just dominate this. House is being torched, though. Archer count increasing for Magic. And it is a Rats coming quite quickly here. So there we go. Donzo now ticked. So here's my issue now. Your play is meant to be Onobugisha, but if it's Onobugisha, there's already archers. That's your next step as Japanese. Your alternative is you go for archers. And I think Yuumi can work here. I just don't think he's going to do it. The reason why Yuumi can surprisingly enough work against Malians is because the Javs always overkill Yuumi. The whole idea of Yuumi is it's kind of like it's your disposable backline, I guess the best way to describe it, right? Like they are Zerglings, ranged Zerglings. However, so far I've seen a grand total of 2 players trying to do archery range Yuumi, and admittedly they've been finding phenomenal success with it. I'm just not sure if CSO is one of those type of players. Looks like he's going for a second TC. Really? Okay, that is more interesting. I actually kind of like that idea. Like, Magic has invested in archers, Javs. He's slowed down his escalation into Cal. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, he doesn't even have a ranch down yet. So, in a way, he's hit. The thing that I think makes me skeptical about Shinobi is the cost of this. Keep in mind what you expended instead. Farms. Farms for free, and then wood for free for eternity. But look at what he's now getting with his TC. The boar, the 8 berries, the deer. This is a jackpot for CSO. Good lord. You crafty little devil. You know what? He'd even convinced me that this was some weird sort of all-in play. And I see the full picture, so if I was convinced, Magic also has to be believing that they're just backing off to come back again. Crafty, crafty plays out of CSO. And also additional stone being prepped, right? So we might be looking at more feudal aggression out of the Japanese. It's kind of risky to do multi-TC against the Malians, but once again, considering the delays by Magic and the choices he's made along the way, he has hurt himself here. First ranch is only now coming in. We're almost 8.5 minutes into the game when the first ranches are being added. What's the average Malian timing for the first ranch? Isn't it like, I feel like it's 6 minutes, right? 6.5 minutes. So that's a very big difference in this game right now for Magic. Awesome. Just trying to be a little bit cheeky here. Trying to delay the full boom of houses around the pit mine, which will, of course, slow down the ranches as an added-on effect. But Magic still adding more army. Okay, if he doesn't spot this, if he doesn't snoop out what his opponent was doing, this extra army is kind of bad. Because we can see that CSO doesn't want to attack. Funnily enough, we've got... Wait. What? Has he just gone there to get Spy to wrap around the other side? No, he's waiting. Okay, that's crafty. So CSO, I think, is going to try to attack with the Horseman elsewhere. And then when Magic's looking at that, he's going to walk in with the Shinobi. Still, it's 2 Shinobi versus 10 archers. That's not going to work. You could theoretically stab down a villager and then Shun away, but it would probably cost you a Shinobi, and that's just a terrible trade. Shinobi's cost 120 resources. Getting a villager kill for 120 resources is not great. Okay, so fast castle on the way. CSO in a very good position to win this as long as he doesn't choose that landmark. You know the one I'm talking about, guys. The one we never talk about. Because anytime we have to talk about it, it means someone built it that shouldn't have built it. But in this game, I think it's a pretty good bet that he's not going to go for it. Did he also get all of the Tawara upgrades? Yes. So he has got the level 2 wheelbarrow upgrade, which means these berry gathering rates are better than Deer right now. And Floating Gate is on the way. Daimyo upgrade also does come in. It slows down a little bit. The Horsemen are being clashed with. Magic just hasn't read this at all. But then again, the funny thing about the Malians, and I think this is what really tilts a lot of people and makes them feel like they're quite OP, is even if you don't read what your opponent is doing, you kind of don't care, right? Because if you don't know what your opponent is doing, but you're focusing on your counter boom, you're still winning. Because if your opponent's being greedy, and you're being greedy, the Fulani play is still going to pay off. Magic, although behind on tech timing, he's not behind as much as you'd think. And eco-wise, he's better off. The raw number comparison here is already better for Magic. The moment that Fulani completes, it's going to be even better. Shinobi, try to go in. Donzo are waiting for them. However, these Donzo, even with great micro, Magic knows that there's only so much you can do in this trade. So a 2-for-1 is probably as good as it's going to get for the Donzos. Age up is now complete. And it looks like it's going to be a full switch into Samurai. That is dangerous. I don't think you do Samurai here. Unless this is some sort of elaborate bait, right, where you force your opponent to go Musafadi, because your goal should be to go for the Onobugisha. It almost feels like CSO doesn't think that his opponent will be able to get his tech up as quickly because of all the units he's seen, but I think you're underestimating the power of the Malians. Their tech up isn't far behind, and now you're spamming Samurai into a Civ that has Musafadi that are super effective, or even Sofas that are incredibly effective. The funny thing is you think you wouldn't want to go Onobugisha because of the archers, but you actually do. Onobugisha are incredibly effective for raiding. Yes, the Sofas will beat them. Yes, archers in equal numbers will beat them, but it's never about equal numbers. So I think part of this is just the classic Men-at-Arms logic, where when you go for a tech up first, you get the Men-at-Arms, right? So he's looking for that initial dent, and then on top of that, he's expecting Magic to then react with Musafadi to counter. At which point, Onobugisha, destroy. And now that it's just Samurai. Archers and Donzo are going to move in. They discover the second TC. And Magic right now is like, oh. Let me do the maths. Nope. Nope. It's cattle. I'm better off. Didn't even bother to do the accurate maths. It's just right now, the difference that Fulani makes bests the eco advantage that the Japanese have. Soon, though, it will change. That soon comes with the Daimyo farm transition. That hasn't begun yet. This is still pocket eco Japanese. So although the berries are great, compared to farms with 50% buffed up rates, it doesn't really compare. Are we getting it yet? Second Yoroshiro's here. Okay, so it's not a fake out for Onobugisha. He's actually... Really? There's no way you go Samurai, Mount Samurai here, right? You've seen Donzo. You should presume you're up against Sofas. One-on-one, you'll win that, but there's no way you get one-on-one fights here. This is bold. I mean, Magic is flooding a lot of Sofa right now. Already up to 11 and scaling. These Sofa, by the way, will beat Samurai one-on-one easily. Not even close. It's not even close. The Sofas have been revealed, so okay. What's the choice now? Do you go for Spearman? I mean, it's crazy, right? Because like, if this was just an archery play, you'd have Onobugisha. Onobugisha, by the way, did get buffed. Uma Bannerman now works with him. It would have been pretty effective. Sofas now raiding. So here's the other thing that makes Sofas pretty strong in this matchup right now is this is 2TC play. You're split, right? Your eco is also bigger than it should be at this stage of the game, which means it has to play wider. So Sofas makes a lot of sense when you consider Fulani gives you a lot of food, and it allows you to now spread wide. And the follow-up play is already being prepped by Magic. It's going to be Sofa into Musafadi spam. Perfect read. Just force your opponent to counter you, then switch to another way. Wololo is going to be a whiff here. Only one relic grab so far. Sofa's now raided into the secondary TC. House is the target. Meanwhile, on the back end of this, Archers and Donzos are going to find villagers. So all of a sudden, that eco lead that had been worked hard to be built here by CSO is going to be shrunk down. Less than 10 now between them. And it's going to get even worse. The Samurai being completely ignored. They have not even got enough damage to warrant concern here. No Odachi, no extra melee techs. Oh my god, I can't believe this. After being that many samurai in, he's now only getting the Tatara. This is looking bad. He needs to get the Mount Samurai in ASAP. Right now, it's only the Horseman here, so limited damage to the eco. This is crazy. Magic goes wide onto the fat pit mine. No contest over there. Guarding on the relics in the meantime. I imagine we'll be looking at him switching into the temple himself in the next 2 to 3 minutes. For now, the sofa. Oh my god, dude, this wall. I mean, you get it up, but like at what cost, right? There's been so many troops let through. There's so many sofas still in here. And the answers just feel like they haven't been quick enough here from CSO. Reaching a delicate point as well, because he needs to make a fat farm transition. He's going for a third town center. What? Sofas once again in. Remember what we said, Samurai don't win these fights. No matter how much you try to micro at Magic, will overcome the Samurai, and then you can go after the villagers instead. Turns around onto him instantly, in fact. Oh man, Magic is up against free TC, and he's almost drawn it back to even. What a wild game. I'm a bit worried now, because look at what CSO's finally doing on a delay. He's gone, and please tell me he didn't do a Yorishiro. He's going for Onimusha. Oh my god, it's a Yorishiro as well. Okay, so let's look at positives. CSO does have every potential box ticked, right? These are all triple production buildings. So he can technically react to everything. The question mark now is, when you've got your attention split like that, can you react to everything quick enough? He's up against Musafadi. Onimusha made sense against Sofas. It doesn't make any sense against Musafadi. Sofas break the walls. Flash coming in, so the start of it at least does favor him. But the second group get through. Oh, man. This is just all falling apart right now for CSO. As soon as he closes up one hole, another one emerges. A little bit surprised that Magic wasted time burning these buildings. Remember that the Japanese tend to build a lot more houses because their houses are their mills, right? Are you kidding me? Magic literally just looks and goes, okay. Oh, we're playing a macro game. Let me just get my stone. Hold my beer. Magic, the absolute Giga Chad, sees that he's up against... What is this game? I mean, it seems greedy, but the reality is, like, when is CSO ever going to check on this? When is he going to move out at all? He's not. Instead, CSO continues to be constricted on the map. Little pocket eco's also being discovered. I mean, it's kind of crazy, right? All this effort for the walls, and they are just not complete. You're not safe still. CSO. Also, another thing that's worrying me is, like, long-term gold, right? Like, you know, this is a matchup that if we're talking Hyper Imperial Age, I don't favor the Japanese because the Malis have permanent gold. Infinite gold, a lot of food. The Japanese will eventually run out of gold, so I think it's important sooner rather than later that he tries to strike out into the map somewhere. It just feels like that's getting more and more difficult the longer he waits. Credit to him, by the way. CSO did get 3 of the relics in the end. 2 are going to go to Magic. But it kind of just doesn't make a difference against this amount of gold, right? Secret Sight's also now being locked in. Sofa and Musafadi just feel too quick to always be able to react to, especially when it's triple the troops. 2 sides you have to defend in, and the split up commences. Over on the stone, over on the deer. He knows exactly where his targets are. And remember, any losses CSO incurs here, he cannot build a lead in again. It's free TC on free TC. Magic doesn't know quite where his target is yet. Villages on the stone line have been found, however, and more walls are being broken down. This is so annoying. And no, he doesn't have full discount relics. Look where they are. They're all in buildings currently. He's not using them in forges. In fact, where is his fort? I don't even know if he's put any in forges at all. Oh dear God. It doesn't look good. Frontside stables. Forge is going to be burnt down. Flank again. Dude, Magic's just got his number. I feel like everywhere that CSO tries to move, Magic appears in 2 other locations. And it always feels like this Onimusha are just not able to do enough. I mean, I'm looking at CSO's army, and it looks like a piecemeal of question marks right now. It's all because of the Kolka Township choice. That's why. Because he hasn't got those farms gradually transitioning him, right? Now he's just got this aggressive timing where he has to go into mass farms. You know, upside is he's going to have Shogunate Castle when he does it. Downside is your food is looking pitiful because of it. 1,200 income compared to double. And look at the quality of this army. This is absurd. Mass Musafadi, mass sofas. Magic now moving in. Burn down on the wall. Uh-oh. Oh no. Run. Run faster. He used the Kabura Yard to stand there, so actually his retreat is much slower. Sofas, get in on it. Oh no, this is it. There's no coming back from this. Shogunate Castle is still not ready. He went for the melee tech instead. Musafadi let through. That means the Samurai are going down. And after that, no hopes in hell of standing against this wave. Game 3 will be firmly in the hands of Magic. A rough group stage, to say the least, for Magic. But he's at least able to claw it back against CSO in the end. Oh, man. What a wacky game. A weird back and forth of what I should do and what I don't do. But in the end, the 1-2 pump of Musafadi and Sofa reigns supreme here for Magic. Great read to see what his opponent was doing, and great reaction ahead of what was coming. Shows you exactly why weekend Magic is something to fear. Oh. And I'm not kidding when I say Magic needed this. The rest of the group stage was grim, man. But this is at least a thumbs up for him. GG comes out. Let me know what you thought of this series. Let me know what you think about these games being clustered together on YouTube as well. Do you like it, having them all in one? And I'll see you all in the next chapter. Oy, oy, oy. So that is the CSO versus Magic series. Then what was the one before we done? Apparently, oh, my voice is horrible. Marine Lord versus CSO, that was it. Whew. My voice is angelic? No. My voice is terrible. Nasally. When is it time for community games? Later. Usually after I come back from food is when we do community games. And I think... Did we have another series we said we were going to do? I think there was another series we were eyeballing, right? I mean, we can vote if people want community games sooner. Commie games or tournament games? Actually, I'll do a poll. What to do? Do people want 1v1s, tournament games, or do they want community games? You may begin voting now. 3 minutes poll. Go ahead. Put some music on in the meantime. What civ is good for mid-game? Japanese. I actually really like Japanese for mid-game. Outside that... Depends on your rank. HRE is really good if you're not like Conk Plus for mid-game, because their late game comes in mid-game. What civs would I rate highly there? Roos work quite well for mid-game. Early game as well, actually. Marlians. Yeah, Marlians is pretty cut and dry. I don't think they're the strongest for it. I feel like Japan should have won that matchup, but the build was wrong. Yeah, probably like Marlians, Japanese, HRE. Otto? No, Otto are late game masters. Ottos are weird for people who like aren't familiar with them, in my opinion. No civs that need Rise of the Sultan? No Rise of the Sultan? Nani? Maybe I'll do a giveaway when, if Red Bull will announces Age of Empires 4. Maybe I'll give away some copies of the expansion. Mongols aren't really mid-game masters, they're early game masters. So, how are we doing on the poll? People want 1v1, so you guys are sick of the tournament games, is what I'm hearing. Who have I got playing live right now? Ghoulies playing? Who's he playing? Played a ton today? Which games would you recommend, Core? And remember, we don't just want your wins. We want the games where you look like a wiener too. I just want the good ones. Core wants to be watched. Don't kink shame him. Voldemort. Ooh, you had one against Voldemort. I don't think I saw that one when I glanced last time. Let me have a look again. I must have missed it. So, let's see. Oh, is it the Malian one? English Malians? Is that the one? Also one versus Crackly last night. Oh, where he started spamming Filthy Ibids? Which one? You had a bunch. Dry Arabia, Cliffside, Mongolian Heights twice. Second one. The Cliffside one. Okay. Yes. Thank you, cool. Oh, Abba, okay. Mongolian Heights. Got you. So Mongolian Heights. And your one versus the Goldie Voldy. Huh. Alright, let me update the title then, folks, and we can get into the games. Damn, I love this song too much. The Crackety versus Core continues. God, I'm getting peckish again. What Civ is best for defense than counterattacking? HRE. What you do is total with like outposts and relics. English is usually very hard to like dive, but if you're not attacking early on, it doesn't make sense. Ottomans kind of work for that strategy, I guess. Outside that, I'd say Chinese does it a lot, right? Chinese and Juji. It's usually a little bit less since the outposts don't get discounted by Song anymore. It depends what your definition of defense is. Like, how long are you defending for? Give me a sec. Snacking and opening cause data. Ooh. Never played China? There you go. Time to try China. Just gonna eat this biscuit and then we'll get back to casting. So bear with me a sec, guys. Solo casting always makes me hungry. Duo casting doesn't. Solo casting makes me real hungry. Well, didn't steal your biscuits. I reclaimed my biscuits. You get your terms right, okay? Okay, you guys ready? For some... Oh, wait, I need to turn off the score overlay now, don't I? Turn that off. Imagine ordering food and saying it's ready in 20 minutes, but comes to your door 15 minutes late. I'm pretty sure, like, depending on the app, there's a rule on that, isn't there? The pizza places still do that whole, if your pizza's cold, it's free crap. I feel like they've done away with that, like, 10 plus years ago, because people always found a way to mess with it. Domino's, it's gone. Dude, I'm not surprised. Like, technically, couldn't someone just literally order from across town Domino's to guarantee it would be cold? And then it's like, the other thing that's dumb about that whole logic is, like, most people like cold pizza. So it's like, it's the worst thing to have a rule on the cold rule for, right? At least with, say, I don't know, Chinese food, Japanese food, burgers, you're like, oh, it's cold, I don't want it, right? A lot of people don't like those things cold. But, like, if you had to choose a food that is typically, like, cooked, well, you know, like, you know what I mean, cooked and then eaten straight away, that people eat cold willingly and actually very happily, I cannot think of a clearer example than cold pizza. Such a silly rule. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I think I heard about that, where they were rushing, because they basically, they would get docked themselves, right, because they relied on the tips. That makes sense. My favorite one is like, so just a small story before we hop on this. Like, when I ordered some food from, what's a while ago, but ordered like a kebab, right? And it was the wrong kebab entirely. I like phoned them up. They're like, oh yeah, sorry, bro. We'll send you a new one. It took an hour for my food to finally arrive, right? On top of that, my favorite part was like, you can keep that one. I was like, yeah, no shit. I don't think you want like a cold kebab back. I don't know what you do with that. That's my favorite part, is when they're like, you keep that one on us. I was like, yeah, I think I will. It's like, my favorite one is, you know, if you get delivered something you didn't order, right? Legally, I don't think you would have to give it back. If like the delivery guy just left it with you, legally you don't have to give it back, right? It's not because you haven't stolen. It's just someone has given you something that you never even ordered. It's kind of a similar logic there. Any chance we get some OTD games from the tourney? That would involve people playing Order of the Dented in the tourney. I don't think anyone played Order of the Dented in the tourney, right? At least if they did, it was games that were already covered. I mean, not even Corvinus played them, and he built Temple of Equality as the Japanese, which literally says everything it needs to. Beastie did. Beastie's games were cast, though, I think. At least one of his series, if not more, were cast. If you're talking about Grand Finals Day, all of Beastie's games for the Grand Finals Day was cast by the mainstream. We already cast the ones that weren't, which is the B versus Vortex and the Marine Lord versus Corvinus. Oh yeah, dude, if you order a lot of burgers from McDonald's, usually you get extra. And then like you kick a table when they don't give you enough, right? And then they're very like, oh my god. I've had that before, because I ordered like 4 hamburgers. Alright, should we get ready to go? Alrighty, I've been assured that this is, as they like to say, a dank game. I can't believe I just said that. Good God. Welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. We've got Core on the Abbasids up against Krakeny here on the Ayyubids. That's right. New Abbasids versus old Abbasids. It does worry me a bit that Core said this is a game worth watching. I've got a feeling that he just doesn't like the amount of losses he has that I cast, but we'll find out how this one goes. We're on Mongolian Heights, which means one thing and one thing only. Do you like fish? Too bad. You're living in the wrong country. Both of them are going to go for the dock drop straight away. It makes a lot of sense. 75 would cost for these, and you know the other player's definitely going to do it. So mirror on the wall in this situation. Interesting matchup, actually, because I think I've talked about this before, is that the Ayyubids can't end the game quick enough, the Abbasids are just favored. There's nothing about late game Ayyubids that feels better than Abbasids at all. Think about it, right? Like, the Golden Ages even. Maybe the idea of tier 5 camel attacks sounds cool, but realistically never works out because late game becomes more about infantry. And you're going to be up against a lot of spears, so all your camels feel worthless. There is this small time in the mid around tier 4 where the siege feels good, right? Because with that siege cost, I always compare it to like tier 4 of Golden Age for the Ibids is kind of like having a high armory even before Imperial Age. But outside that, there's nothing that really feels better than what the Abbasids get. The Abbasids, of course, they get a better gathering rate for the Golden Age. They get much better tech options late in the game, right? They're able to inflate their eco in a lot of different ways with their wings. While a lot of the wing effects you get with Ibids are one-offs or very limited effects, right? Like get a few villages or get some wood. Get a desert raider here and there. Cheaper tech up. Get some dervishes. You know, it's not really permanent effects. I'd say the exception is maybe the trade wing has the most permanent effects to imagine here, right? With the health or the unique units you can only get access to for it. But I've got to say, we haven't really been seeing much in the way of trade wings. Most players have just been completely ignoring them. So we're going to do a little bit of speed up because, of course, it is going to be slow ramp up at the beginning here with them both just going for fishing. They're going to be slow on their tech timers, of course. In fact, I'm going to smash that 4 times to get us through this. First minute or two shouldn't really have much action to it. Corp, now prepping the House of Wisdom. Has got up to, what is this? Is it 4? Oh my god. All right, they did make it more interesting. Dock drop coming in from Crackety here. And he gets it just in time. Oh my god. That was one shiv away. And then Crackety says, I'm dead anyway. So screw this shit. What? Oh, does he get another? Come on. He almost had that. Oh, that is the biggest middle finger while dying I've seen. Core, for a second there, thought military wing and then realized we're on water. Trade wing is coming through. What? Is that legal to build anymore? I'm pretty sure you're going to get stopped and, you know, just reminded that you're out at the old people's home. That got retired a while ago, Core. Interesting as well that he's not the one going for a dock drop and influence here. I feel like influence wing, when you get the presentation knowledge to get the cheaper upgrades, would make a lot of sense to block Ibids out, but apparently Core just doesn't care. He says, have your fish. I will be fishing for some trade. Outside this. What? Take a good look, guys. You do not see that often. That right there is the effect of water maps. It looks like a choke, but the reason why Crackety is doing this is a minute and 36 seconds for a tech up on a water map. Quite important for Ibids, right? Because otherwise, you're locked behind a 2-minute timer. You know you'll be slower than your opponent, and all of a sudden you're going to be threatened by demo ships, archer ships, whatever it may be. So it's actually a pretty quick and smart read there by Crackety. I don't think there's any other way you could have played this. It does at the same time hurt that literally your entire advantage of your tech up choice in Feudal is costs you 250 less. And also, by the time you get it, this dock is going to be complete. And unfortunately for him, Trade Wing is only 8 seconds behind him. So Core in a very good position in this game. Already gathering on the stone as well, so you know what he's going for. Naval arrow slits. Admittedly, another reason why Influence might have been better, though. Oh, man. And now what do you do? Archer ship's on the way. Cool. Now just trying to wall this off. You cheeky, cheeky git. He's like, choose. Which one is it, Crackety? Which one are you blocking? Oh, man. I think that actually fully blocks, just like that. Okay. Wait. Wait. Oh, thank God. I've seen so many M posts screw people over. He's fine. Well, this is very annoying. What is this game? It's so many docks. Are you kidding me? Is this going to happen again? I'm surprised he didn't pull the villager to stab him down. Instead, Core, like, what? There's something about these two when they clash. I can't with these games. Oh, you've got one dock? How about I just build 2? Archer ship now on the way. How many docks are we up to here? This is getting absurd, right? So we've got 4 docks on one side. On the other side... 4 on the other as well. I don't think this one's... Well, it'll go up, but I don't think the villager's going to survive the skirmish here. Oh my goodness. What an absurd game. Scout is going to be chased away. So it looks like actually Core has to cancel the dock. Does lose the villager in the end. So in the dock measuring contest, Krakeny will prove that his is bigger. However, Core does have trade. He has full distance trade at that. 69. And there's also dogs down... Oh my dear God. Are you kidding me? Mongolian Heights. One and all. Welcome to Mongolian Heights. There's probably some story behind this. Like, my father was a sailor. When I was young, he went out to sea and never returned. So I built docks so that one day he'd come back. I don't know why Krakeny is Irish right now. This is absurd. More archer ships coming out. I mean, it's just going to be archer spam, but Krakeny is already up to 3 downs. There are at least emplacements now, right? Yeah, so that's the solution for Core. Keep in mind that while this weird contest happens on the water, on land, Core is literally just going trade. So we get to answer that fun question people usually have. What's better, trade or fish? Yeah, I don't think this was a fair game for that comparison, was it? We are talking about shoreline fishing. We are talking about a scrappy affair. This most definitely favors Core. Krakeny is trying to rush Castle Age, though. Trying to find a way out. The problem right now is all these archer ships means he doesn't actually have an answer to the emplacements. And he's losing fishing boats. And Core, wait, what? Nani? Okay, so this seems like Core is memeing, but actually, funnily enough, if he's worried about camel lancers, I quite like this answer. Camel archers have really high base damage. So they're able to actually tickle down. You may have seen this before. Basset players going into camel archers to answer men-at-arms spam. It's really effective, right? Because you just kite shoot, kite shoot, kite shoot. And considering that the Ibid's most standard opening is to either go for camel lancers or ghoulims, guess what? Camel archers cancels out both. And funnily enough, Core knows about this. His scout is sitting here. He sees the racks. He doesn't see units. There's only one reason Krakeny would have a racks here, folks. Even the stables doesn't work. But Krakeny, buddy, you're like... rookie. He's 5 minutes late to the trade party. Guess who's already doing it over here? Chugga chugga choo choo, baby. Core with a full distance trade, already up to 11 traders. And of course, remember the trade wing here doesn't have that same effect. It allows you to get certain unit types. Yeah, fair to say that Krakeny is falling behind pretty quickly in eco. Wait, what's this? Okay, come on. The emplacement play, man. It's crazy as well because Core done this without preservation of knowledge. Typically you do POC because it makes it even stronger. But it just doesn't matter. Just 2 docks split up like this and it means that Krakeny has no answer. And also has very limited fishing now. Everyone on the north side up here. Meanwhile, south side, he's got a villager, but he's not actually fishing. Right? He's not fishing with fishing boats. Instead, Core actually has an opportunity to start booming into fish himself again. Oh, man. It's actually unfortunate how much info Krakeny's given away for free here. He doesn't even know it, right? Core's been a sneaky get. I actually think he should have, because by the looks of it, Core ran past the TC. He was in range of vision. Krakeny didn't react to it, didn't chase the horseman. Now military wing is on the way, and this is where these civs are anything but equal. Military wing is the thing that usually allows the Abbasids to beat down the Ibids. If they get the time to get this online, boot camp, composite bows, all these effective tools destroy what Ibids have to make them unique. The trade has been spotted. Horseman. Camels are coming though, right? Like Camel Archer and Spear, just move over here, you got this. Military wing is still a minute away. Krakeny has reached Castle Age first. And what's he going to do with the trade bags? It looks like it is going to be the Bedouins. He actually locks out. He gets Bedouin, Skirmisher, and the Swordsman. That is a jackpot. I can't believe the fortune on this guy. Someone should rob him. He's probably lucky. Manjanique. Ooh. Okay. So we finally have our answer to the docks. It's not going to be a quick blow up here, but quite effective considering that Core has been relying on a Navy as well. What's Core's comp going to be here? Against these units, I feel like Ghoulims are pretty good, right? Even against Bedouin skirmishers plus swordsmen. The swordsmen have bonus damage versus melee, but they have no armor. So actually, funnily enough, if Core just preps Ghoulims, he's very strong here. It's going to take a little bit of time, though. Military wing finally completing. Explosive Dow. Wait, wait, what? All right. Doesn't get the damage he's looking for. Now both in Castle Age. But this stage Core, the trade is still going on, right? Like Krakeny switched over to slow-moving units, so he's not blunting the trade right now. Walls are going up, so his opportunities to do so are shrinking fast here. And what is up, Angelica? Thank you very much for the raid. You absolute superstar. Hopefully you had a good stream. We're just here to watch Core trade. Maybe Krakeny whip his ass. I'm not sure. Like, I'm never sure. Whenever Core recommends a game, I have a feeling that he won it. Then again, every once in a while, we do watch him get dunked. He's willing to admit that from time to time. This one right now is looking pretty good for Krakeny. Manjanique's to answer out the ships. And that means the trade is going to be vulnerable at this rate. I love this move here coming out from Core, though. He moves up north. Plenty of fishing boats stuck in one area. Unfortunately, the fire coming out from purple should be enough to clear out the galleys, which are the ones that are meant to deal with the fishing and the demo ship play out. Return fire is not going to be effective here. Core not able to get rid of the fishing. Does lose a lot of Navy vessels in the process. And now, with the Manjaniques moving upriver, that should be pushing him off of water permanently here. Trade is going to also be vulnerable. This is starting to fall apart for Core. Like, his army doesn't really instill fear. It's kind of like if a 5-year-old puts on a blanket and says they're a ghost. It's not exactly scary right now. Meanwhile, Krakeny looks like something out of Hellraisers. Ghoulims now added in as well. Trade has been blocked out, and all of a sudden, Core, that eco lead he's built is worthless. It's pretty much all in trade, right? Like, if we look down here, 23 traders in all. So minus that away, and Krakeny is a mile ahead here with the fishing. And we will be minusing that away. Complete cutoff. No alternative either. And wait. He wouldn't. No. He could. Core. Okay, pause that for. Instead, he dives in, he finds the Manjaniques. What? How did this fall apart? Oh my god, I can't believe that. I look away for a second, Krakeny. I mean, traders, I think maybe he spent a bit too much time attacking traders and not focusing on the units attacking him. So Ghoulims and Spearmen are pushing this back. Traders are being sacrificed, yes, but the Manjaniques kept at bay. The Bedouin skirmishes are all that is left here. I don't know if they're going to be enough to hold this. Crossbows also just dealing with the remaining Ghoulims. Alright, I gave Core too much credit. Core, once again, hear me out, buddy. Do it. Because he's doing it. Krakeny is now trading cross-map. You know what they say, you can even have original ideas or you can just steal someone else's, and that's what we're going for here. Krakeny now moving into trade. Makes sense, right? You built the trade wing. Cool. The good news right now is most of his trade is still happening. The bad news is he doesn't really have an army to now defend it. I mean, it's kind of crazy, right? Like, the 8 clicks are kind of screwing Krakeny over. You just saw those Ghoulims. Instead of fighting, they ran after the trade. And I love that Core's highlighted this. Oh my god, he actually got it. He actually got the armor roads. He has +5 melee and ranged armor on these things. The Giga Tanks from Core. I cannot believe that. I mean, Krakeny should have had this game. This should be over by now. The trade shouldn't be happening, but instead, Abbasis just do it all better. Unbelievable. You know, I've memed with people about this before, the idea of the armor and how useful it can be, but actually legit, it's effective here. Especially against Golems. The second strike feels like it just tickles, right? It's 10 damage reduced to 5. That's 50% of your double strike just gone, just dead. Incredible. Krakeny, although he's still got the fishing, I mean, the trade is an issue here, right? Like, he's trying to trade, but what you need to be conscious of in this game, folks, 1, his trade count is not big. 2, even with the extra distance, the difference between them is small, 61 to 81. And then on top of that, because Core is playing the Abbasids, he has got the secondary resource from the Tradewing tech. If this ever goes into Imperial, the picture doesn't get prettier. This is a hard game for Krakeny. And what worries me right now is he's not really pushing forward. He's being pushed back. Core's army has got substantially larger now. Outpost attempt is going to be a fail. Has to vacate the area, so it looks like the walls are going to go up. Core will be able to insulate, protect this trade here. And what does Krakeny really have? I mean, his army numbers are deceptive, right? Like, you've got over here, you've got 6 into Dows, you've got 6 into Baglers, you've got another 4 now going to explosive Dows. His land force is much weaker. Funnily enough, if Core wanted to take it slow and steady, he could just build a Springwood and win. Instead, he is diving in very greedily, trying to get rid of the fishing. Has to be careful. Remember, those are demo ships, Core. Another thing to always remember here is in this matchup, you're anything but even. You're talking about boot camp. That extra 10% HP when you're doing the same units means that Krakeny is actually just further and further behind. Dude, this game. I actually can't believe this game was decided by the arm attack. This might be the first game where truly the armor tech has defined the winner. Legit, I think this game would already be over if it wasn't for that tech. Incredible. I wonder if Krakeny realized it in the middle of the game as well, if it was one of those things where he reflected afterwards and then opened the game and went, oh. Because it's the type of tech you just forget about. No one rates it highly. But apparently now we have a reason to. Extra melee armor and ranged armor also coming in. They're up to 6 armor. Now, Foundless rules have been built that we talked about, so Navy is not going to be safe here. They're going to die fast this as well. And wait, did he really mass Manganiques? Are you kidding me? Krakeny, no! Wrong comp, buddy. Wrong comp. Moves towards the river. Springholes getting their shots out up against the Manganiques. Shots come in the back. He does splinter one. Mistakes made there by Core. Overshot on one of the Manganiques, and is going to lose both of his anti-siege because of it. However, front side of this fight looks ugly. Krakeny doesn't have enough to defend. The wrap round to the back. The Manganiques are going to go down. And a heavy cost for Krakeny. Demo ship comes out. Press the button! Oh my. I cannot believe that. He could have saved the Manganique. He could have got the kills. He could have got everything there. Instead, the demo ship panic for Krakeny is not paying off. Rams trying to move in now, at least going to be cleared up. It is going to be a reset from Core, but behind this, the trade continues uncontested. Boy, oh boy, is a big 49 traders now. I actually can't believe that demo ship. The difference that would have made, the cleanup speed and then the push towards the trade that he would have had there. But that delay buys time, critical time. Core now on his way with a castle that will close the gap. Practically nowhere exists now that the Ibids can sneak in on this trade. Oh man, this game is getting harsh. Trade on the other side is just not impressive. 18 traders in total for Krakeny compared to 52. Oh, Dervish? Wait. I mean, I guess it's just charity at this point. Like, I don't feel like Core really cares about these relics, per se. Kraken's like, maybe I should convert the traders. I would love to have 5 armor traders. Unfortunately, he's standing here underneath an outpost, so I don't think he even gets away with this relic. Oh, man. What a tough game. What is Kraken's out here? Core can probably just go Imperial Age now. Right? Like, he's actually macroing for it. Are we looking at... We're probably just looking at Eco Wing here, right? I don't think you need it, actually. Like, even... Maybe just go for the... Okay, he's going Eco Wing. I was going to say Culture Wing can be nice for the cheaper techs, but... I mean, this just guarantees you're never getting outscaled, right? Eco Wing keeps you a mile ahead of the Ibids in the late game. And I genuinely wouldn't blame Krakeny for GGing out the moment he sees the tech up. I don't know what you do in this matchup now. You have to fight and win, right? But the castle makes that impossible. The walls delay you too long. There's just no way you can really dive now. It's quick enough here. Oh, minute away. Should be the moment of revelation here. Krakeny is definitely not macroing up for Castle for Imperial Age. Even if he was, it would take him 2 whole minutes here. And I don't really see the Reinforcement Wing saving you. Maybe Growth Wing if the game goes late enough. But once again, you're now up against Eco Wing, and that's going to have the powerful improved processing here. Not to mention agriculture, that's always going to guarantee the Abbasids ahead of you in Eco. And also keep in mind the fishing's now running out, right? So with the fishing running out, the real number of troops, of Eco rather, that Krakeny has, you have to minus 17 off of. So Core is basically 40 Eco ahead. Where are you all going? Like, what? That is such a weird route. Okay, I'm not sure why that's considered quicker, but sure. You know what? I don't know. Has anyone else thought this would be interesting? I thought it'd be interesting if you could actually draw the path you want your traders to take. So, for example, if you want to do snake trade and not be seen, if you were allowed to like set a waypoint here and then trade into here, right? Because you're losing gold actually, but like the creativity that can still would be cool to see. I guess most people don't want it because trade usually feels quite OP. I'm just imagining someone creating like a little maze and finding their way through it in a very subtle way. Rams now on the flank from the Ibids. Well, Krakeny hasn't called it yet. I respect it. I don't know what you're going to do, though. I guess one big oorah, right? Might as well. The problem is Shard Triggers is already in the way, and that means you can't win off a siege. Core also now prepping hand cannoneers. It's like, get back behind the walls, you idiots. Trevs begins sees the keep. This is not quick, though. Anything but. And the problem not being quick here, folks, is what's building up behind this. Also, the other problem is if he dives in and A-clicks these traders, good God. They aren't going to die quick. Rams are being blocked here. Looks like the few Gullums are being cut off by the Horsemen, but that will not stop a breakthrough of the wall here. The stone wall behind from the villagers is ambitious, to say the least. The main assault comes at the other end. Trade about to be cut off here. Core is going to have to contest this soon. Keep down fire. Villagers. Guys, can you work? Guys. It's going to fall! Let me go! No, please. Just repair it. You're fine. Stay calm. Imagine. Oh, that looks so underwhelming. Hand Cannoneers and Horsemen are in. Manjaniques are undefended. The demo shivs aren't reacting. Not that they'd be able to do anything now. Keep is going to fall, but the army already went in. And the fact that he just leaves the traders to defend themselves says everything about how far Core is ahead. Demo ships come out, but that is not a great trade. Killing 3 or 4 Horsemen for that. Spree was now sniping out the remaining of the siege. And although Krakeny does still have an army at each end of the trade, what really matters is the quality that's now coming down the center. And Cannoneers out. I mean, they don't care. Demos aren't going to kill him quick enough. Big shout out to Craft coming through with the sub. I appreciate you, buddy. Make sure you use your primes, folks. You don't want to miss how this one ends. Trade has been cut off and cut down. They are now even on Eco. But still, an entire age of difference here is the difference that matters. Crackety, I think this is it. He has no food. Like, he hasn't set up farms. He's ran out of fish. He's on deer. That's going to run out soon. He has 265 food income a minute. There's simply no way back from this. Core will remind us all graciously that trade is OP, but hear me out. Have you ever heard of Armor? Armor good. Armor's great. 7 melee armor, 6 ranged armor traders. They force the attention of the army. They take too long to die. He loses all the siege. And that's before we remember that this game was defined by that dive by Crackety, where he idled out his army on trade for too long and took a poor engagement in the first place. Crackety, for him, the armor caravan rather, has been the absolute bane of his existence in this game. And now, it's time for Core to end it. He marches north. I mean, I don't think he knows about the trade, so I imagine he's going to just march into the base, right? Demo ship comes out, but... Oh no, the button's not working again. GG. Wait, why does he have 4 military? Rogue? Has he got a transport ship? Wait, what? Why did True Traders show up as military? Wait, what? Is there something special about these traders? I'm going to look away from that now. I'm confused. GG comes out. Core will take the dub. I mean, it feels appropriate after the flex win that Crackety got last time on stream. Well played, Core. You cheeky little trader. Oh dear, oh dear. What a tough one there. Man, dude, the armor genuinely did matter. Not even a meme. So, just catching up on chat, because I think I saw someone mentioning something about the chat box UI. Really? Because so far, every time I've asked, everyone says they like it. They actually enjoy having that chat box there. I don't think it really blocks out anything necessary. Like, any info that needs to be highlighted, like farm cluster or whatever, usually we say, right? Outside that, the only time it's ever mattered is when we're doing, like, infinite upgrades. Otherwise, it's a very nice thing to have there because, in my opinion, it's mostly a dead space area of the screen. And it's a nice way to incorporate the chat without intruding elsewhere. Ban civs from getting food from trade. Yeah, and while you're at it, ban fishing boats from getting food from fish. I mean, come on, who eats fish? I don't know what your problem is, Crackety. To me, it made sense that they had food on them because with all that armor, they were quite meaty. Hey, there I'm just gonna self-five myself. Press Q, it never happened. Sounds like you set the fuse wrong, sir. Yeah, his market was admittedly way worse. Yeah, that was big Sag. I was like, come on! Detonate! And they just walked away and then... Oh, God. Alright. Someone mentioned the Beastie free-for-all. Shout out to Mr. Munch who mentioned it to me before. Have we got enough time for that? Wait, Mr. Munch, isn't your account just called Mr. Munch? If it was Mr. Munch. Oh, sorry, it's the Mr. Munch, right? Yeah. How long is this going to be? My feeling is the free-for-all is going to take quite some time. I don't think I have enough time. Because I'm going to probably go eat in about an hour. It's like, I've said this before, it's why I think free-for-all maps are way too big for free-for-alls. I don't know, well, imagine a bunch of you have been seeing, like, the free-for-alls we've been doing here. I actually think, like some people will say the micro maps are too small, sure, but, like, I would say, even if you feel that the micro maps are too small, there is no way that large maps aren't too big. Especially, like, the first 20 minutes of free-for-alls, in my opinion, usually feel like they just could not exist. I feel like I'd cast more standard free-for-alls if I could, like, watch the replays and just click 20 minutes into the game instantly. Because with rare exceptions, not much happens other than everyone trying to eco-boom up. Okay, so... Do we get a free-for-all running before I go and eat, or do we do more 1v1s? I'll put the poll up. Two-minute poll. Yeah, like, I mean, even if it's an action-packed one, I can't cast it right now because I'm going to eat in about an hour. Don't worry, though, folks. Basically, what I do is I put up a game for you guys to watch while I eat, and then I come back, and typically what we do in the evening is we play some community games. So no need to leave when I go to eat. We will still be streaming. We'll still have plenty of content. So what do people want? 1v1s? Okay. Okay. Need to find some point this week to maybe stream some Stormgate. Would be pretty fun. It's a bit laggy on my PC, actually, I've noticed. My PC's trash. So, let's have a look at Gams. See who we can cast. So, opening up the leaderboard now. Oh, wait. Vibing music. Do we look at more of Mr. Crackmeister? How about Killjadi? Did Killjadi play? Oh, Weekday Magic's been playing. Who is Bubbles? I keep seeing this name around. It's NA, I just don't know who. Oh, he played one game. Boo. Be more of a no-lifer, come on. So, Voldemar... Who did he have? Oh, I forgot. Boulder Bay is in rotation, isn't it? I legit forgot Boulder Bay is in rotation. Voldemar has a ranked game on Boulder Bay. Who else did he have? Had a bunch versus Corvinus earlier. Chinese versus Iobids. French versus Order of the Dragon. Why would you pick French? Why does anyone pick French? Let's do that one. Voldemar versus Corvinus. I'm curious. There must be a reason to pick that Civ, right? My brain is just like right now, it's like, why not just pick John? Lost your stream streak? Naughty, naughty. Gotta be tuned in every time, dude. Okay, let's see. Is it Himeyama I think we were looking at for the Order of the Dragon game? Oh no, that was the Chinese Ibids. So, the game we want was it on Gorge? Yeah, Order of the Dented versus French. A curious one. One sec, just quickly making a note, then we'll hop in a sec. Okay, there we go. Is it a live game? No. It is a game they played, I think, early today, so a few hours ago. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, let's pause this and get into it then. Whew. But yeah, just like to quickly go over what I was talking about with people before. Look where this overlay goes and you'll see what I'm talking about. This overlay has literally been designed so it doesn't hide any critical info. because in most cases, like you can argue that farm count and maybe that one example like dot count could be handy, but for the most, these details are like the only thing that's gonna like that's literally the only thing that's gonna get hidden. So whenever you click on another unit, if you have a look, the bar always shows. So really tried to emphasize that. The reason why it's a little bit higher, by the way, is otherwise the circles on each age would show. Guy who had a problem's already gone? Yeah, probably. I don't know, just like I'm double checking. I think like I like to check a few times to make sure if people like enjoy it, right? It's like checking in after a while to see if it fits. I think it's good, like personally. Like I quite like what we've done here. And then if we ever get any sponsors, it also gives me a nice little area for that as well. I'm not sure about using it in tournament games. I'm still weighing up whether I like that. That's the area I might disable it in. But even then, like I said, I don't know. I quite like it. It's my damn stream. I do what I want. Goddamn whippersnappers. All right, let's go. All right, want to know? Welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. We have got a game from the ladder here between Corvinus in the red playing as Order of the Dented. And I don't know if Voldemort dented his brain or something. But wait, do people pick this still? We've got the kid playing as the French in the yellow. No, really, do people still play this, Civ? Je dis le français, ouais? Say no to the baguettes? I mean, I'm just double checking. It's not a random. Voldemort, for some reason, wanted to play the French. It's kind of interesting, right? Because I feel like a lot of people just aren't interested in French right now because Jean kind of just feels like a better French. With the one exception being if you want a TC boom. I think like the negative of that element is that if you want to TC boom, if your build is to TC boom, your opponent knows what you're going to do then, right? Like if that's the only reason that why French feels better than Jeanne d'Arc, then they are going to play as if you are ecoing. The only other argument for French right now is shoreline fishing on Frisian Marshes. But Frisian Marshes isn't in pub matchmaking, right? So it's not even a possibility for these players. So curious to see really what Voldemort has in mind and what's driving this choice being made by him. So scout-wise, looks like it's going to be a 6-6 split, about as even as you can get. That's perfect here. Order of the Dented immediately move out on the deer. Love this out of Corvinus. This is great. Like it seems a little bit bold up against the French, but he's not going to age up yet, right? And even when he does, you could easily have one spearman out here able to hold back French knights. That's just how powerful Order of the Dented are. At least on an individual unit basis. Oh, jackpot. I'm wondering what TC options we've got here. Voldemort could play quite wide. I think this deer on the backside doesn't feel great for a TC drop, but up here does, right? Deer plus the boar, if you kind of situate it right. You could even try to like draw the deer and the boar into the corner for a perfect corner camp. So the logic would be that you bring your scout up here afterwards, you shove these deer in, and then you'd aggro the boar towards the TC, then you short wall, and no raid from Corvinus can do anything. It's probably like the most efficient TC corner I would have ever seen on this map. I've got a feeling it's probably going to give something a little bit safer, a little bit closer to home. First of all, though, tech up on the way, School of Cavalry. God, what a weird feeling this is. My brain is just being shook right now. I'm just not used to seeing 5 villagers run up a School of Cavalry after the experiences of Jean these days. Other side of it is going to be something I am used to seeing plenty of. Order of the Dragon are going to be coming out with the Mindwork Palace. How does this play in Feudal Age? Because I feel like Archer plus Spearman just dominates French Archer Knights. Maybe if French play the free Holy Elements, right? You go Knight plus Archer plus Spear. Can be pretty effective. But I'm not sure if you want to do that into Feudal Age Men-at-Arms, right? This is kind of a funky matchup, isn't it? At least if you play into Jean, you force the Order of the Dragon to make these trades where each individual unit that gets counted is worth a lot of XP. But you don't get that playing as the French. So really, you just need eco afterwards. Let's see. Yeah, so interesting question being like raised in chat about not being sure what happened to the French, why they got overshadowed. The reason why they got overshadowed and other civs didn't is that the French versus Jean, there's not really any downside to playing Jean compared to French. There are, but they're small, right? There's the villager production speed, which is the biggest edge French get. And then there's cheaper drop-off buildings. That is it, right? Like, there is, of course, the keep influence, but I'd argue that Jean has a more beneficial version of that, right? With keeps costing more now, influence on the keeps feels more worthless for the French because you can't afford as many in a game. So use them as some sort of production booster doesn't feel great. So if you're going to do anything but greed out, Jean feels better. And the wild part is you have to realize that the French and Jean are all about aggro play anyway. You want to be offensive. You can't be just greedy, predictably. Like, you can get away with it. We've seen plenty of games where French players go 4 or 5 TCs, whatever it may be. But if you get into the game, it's similar to why Iabids, with their broken tech timing previously in the previous patch, didn't have an 8% win rate. If you get into a game and you know what your opponent is going to do straight away, you can prep to counter it. Jean doesn't let you know guarantee what she's going to do. You have to act as if she's going to be aggressive, and that's an advantage in itself, right? But with the French, in most cases, you just look and go, okay, he's either TC booming or I'm going to build a lead. And right now, Voldemar is not TC booming. He's just going 1 TC all in. This is problematic as well. He can't raid in, right? Outposts are already in place. That's going to be an issue for him. Needs to get into the Blacksmiths quick for the Undermesh. Instead, it's going to be the Archer follow-up. Oh, Korv, he has no interest in hanging around, folks. We were actually wondering if this is going to be like an all-in feud play both ways. Instead, it's going to be a fast castle build out of Corvinus. Yeah, this is getting kind of awkward. Knights aren't great at breaking these static defenses. It's even worse up against the HRE/OOTD because they can repair them. And Arrow Slits might not seem like it does a lot of damage, but considering you have 190 health Knights that only have 3 ranged armor, hits pretty hard, right? 10 damage on that Arrow Slit shot. How many sheep did we say got in the end? Still got 9 to work with. Other side of this, it is going to be 11. So Corvinus has a lot more runway underneath his TC as well. He's not going to burn out anytime too soon. The problem when you're kind of lurking like this is it's very obvious you're building towards a dive. And Corvinus is very calm about this. Some players might panic react and drop a Rax plus a Spear or 2. That offsets your timing. Much better just to get the upgrade in Age. Because until Voldemar has, say, 10 Knights, he doesn't want to dive this. What makes it more annoying, these timings are really skewed against the Order of the Dragon because of the limited villages they have. Their villages are better, ergo they take longer to produce, ergo they are more garrison efficient. Right now, Corvinus has 23 villages and enough garrison spots for 25. If Voldemar tries to dive this base right now, it doesn't do anything. It idles, but idling and losing Knights in return doesn't feel great. And also Steeled Arrow coming in. I love the fact that Corvinus is prepping this just in case the dive happens, right? So he's ready for that very dangerous moment that could be approaching. Fortunately, Voldemar doesn't see it here. So the one upside was meant to be that Corvinus couldn't afford production buildings, but that Straggler Tree is his saving grace right now. It's going to get him what he needs to get into probably his stables here. Makes a lot of sense, right? A Gilded Knight could do a lot of damage up against the French Knights. Voldemar. Well, now he's playing Pocket Ecos. He understands what this game is about to become. He's about to be raided. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a TC. He doesn't have a Castle Age on the horizon. He has nothing really going his way here. What do you do? I don't think you can naked Castle Age here if you're French now. You probably just have to get Siege Engineering and look for an inn, but like ramming these defenses feels terrible. Corvinus is going to be the stables we talked about, so yep. With this amount of gold, he's prepping for the big boy Knights. Also, considering that Voldemar tried to go for an all-in feudal timing, he doesn't have an ability to contest relics either. At least not by taking them away. He can guard them, but the problem against these Knights that are now going to come out from Order of the Dragon is if you split up your troops to guard each of the relics, these Knights will come in one by one and take you out. Oh boy. And the Prelates are going to sneak out unguarded. This is close to a GG type feeling, actually. Hate to sound defeatist about it, but like, there's not much you can now do in this type of game. You could try to recover on a second TC, but then you're guaranteeing eventually 4 relics go up into your opponent's hand. First Gilded Knight has finally been queued up. They're very expensive. That's why it took a while. 280 food, 200 gold. Plenty of gold to get additionals here. There is kind of like a weak point where if Corvinus isn't able to break out the base soon, he will run out of food. But 1 or 2 knights will break out, and he already has perks going the other way. So it looks like it's going to be a snipe on the return. So, wait, was that the scout? Okay, so he knows that something's happening around here, but sneaky Corvinus with the wide arc here doesn't reveal himself too early. And Prelates, while he runs east, have now moved out to the west. Oh, this feels terrible. To split like this doesn't feel good. Now this wall makes it so difficult to dive underneath the TC, but you're reaching a stage where if you don't, Corvinus is just going to run away with the game, right? He's at a stage where he doesn't have enough garrison spots to protect everyone, so now would be a good time. But considering he has 21 villages underneath this primary TC, that's 75% that will be protected. And Voldemar feels threatened about the idea of throwing away any units right now. Prelate waits in the tree line. Oh, man. And now the Gilded Knight is going to spring the trap. That is an unfair fight. Oh, man. Wait, what? The rally? Even worse. Is Corvinus going to try for the wall low? I don't think so. At the same time, Voldemar now can't turn around for the kill. Knight's taking too much damage, so first relic is on its way home for Corvinus. Second one did get sniped out on the south side. But it's still closer to Corvinus' base now. And finally, Voldemar is on his way up. Royal Institute is coming. So you know how sometimes we see Royal Institute and it gives you an ability to end the game? This is more about being able to exist in the game. Without Royal Institute, these Gilded Knights are too tanky. He needs to get as tanky as possible to have his own French Knights contest. Another thing that does tend to make Gilded Knights very difficult as well is when you charge in, you get that bonus damage for 5 seconds, right? It's very difficult to kill a Gilded Knight in 5 seconds unless you completely overwhelm them. So it means you lose that damage buff and all of a sudden you're no better than a standard knight. I love this from Corvinus. It's a very strong element of Order of the Dragon play, right? Is this focus fire that comes in on units and how long they last through the damage means that you can be very optimal around healing if you get away from the fights. Now Rax is being set up behind. Oh, does anyone remember earlier today when we had a game between Marino and a CSO? And in that example, it was Royal Institute playing to Bloodlines. And I said, the only thing that Chinese need to counter this is Spears, and then it falls apart. It's the same here. If Corv just gets a line of Spears together now, Bloodlines is kind of worthless. I think it's actually a big part of why a lot of players prefer to go towards Guildhall. Because if you go Guildhall, you have longevity in the game. Your ceiling is just so much higher. If you go for Royal Institute, you have one fight to justify it. And if you lose that fight, game's pretty much over. Gilded Knights breaking out the base here. Spearmen are getting upgraded to be prepped for behind this. These Gilded Knights, by the way, the damage they do. No textiles. Voldemar, this is going to hurt. Wait, what? What? Okay, it's still going to hurt, but it should have hurt a lot more than that. I don't know what that was from Corvinus. He cancelled the charge. So, Voldemar, I mean, he should be counting his lucky stripes. That should have been 8 eco kills. Only 4 in the end. I'm still a bit puzzled about what happened there. They just cancelled the charge. They walked away. It looked like a misclick on maybe on the mountainside. He accidentally clicked on the gold instead of the villager. Either way, Voldemar at least escapes from the scrape with less bruises. But now, because he's drawn all the knights back to this side, Corvinus is going to go for the relics. And that's the third one, folks. So this could very quickly escalate into a 4-relic game. Voldemar still waiting for that upgrade. Royal Bloodlines coming through in 15 seconds, but already Spearmen are being prepped to defend. Arbitrary switch is usually quite nice, but even Gambus's doesn't feel great here. These Spearmen hit a lot harder than standard Spears, so although Gambus's kind of looks like it turns Spears into memes, I think Order of the Dragon remains the exception to that rule. Right? Like, look how high your base damage is. You hit for 14 already. Archers. I'm going to just go off the spears here. Funnily enough, they are going to begin charging in. Nice stab down there. Arbitrary going to be targeted by the Gilded Knight. If you do not kill this Knight... Oh my god, he's not going to get the kill. They're just so tanky. Villagers are going to be forced away by the archers, but the fact that the Gilded Knight lives after this means that's going to be a full HP Knight next time you meet. Oh, man. Nice. Once again, roaming in. This time, I'm actually going to hit the goal properly. On top of that, Voldemar is running out of safe resources. Wallow's going to come in. Nice pushback here by Corvinus. Dive on the gold is not going to achieve enough here. Spearman coming in behind. This means the Knights have to leave. Voldemar not able to find that critical strike. On the other end of this, villagers now running out towards their doom. Corvinus. Oh my god, he knows. He understands perfectly well. And here we go. Villagers out in no man's land. Corvinus slow on the reaction here, though. Turns for it now. Now they're even further away from safety. A wall-up attempt here, but it's not going to be quick enough. The Gilded Knights get in, and the villagers are in trouble. Oh, man. Voldemar, so many going to be going down to this. Spearmen are on the way, but remember, these are Gilded Knights, and those Spearmen are only feudal age. Sick raid by Corv. All of a sudden, the eco lead within 8 of each other. Remember, over time, the French have been scaling up, but now look at the death, 6-13. All of a sudden, Corvinus now, even with the Knights prowling around, is able to play out onto mid-map resources because Voldemar, he can't turn this into a raiding game anymore. He needs everything to defend and get rid of these Knights. Meanwhile, Corv, I think we both know what he's up to. Is he going for an all-in spear? Okay, I thought he was going for Imp. This looked like an Imp macro for a sec there, so it looks like he just kind of mis-macroed on the gold count. I mean, you can win this in either feudal, in Castle Age or Imp, I think. Like, going up doesn't necessarily hurt you because Voldemar has already been dented. He doesn't have a great military force. Funnily enough, like 10 Spearmen, 4 Gilded Knights is enough to just protect the Palace of Swabia if Corvinus wants to target that now. You know what my favorite part about Gilded Knights is? You might notice that earlier, whenever you watch Gilded Knights chase after, like, little Knights, it looks like they move slow, right? It's weird, because Gilded Knights are taking bigger strides, but on the same animation. Like, so it's the same speed, rather, but, like, you know, the animation looks more flimsy. It looks slower, right? Whenever I watch Gilded Knights compared to French Knights, whatever type of Knights, I always look at them and I'm like, man, am I on, like, half speed? It's not. It's just because they're bigger, their animation had to be slowed down because their unit is technically, like, moving more distance, right, than a knight is in each stride of the cav. Just a weird detail I've noticed. Like, look at these guys, and stop moving. Now look at these guys. You see what I mean? They're the same speed. They just don't look it. Gilded Knight's now prowling. He wants to reach the deer, right? He blocked out the berries. He understands the next location Voldemar has to go to. This is so annoying because you have to send so many troops just to cut off this many Knights. Easily can still get cut down. What? Wait, what? Oh my god, he's peeling him one by one. I mean, I know you're yellow, but there's no need to be a banana about it. Like, the way he's getting peeled in this game. Voldemar, despite the fact he went for a raw institute play, he only has 10 Knights. They are not faring well. Spearman stabbing it again. Inspired Warriors tech just proving incredibly effective here. Knights try to roam in once more, this time in the Prelates. Langstack now added in by Corvinus, though. And oh my dear god. Now, these did get buffed, by the way. The Gilded Langstack now have 10 more health than they did previously. It doesn't sound like a lot, but considering the size of Voldemar's army and how much he already is going to struggle to kill everything, that's the difference between reaching for a swipe and dying just short. And that would be 26 damage in an AoE. Oh, Relic attempt is going to fail. Oh, come on. No. Kill it. Please kill it. There's no way he gets away. Are you kidding me? 13 health on the Gilded Knight. Send that back to base. Kisses Boo Boo's better. Someone's asking, how many JD Knights does it take to counter 4 OTD Knights? It takes approximately 2 Johns to beat 4 Good Knights. Actually, that's pretty accurate. Divine Restoration, right? If you mean like standard like French Knights, if you talk about French Knights, because remember we've got not Jean for once. Royal Bloodlines should make it closer on the count. I don't think it's exactly double. It's maybe like 1.8 times to beat Gilded Knights. That's a good start. Because remember, you've got Cantled Saddles. Actually, it's more like 1.6 times with the Cantled Saddles and Royal Bloodlines. Like, probably even less, I'd argue, because you've got 310 versus the 400. You could probably get by with, say, against 4 Knights, going with, I'd say, about 7. Could work quite well. Unfortunately, that's assuming that they are going to fight you. They probably aren't. They probably don't need to. Alright. Voldemort. I think we're reaching the point where you either go in or you die now, right? Like, the farms are fully set up. He's never running out of food. He's not coming out. You need to go in. Good Knights. Not reacting. Like, Voldemort? What? Oh my god. No. No way. Not like this. Spearman get the brace out. Good Knight stand their ground. We're in the Lang's Neck right now. They're going for the eco! Voldemort! Can he do enough damage here? This is probably the one opportunity he's going to get. A lot of Knights go down. The Arbitrary are going to stand here, though. And it looks like the Lang's Neck wasted all this time. Voldemort! He could do this. Dude, the timing on this, I can't believe it. Corner sent too many troops north side. Spearman coming out, though. Army's going to have to chase onto the extensions here. Moving out on the flank through Corvinus. And Knight's not able to find the economy. Corvinus has dodged him entirely. Now the reinforcements will be cut off, right? Like, that's a good fight in the base for Voldemar, but what's happening behind this is an absolute disaster. Spearman and Lang's Neck tearing him apart. Big swipes coming in. Those Arbitrary not able to stand up against this. It looks like the raid does find a keep in the end. Corvinus, he gets the clutch defense. He recovers his own eco area. And although his production's been shut down, the reality is the army is on its way to shut Voldemar out permanently. Dude, what a crazy read there by Corvinus. The timing on getting his villagers out just in the nick of time there. Voldemar, I mean, he probably knew it was kind of a bit of a gambit. Maybe he expected more resistance, but that was probably the best opportunity he was going to get. But now that the Lang's Neck have reached him, goodbye, sweet prince. Sleep well. Sleep permanently. No hope against this. The Zonderhaal is just too strong with the bleed effect. The Spearman tanking way too much, and Voldemar is done with this. He's going to tank the loss. Corvinus, able to get the W or the dented, and Voldemar reminds us exactly why the only reason you should be playing French is because you randomed. Oof. That was a tough one. Okay, so I've got time to cast one more before I eat. Let me have a look and see what we've got quickly. After that, I'm going to go eat. I will come back afterwards to cast more games, so don't worry, you don't need to go anywhere. When I come back, the goal will be to do probably 2 or 3 community games. We have enough people, so definitely stick around for that. But let me have a look here and check the games quickly. Please, Dev, save the French. No one ever thought they'd say that about the French, did they? Oh dear. One unexpected thought there. No one ever thought that they would actually think that the French needed a buff, but here we are. They sent Jean to save... Well, the funny part is they kind of killed French when they sent Jean, though. Okay, so I'm just having a look, see if we've got something of a different spice to cast. Has Cat been playing? No. Not in his main anyway. So... I always forget who Affinatoy is. Dude, I'm somewhat tempted to do a shorter stream just to allow this to recover, but at the same time, I'd feel bad to not do some community games. So I'll try to get back and host at least one, if not two. Maybe Matisse. Who's the Eternal? Oh, they're pretty high, pretty low ranked. Ooh, how about Faye? What's she got for us? The Queen of Papega, as I think she'd describe herself. Because every time I ask if she had some good games, she says the Papega games. What's happening here? We're casting some pub games, and then we're going to be doing some community games afterwards. So... Oh, actually, Core had another game. I forgot about that. Core had a game versus Voldemar. That's perfect. Let's do that. He had... Was it Boulder Bay? No. It was Gorge, right? It was. English versus Marlins. Wait, what do you mean ready? She literally said ready for 5. Alright, food is ready, guys. In that case, what I'll do, let me pull up a game for you guys to watch. I'm gonna go eat, but don't worry, there's gonna be entertainment on this channel, so do hang around. I encourage it. When I get back, we should be doing this 1 or 2 community games is the goal. God, like I said, part of me is tempted to just like let my throat recover, but whatever, so we'll be fine. We'll do 1 or 2 community games at least. And just a reminder, anyone can play in those. So basically, when I come back, I'll ask people to put !join with the name in the chat to be able to chance that. So it should be fun. But for now, let me get a game ready so that I can go eat. And then when I come back, more fun live action. So just having a look. Do I play one? Do I show one of the games that just went live on my channel, or do I show something from behind the curtains? Hum diddly Let me check. I don't know. How many people actually watch my YouTube videos? I feel like a lot of the people that watch live probably don't watch the YouTube videos. So maybe I'll show you one of the YouTube videos that went up a few days ago. Unless... Oh, we had that amazing Beastie versus Recon game. Or... Sorry, I'm a bit quiet because I'm looking through to see which would be good. Oh man, we are like the look. You guys want Louis versus Voldemar, or do you want Beastie versus Recon? Beastie versus Recon, English Mirror, probably the best English Mirror I've ever seen in like over a year. Or Jeanne d'Arc versus Byzantines. They're both actually very good games. Maybe maybe Louis versus... Let's do Louis versus Voldy. Okay. So, I'm going to go eat. When I come back, we'll be doing some community games, so be sure to hang around. I'd love to have everyone being involved in those. I love that we start to get more and more people turning up. And we'll probably come up with some crafty modes. I don't know if we'll do the level up one. That got a little bit snowbally. But maybe another infinite upgrades. We'll see. Either that or we'll do some bounty everything. I love bounty everything. It's so fun. But for now, enjoy the fun of this game between Voldemar and Louis. Absolute banger. This one truly did deliver, folks. So hopefully you enjoy it.
Oh man, we are like the Louis fan club. Or are we the Voldemar fan club? I just simply can't decide. Maybe I'm just a fan of all these new civs. Welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action, folks. For a showdown on Himeyama between Louis MT, my coffee boy from China, playing on Jeanne d'Arc, up against Voldemar in the yellow, playing as the Byzantines. Now, I should probably clarify why I'm calling Louis my coffee boy. And it is because every time I know how to find him by the fact that his icon, his profile picture, is a coffee. And, well, he must actually have quite a lot of caffeine injected in him for how many hours he sits up and plays, actually. Because I think he usually does like 7 or 8 hours at least a day. And boy, is it paying off every time. I mean, this guy is consistently parking himself at the absolute top of the leaderboard. Louis MT, who right now, I believe, is 6th on the leaderboard. He has not moved lower than that. Oh, sorry, he's down to 10th. Oh, right, he has moved lower than that. But I don't think I've seen him once outside the top 10 on this account this season, which is pretty bonkers. It shows you the talent this guy is made of here. Well, Voldemar, on the other hand, Voldemar has been struggling a little bit. I think that the issue with Voldy right now is a lack of time. But once he's able to put those hours in, I think we're going to see the kid rise up like a phoenix again. And, well, he's already doing something incredibly different with the Byzantines. When have you ever seen a single Byzantine player go for the central pond? I'll wait. I'll wait. Someone right now is going to put the hand up in chat and be like, I done it. I'm like, okay, but did you do it against the Chinese prodigy? Right? At the high ranks, I've not seen anyone do this. And I agree, against Jeanne d'Arc, it is weird because against Jeanne d'Arc, and I don't know why I've got double chat box there. Apologies, let me fix that. Against Jeanne d'Arc especially, it's kind of funky, right? Because you're essentially just setting yourself up to give XP over, right? Like it's similar to Mongol logic. It's similar to being against Japanese, right? These are civs you don't want to do this against because the Japanese, the shinobi's able to do things to block you out of roles and goals. For the Mongols, if you do this, then they have something to burn down and get paid. And you have to think of Jeanne d'Arc in a lot of ways like the Mongols. Probably appropriate for a lot of people because I think that is the civ that frustrates most people still to this day. I think a lot of us have flashbacks to the outpost rushes. But this idea that anything you leave dangling is something they benefit from, right? That's the thing that Jeanne d'Arc heavily has in common with the Mongols. Bar the fact they both have hero units that respawn. It's more about the fact that they both will punish you for not protecting what you invest in. So we'll have to see what Voldemar's got in mind because one big problem with what he's invested in delays your feudal age timing. The upside, at least, is keep in mind that with all these Jeanne d'Arcers doing this, building the landmark up with one person, just Jeanne, despite the fact she's quicker at building, it still means a slower tech timing. And it means there is an opportunity for Voldemar to catch up. And if he rushes feudal age and gets an archer ship out here, all of a sudden Jeanne d'Arc can't do anything about this investment Voldy's made. So I have to see how this one plays out. I honestly think that the solution right now, like when you are seeing that your opponent's doing this, what Louis should be doing is pulling Jeanne and building an outpost. You'll get a lot of XP from that. It'll block out the fishing play. And you can even, eventually just set up the School of Cavalry of normal villagers at home, right? And use Jeanne as this kind of proxy-based builder. We've, in fact, seen that before from a few players on this map. I think we saw Recon do that sort of thing. I mean, it was a very questionable School of Cavalry in the center of the map. But it shows you how you can get your XP through building something other than the landmark. Voldemar, there we go. Yeah, I love this from Voldy. 6 people to build this up. Usually you'd be doing 4, right? But like when you go fishing, you can afford to invest more villagers into constructing your landmark. And it means you close the gap. And if you think about the timings in this, Jeanne d'Arc's going to have no advantage. By the time she techs up and levels up, Voldemar should already start producing that archer ship. And it's only going to take 25 seconds, right? So I expect maybe 15 seconds where Louis can try to make a move. But it's going to take him about that long to reach this lake. I'm actually wondering if Voldy tries to go for a Droman instead. I mean, I haven't tested this too much, but like these Dromans are kind of underwhelming against Springald ships. But against land forces, they could be pretty effective with the AoE burn. I think it does still apply AoE. It at least applies a fire to the floor similar to the Rams. Here we go. Attack up complete. Look at this window. Look at the limited time Louis has to utilize. And wow, he's going a Hunter again. All right, so we cast Louis once today already, and he was already doing Hunter. So apparently this is a day of experimentation here. I don't think this is the game for it, guys. He just built Hunter Jean against Hippodrome. I'm surely, did he not scout this? That's wild. Wow. And you know, the other thing I'm thinking here is, like, did he do this because of Limitane? Because I'm not sure, I'm not 100% certain on this, but I do believe that the shield wall works against Divine Arrow. So you won't do 40 damage to a Limitane, right? You won't do 45 rather. You'll do 22 or 23, I think it rounds up. If that's the case, then this is even worse of a choice than we originally imagined. Now, Louis is at least going to go for that second TC we've seen him do before. Seems to be a big fan of this when he goes for the Archer build. Voldemort only investing in one Horseman so far. Maybe considering a fast Castle Age if he can get away with it. I mean, right now, food, gold, wood, he's holding on to a decent bulk of each. He's going to go for the racks because he did see that he's up against knights, right? So you need to naturally defend yourself. But the Horseman wrap around the back is about to get some vital info about what Louis is doing. Louis, who, by the way, did go for spears himself. There you go. You see two people on stone. Alarm bell should be ringing right now. Voldemort. Oh. Oops. Well, he's alive, but no, he's not. He goes down. However, despite the fact he did lose a Horseman, he should now know he's up against multi-TC. So I think from this position, Voldy, like, there's two choices, right? You either punish the 2TC or you fast castle. I feel like fast castling is a lot better here. Outposts are being built up on this gold as well. We'll force that knight away. Now extra knights are being layered in by Louis. So Voldemort has to balance his eco between adding in Limitane and also making sure that he gets towards that tech up. And I just realized I didn't do predictions for this one. Apologies, folks. We'll have to wait for the next one. Look, before anyone blames me, there is a mod in chat that could have done the prediction. Just saying. I like how no matter what game I cast, I keep up the habit of blaming production. It's a good one. How much fish have we got left here as well? There's quite a lot of lifeline to this with the way he stacked it. Yeah, so he's got about half the fish left at least. And remember, that's also extra olive oil. That's where practically all of his olive oil has been coming from. He's finally moving across the berries. So Voldy, I imagine we're looking at a Merc House getting dropped in the next minute or so and some troops being invested in. Oh no, the timing on this from Louis. Well, the Limitane are coming, right? So technically, with the Spear plus Knights, I think that Louis should be able to get this up. I can't imagine a world in which he doesn't. But it might cost him one or two villages. Spears have now arrived. TC being built. Upgrade coming through. The Limitane had not been upgraded yet. So Voldemort has to back away, realizing he's up against the Feudal Age Spearmen here. It's just not a fight he can win. That's a fair point people are making. Jabs could be very good against range on. True. Longbows could as well, though. And I think longbows give you more of a ceiling. Jabs limits at you, right? They kind of handcuff your late game potential. Like, if you ever think this is going late game, you're always going to go Western Contract. It's a matter of whether Voldemort thinks he can end a lot earlier. I think a lot of players like to go into Keshiks when they have Hippodrome, and that also can make a lot of sense against Jean. It's just heavy cavalry, right? But Voldemort... Wait, is he going for his second TC? No, he's going Castle. Okay. I was like, where are we going right now with this, buddy? It is going to be the fast castle build. Golden Horn Tower on the way. And this is where he needs to commit to a contract. One thing I'm not a big fan of is when people don't have a Merc House before they complete this tech up. Because what you're doing, I mean, you've got enough olive oil already. On top of that, you need to research the contract. Otherwise, you're missing out on free unit production time. So I like that Voldemort is adding the Merc House before the tech up completes. Meanwhile, he raids around the back. Louis does have the defenses, though, so shouldn't die to this. And keep in mind, like, compared to the game we watched earlier, where Louis had this very aggressive, fast TC timing, this is kind of underwhelming, right? Like, we're now 9 minutes into the game when that finally goes up. He's already 4 eco behind, right? The difference, the fishing. So you haven't seen the power of the second TC yet. And now, it's going to be an entire age behind. Now, we have seen that the Hunter Jean can do a decent job up against these fast castle builds. I think the difference here to what we've been seeing out of Ottomans, though, is that this build has focused some aggression onto the field. It just hasn't been greedy. It's balanced it. And well, it is going to be that Western contract we talked about. I think it makes a lot of sense here. I genuinely think people overthink the Keshik choice with Hippodrome. The issue with going into Keshiks with the Hippodrome play, it just makes your army one-dimensional, right? Like, you have Cav already, and you're saying you're going to add more Cav. Where does it end, right? Like, all you're saying is, please build spears and kill me. This is much better. You get the premium Lombos for the early mid-game, and late game, you have the power of the Streltsy. Spin pushing this away. Archers are finally being added in by Louis, but keep in mind how late this is now, right? You're going to be up against Lombos, which will be upgraded. You're going to be up against Limitane. I know as people highlight the Langsknecht, the reason I don't talk about Langsknecht, I find Langsknecht to be by far and truly the most situational unit in the Western Contract. I would say if we had like your build priority, right? If you took the games where Western Contract happens, and let's say it goes 30 minutes plus, you're probably looking at like 55% Longbow, 35% Streltsy, or 30% Streltsy, and the remainder into Langsknecht, right? I give Langsknecht a little bit more than I originally was there, because sometimes the game can't reach Imperial Age, and people just build Lanks because they don't want Lombos. But it almost feels like usually what happens is you build either Lombos or Streltsy to just dominate the fights, and if you're up against heavily armored units, and you're not an Imperial yet, then you just shrug and say, yeah, sure, let's get some Lanks. Push back here. Armies arrive. Louis trying to punish Voldemar for this tech up, but keep in mind the Varangian are already starting to come out here. A little bit of greed from Voldemar. He did prioritize going into the monastery early. The Lombos have hit the field, and this is where we should see the veteran contract prioritized here. Interesting strategy, by the way. Voldemar, it looks like he didn't rush towards the veteran contract because he wanted additional Lombos. Makes a lot of sense, right? Against this comp, you don't want to be spamming Lanks. If you spam Lanks, they're just going to headbutt a Lance and die. It just doesn't make sense. So getting that backbone of Lombos, a lot more logical here and a lot more powerful. I think we should be seeing it coming soon. He's just got the gold. He needs to work on the food. There you go. Queued up. So veterancy coming through soon. This is a little tip for people, that, by the way, to use the Golden Horn Tower like this. Like, you can only start producing the other unit types as you unlock the contract. So if you want to intentionally constrict your choice to the earlier phase units, this is a smart way of doing it. Trace coming out. A push back against the army here. Limited Limitane and Varangian. This is a bit early for Voldemar. I think he misread the situation here. Starting to get cut out. I mean, those spearman numbers are getting low, right? Looks like he does snipe out Jean, so well played there by Voldy. That's the big find. And that might scare Louis away. I think that's all Voldemar wanted. So that makes a bit more sense, right? Like, it looked like he was trying to go for the GG push, and I think that would have been a GG the other way. Instead, it was just about getting rid of Jean. He forces the reinvestment of 250 gold to get her back instantly, and then backs away knowing he's now got a bigger eco lead. It's like pretty smart read by the kid. Look at the amount of Lombos coming next for the Dane. He's about to have another 10 in the next 30 seconds, right? So he's going to double his Lombo army in less than a minute. We already saw what one layer of that can do. Louis, who is still probably 3 or 4 minutes, probably at least 4 minutes, actually, I'd say, away from level 3 with Jean. This is difficult. This is also a big part about why people don't do Hunter Jean, especially against Byzantines that have Lombos. I think if you're building Hunter Jean against any Civ that has more range than you, Javs, Lombos, you need to be so offensive. You cannot just go for this double TC play, or this is what's going to happen. Oh, it just continues to poke and prod. And remember, like, this is so easy with just this many Lombos to kill Jean. You do 10 damage right now. That's just over 2 flurries of arrows to kill her off. With Undermesh, it makes it free. But still, it's a quick death for her. In fact, even these Knights die quickly. The Silver Hat's just a little bit too strong. Jean moves in range. And immediately regrets it. Does get 2 pumps out, but in return, the fire comes through. Jean down again. And I do believe buyback is still on cooldown for, yeah, another 30 seconds. And that means the TC's in trouble. Louis, I don't think he can defend this. That means not only is he going to lose the TC, he's also going to lose that consecration charge, of which you have a limited number at this stage in the game. So very expensive. Even losing a few villages on the exit. Great micro by Voldy. And now, with just a 6 eco lead, an entire rage behind, Louis is in trouble. And well, I say 6 eco lead. Remember, 1 relic's already been banked. 2 more on the way home. Voldemar is only getting stronger from here. Louis is going to have to answer it quickly. This is sick, actually. I love the way that he's leveraged Lombos at the start of Castle Age. It's kind of weird, right? Because Lombos are seen as this feudal age powerhouse, right? I've always talked about how, for the English, the first 6 Lombos are more meaningful than any other Lombos that come throughout the game. But what Voldemar has done here has been very creative. This Castle Age build, prioritizing into Lombos, The fact that he also went Hippodrome, baited Louis to open with Spearman to defend. He didn't prep his own archers to counter. He didn't put as many knights on the line as maybe he could have. Voldemar, essentially just feeding false information across to his opponent, is now ready to close the game. This is going to be a keep drop. And Rule Institute is on the way, but I mean, he's going to make a mark here. Voldy, there it is. Castle drop right next to Louis' base. Sacré bleu. Just kidding, it's green and yellow. Woo-wee. Although right now, Voldy should be singing black and yellow because he has that much swag. One's going to swagger straight under. He decides he wants a more aggressive keep. I love it. I mean, he's got the window of opportunity. He does need to be fast. This hesitation does leave an opening, but Kite Shields is coming through for Voldemar. He's under the primary TC, but villagers are just spawning and dying. More being sniped here. Louis losing additional. That castle, it is going to go up. Now, someone's highlighting that it doesn't do that much, but I think it does. It shuts down double, make that quadruple production buildings, or at least hurts anything coming out of them. On top of that, it's a staging point now. Voldy can build siege behind this and end the game. This is an incredibly strong defense because of the way he's going to use it as a follow-up. Limitano continue to chase in the meantime. Lombos going after Sean again. Oh, I love Voldemar's approach to this. Perfect counter found. Wait, why is the priest here? Voldemar, the relic's back this way, buddy. Looks to get protected by the army. Crossbows now also being added in by Voldemar. Longbows have overextended slightly, so it looks like Voldemar end up throwing them away. I'm a little bit surprised by how deep he chased this. The Limitana did get baited a bit, but even with this force dying, remember, folks, he now has a keep drop in his opponent's base. And that means his opponent has to play more risky, and Voldemar's going for another castle. Oh, he's like, hey, you know what? You look a little bit undefended there. Let me let me set up more keeps. This is so dangerous, by the way. With the way that he just took that fight and lost the entire army, this is a big risk. But funnily enough, look at the vision from Louis. He doesn't know. Langstek also now added in. Because you're now up against Castle Age Knights, right? So Lombos aren't valuable anymore. Your opponent shouldn't be going archers more. More likely they're going to go towards Arbitrier, so building Lombos is a disadvantage. Lanks just naturally makes sense with Olival. And this is what I was talking about, right? When you're stuck in that limbo of Castle Age against this type of comp, you will build Lansk. Solely because Lombos have just lost most of their value. Keep going up though, and there's that Siege Workshop we talked about. So Voldemar, I would not even be surprised if this is Rams, because right now, with double keep drop, how do you stop him? In fact, folks, here's another thought. He just double keep dropped. Whoopsie. Didn't mean to do that. He just double keep dropped right next to all the landmarks. That's crazy. Oh, man. I'm not going to switch like that again. Apologies. That was fuzzy. Lanks. Oh, my God. 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 No, 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 no. Don't run past them. Oh, the worst way you can run away from Langsnecht. They are having a field day right now. Well, historically, they were used to murder peasantries. They're now fulfilling their role, their destiny. So many villagers dead. Louis now has lost his eco lead. He's trying to dive on the other side. Does find some trades, but nothing close to what we just saw. Lanks even getting it on the archers. What? Louis getting completely outplayed by Voldemar in this game. Looking like a headless chicken. And wow, with the swinging of those Langsnecks, it's no surprise that everyone is headless right now. Oh my God, Voldemar on the precipice of victory here. Trebs are coming out now from Louis to try and counter this, but check what's on the way. Springel's already being pumped. Springles that can dive here because if you try to walk in and counter them, it's double keep fire. Now, villagers do need to be pulled by Voldemar to keep this alive. Keep in mind, keep in mind, we're 20 minutes into the game. He ran villagers to the enemy base, and he's now only getting wheelbarrow. Springel's moving across, though. I mean, he could just force these back, right? Louis, he got a bit too close. Jean could go for the snipes here, but it's difficult. Yeah, she gets hit about as hard as she does damage to that. Still, surprised that Voldemort isn't trying to repair this. I mean, he should be able to gather some stone and make this happen, but this feels way too slow. So he won the castle, looked like it's going to go down. I feel like Voldemort has slightly misplayed this now. Like, what is happening behind this? Because it's not like a multi-TC approach. There aren't many olive groves. It's still more of an all-in approach coming out from the Byzantines, but this castle has been completely forfeit. I mean, it done some damage, it delayed a lot of production, it found some value, right? But now you're down to 1 keep to protect this staging point. He's going for 3 spring walls. I feel like you have to actually go in and dive now. If you lose this keep, this investment, these spring walls, the Siege Workshop, all of this is for nothing. Well, School Cavalry, after a very, 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 very painfully long time, is dead. Archery Range is going down as well. Spring walls are moving in. Horsemen and Knights are on the way, though. Voldemort, ooh. Wow, baits the Knight in. Dude, Keep Fire is so strong at this stage. I love how we always go back as a community, back and forth, saying Keep's OP or underpowered, but they're looking like an OP defense right now. The Matane do get the pinch on the Horseman there, forcing him back. Looks like it is a Jean's Rider play, so we got level 3. Louis did go for the Jean Riders. Makes a lot of sense in this game. He's already seeing crossbows out in the field. On top of that, he needs everything he can to try and kill the siege. Villagers are repairing this second keep. Town center being heavily sieged. Remember, Louis has not got a backup TC, so even if the result of this siege from Voldemort is just the town center dying, it does mean that Voldy is going to build an eco lead. Spring on Spring action here. Parasiphon is in a little bit of trouble. I feel like Voldemort needs to get these trades and favor him quickly up against the Springolds. Neither of them have greased axles, right? No. So I think Voldemort, the play here would be to go greased axles just to get that kind of a quick approach and pull away. It's burning down though, dude. Voldemort's going for victory. I don't blame him, right? Because the treb count is escalating, or should be, right? And if it's going to escalate, then eventually you're going to lose this keep. His win condition, his win window is right now. Now, he can fall back, though it doesn't mean he's going to lose the game if this castle falls. But it does mean he'll be stripped of the best opportunity to win this game, here and now. Even the range units just actually adding in a bit of damage. They're like, we're so close! Just finish it off! Voldy behind this has to be setting up more farms, right? No, he's playing Pocket Eco to the end of the world, right? Like, he has still got Deer over here. He exhausted everything. I mean, this is really impressive what Voldy's done, because although Louis holding on, he's had to go farms. He's going to have to go for a lot more, because even if he breaks out of his base, most of the resources that he'd look to help him recover are gone. The limited foods are all being taken by Voldy. Louis, just having to circle around and see what's happening. Spiral count is now slightly against Voldy, right? Like the... Wait, he's building a mango. Rogan? Interesting when you're out Springwooded here. I mean, he's... Okay, there you go. The other Springwood was hiding. So 4 and 4, he needs to get the good trade. No greased axles. Bad open to the trade. Really bad open. Also, there's a repair guy here, right? So Louis getting further away from losing that second CC. Flash comes in, Limitane break through the front side. The Horseman can't get around the back of it, but this trade out. Springles all going down from both sides here. However, the Limitane are lasting so long, folks. Castle did go down, but Voldemort bought enough time, has a big enough army now. And even Jeanne d'Arc is in trouble. Divine Restoration is going to be pumped. Limitane just need to touch. Remember, this is not your cleave form. She can't run into the range line and clean them up. Instead, archers and crossbows on the backside of Voldemar's formation are the only ones doing the cleaning. Yeah, this is looking close to done. Louis, he doesn't have the food income to rebolster this. Also, because the Springles died, the Mango now is free to do what it wants. I say that. As long as it doesn't die to a single... Please don't die to a single board. Don't die to... Voldy. Voldemort. Alrighty, 60 XP! Easiest farm of my life. But don't worry, it goes both ways. Both sides losing their Mango. Both sides down to about 10 military now. But a world of difference when it comes to their economies. Not that it's going to matter if Voldemort keeps building siege unguarded. No, 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 you can't do that. No, no, no. Please. Louis, with 2 horsemen, has killed 3 siege weapons. Oh my god. Thank god it's not going to be 4, right? I mean, well, there's another horseman coming. Voldemar now in full retreat, because the Jund Riders are coming as well. Oh my god. Louis, what? No way. What? Voldemar's still producing them? Oh my god. That is so much XP. That's insane. I can't believe that Louis just clutched back from this. That Voldemar, like, still eco ahead, right? He's got a 4th relic on the way home. I don't know why he doesn't have 5 relics, by the way. It seems like a bit of a whoopsie. But he's eco ahead. He's got several more villages, 7 in fact. However, they are in dangerous territory, folks. And, well, Voldemar, I wouldn't say this army is that scary. There's enough archers, enough horsemen here to take it. So they could try to take the reinforcements. Cataphracts now coming out from Voldy. Wow. I can't believe this game right now. I mean, Louis, he was like 5% likely to win about 5 minutes ago. Now we're at almost a 50-50. Louis has made a miraculous recovery, folks. And now it gets scary because Voldemar is going into the Unlimitane strategy, right? Well, that requires a lot of food. And right now, I'm seeing a lack of farms to support that. Voldemar finally adding in more, but remember, the reason why he's looked so good for a long time is because of those pocket resources. The finite food on the deer, on the berries. They're all gone now, or about to be. Meanwhile, Green, Louis, he's been prepping for this moment, right? He's already up to 21 farms. He's made the hard hold. Now he's ready to push forward. We'll be taking out the dock. Makes a lot of sense. It's giving 1 a lot of vision, 2 an opportunity for demo ship play. Don't want to have to risk dealing with that. And a pullback now by Voldemar. Shifting behind and setting up walls here. So he understands that he's now lost his constricting point on Louis in this map. Yeah, I'm a little bit puzzled in some ways by what Voldy done with this double keep play. I think the double keep was fine. I think letting the first keep go down for free was a little bit of a whoopsie. It felt like he had opportunities to get Springald advantage, and then when he had it, he didn't push in. Like, I think greased axles is something that often gets overlooked in these type of stalemates. That would have been the big difference maker, to be able to sneak in and snipe trebs. If those trebs went down, I think Louis would have been screwed, because with limited gold access in a game where he was being pushed off the pocket resources, he wouldn't have had the resources to make this type of recovery. But ifs and buts, right? And this isn't about cookies and nuts. We came here for Age of Empires 4. That always makes it feel like Christmas. Army getting big now. Louis getting strong. He didn't go Guildhall. That's one important thing to always remember here. However, he's massing out on horsemen. Royal Bloodlines could be quite desirable here. I probably don't see it coming out. I mean, it's kind of worth, like, I think Royal Bloodlines, half of its cost is worth it for Jean alone because it affects her so much. And you have enough horsemen to make up the rest of the factor, but I'd be surprised if he invests too heavily in horsemen here, considering the comp he's up against, right? Lagsneck, Limitane. It feels kind of neglectful to keep pumping horses. I think the only reason actually right now Louis is pumping this many horses is because of the lack of gold access, is that knights would be too expensive. Men-at-arms also require gold he doesn't have. So people highlight the issue to pump Chirosiphons. The problem with pumping Chirosiphons is, oh my god, what? Why are you here? Wow. Voldemar, after holding that Eco Leaf for so long, it gets thrown in the gutter. Holy crap. He's actually doing this. And well, I was about to answer about the Chirosiphon fort, but that can wait for the post-game. Because we might be close to it. Clash coming through. Voldemar charges forward. Mangonel smashing into him. Oh, sorry, Trebuchet smashing into him. Louis has to bide his time in this fight. Remember what we said. He's using horsemen as a front line. That doesn't work very well against Unlimitane. Jean could summon the riders, but right now it wouldn't really count for much. Divine Restoration, love the use of that. Getting in deep and min-maxing it for the back line. And now when he peels the fight like this, Voldemar, it starts to look a little bit more loose, but still the Langsneck mixed in there, it's the difference maker. It pushes Louis back behind the wall. But does it kill him? That's really what matters here, right? Now that he's behind the wall, even though you've got Limitane, you're up against mass ranged. You're going to lose a lot of troops before you break through here, and that might be enough to push Voldemar back. Jean does get chased down and killed off in the meantime, but the wall is going to persevere. Voldemar now having to back up. Hopefully his farms are looking a lot better now. Yes, indeed they are. He's up to 27. But a second TC has now been added in by Louis. Louis is also up to 24 farms. And he started to carve out chunks of the map to go for gold. So it looks like Louis is slowly clawing his way back in this game. And that is a bad sign for Voldemar. Louis finally able to afford Ordnance Company. This is where you start to make some big savings. Admittedly, you will need to rebuild a school of cavalry for that. But even in other areas, right, the wood and gold savings on these siege weapons is going to be huge here. I can't believe this game. Dude, this game is crazy. I mean, I thought this was just going to be like an uploadable game because of those keep drops on itself. But now we're looking at a miraculous comeback. The raw numbers, I mean, they don't lie, right? Like, this is neck and neck. Food a little bit better for Voldy, but other resources better for Louis. Whew. Second TC is in there for Voldemar. Unfortunately, doesn't make up for all those villager losses, right? And that was a recovery TC after those losses. So he is going to remain behind Louis. The relics really are his edge here. Funnily enough, I don't think, yeah. Voldemar never scouted this relic, and he might suspect that Louis grabbed it. Well, he's going to now. Monastery has been dropped. You know what else is being dropped? Imperial Age. Voldemar teching up now. Louis isn't anywhere nearby, by the way. Like, he's actually a mile away right now. It'd take him probably about 3 minutes if he stopped producing and just gathered and then built to get there. So this is a dangerous time right now. Voldemar, he built the walls up to cover this, by the way. This might look greedy, but remember, he double layered his base. So although it may seem greedy, he actually did the correct play first. He's also adding in longbows. So what we just saw from Louis, where that defense worked because of the wall, that's going to happen the other way now. Another issue for Louis, right, is that because his entire army is ranged, it's not exactly quick to break through walls. Voldy now prepping a heavier force here. More cataphracts coming out. And this should be Unlimitane, right? Which means Palatine's school is just going to churn out so many freebies here. It's going to bulk him up to military mass that matches Louis. Louis, he's starting to hoard a little. He wants some damage before falling back for a tech up. It makes perfect sense here. This is usually what you do, right? It's like, you don't just say, oh, he teched up, I'll tech up now. You've got an army, you know you have a lead. Use it. Starts to march in. Because that break through the wall. Voldemar cannot give too much breathing room here. Otherwise, his opponent will wrap north and south here, right? So it's all about balancing this choke point. Crossbow Stirrups is also coming in a minute and 10 seconds. Voldemar, like, this would be the time to strike. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, he has toggled over. Dialecticus is being activated. Limitane upgrades coming in 8 seconds. Voldemar now with the military mass lead. He must feel it. He must sense it. It's the Mangoes, though, right now. He hasn't got a siege workshop at home. He hasn't got shutter triggers. So he's finally going to actually start pumping them quickly. But without shutter triggers, it's kind of difficult to just breach the Mangonel line. Also, keep in mind, if you're relying on just one of these Springwalds, Divine Arrow does 100 damage at this phase. So a Springwald shot plus a Divine Arrow from John, your siege unit down. Voldemar allowing a lot of his base to go down here. He's just waiting for the final upgrades. Shot trigger is now being primed. Dialecticus toggled in. I love what I'm seeing out of the kid here. He's so on point with using the systems. He's switching over constantly to get the upgraded speeds. It's such an important element of using the Byzantines to their fullest potential here. Louis now taking up with the Red Palace on one of the sacred sites, and here comes the clash. Voldemar marching forward with the Limitane to push this back. Cataphract is tanking everything from the Archer lines, and finally is in. Limitane clashing. Jean is going to get a lot of XP out of this, but she needs to be careful about her position here. Oh my god, oh my god. How? How does Louis get away with that? I mean, I don't know if he fully did, right? Siege goes down, army's being pushed back. Now, this is going to be close to level 4 for Jean after a fight like that. And he has got Imp coming. but a lot of troops lost, and now, because Voldemar held back the Lombos, he can start plowing out with full force. I mean, he's literally just throwing away Limitane. Langstack every once in a while getting a hit in. Voldemar now moves the entire army forward, but this is where you push out in a rush. You don't just hang back. If you hang back, you lose this game. Because the thing that is an issue right now, a red pass has been set up on the Sacred Site. If that happens on the south, there's a constricting win condition for Louis now. Voldemar marching forth. He's basically got everything right. The final thing to come in is going to be the elite contract. Then we're probably going to be looking at Streltsy. Streltsy against Arbitraire that can just dominate those fights. Especially considering that most players don't use Arbitrair's Pavis because of the start-step nature of range formations. It means you don't have a very big range lead to make up for the damage difference between Arbors and Streltsy. Voldemar looking to breach. Forcing the fight. Arbitraire upgrade is still a mile away. 40 seconds could feel like a lifetime here. Break on the wall. And a charge forward. He drops the shields. The charge in. Pushing them back. Lombos now in range, rather. They are veteran, but they're about to become elite. And Jean de Blast coming in from the flank. The savior of the French. Scared away. He's playing a dangerous game here, actually. Louis just really out of position with Jean, but I love what he's doing there, right? The marksman shot's now 150 damage. This means you one-hit any siege weapon you touch. Gonna be hitting them pretty much for free, right? With that range damage reduction. Oh, Voldy's getting played. Voldy is hard getting played right now. Oh, I love it. Remember what I said? Screw melee form. You get late game, this is what you want. Jean de Blast markswoman form with 7 tile range. Able to dunk harder than Kobe ever could. Whew. Oh, reset. Voldemar. Oh. Okay, this is intriguing. We've got Numeri coming in. And by the way, people say it's kind of lame. I disagree. I think if you want to kill Jean, just build bombards. Like, I'm not even exaggerating, folks. Bombards destroy Jean. All right? 10-pin Jean is a very fun sport. Because they do siege damage, anything that does siege damage doesn't get affected by the range reduction. So there is actually more counters than just Spearmen here. The problem right now is Voldemar just keeps building Mangoes and Springolds. Spearman's Mango shot's going to come out. Horsemen do run into their death. Now, if he can just move these Mangoes up, it's going to be a dominant fight for him. Lombos need to back up a little. Jean de Blast coming through. Has got one more Divine Arrow. Mango shots in. Robotiquin, what? Wait, what? Louis. I mean, it's smart, right? Against Limitane. It's incredibly smart. I mean, you do range shots, right? Which means half the damage is reduced. But remember, it's 42 damage times 12. So shield wall doesn't really help that much. Yeah, I don't see the problem here, guys. If you want to beat Jean, it's pretty simple, okay? Just, like, learn to hack and DDoS them. I don't see the issue. I, for one, welcome our new Overlord Jean, because what it means is they'll eventually add in the nuclear demo ships that we used to have to balance it out. It's fun. Keep in mind he had to get here, by the way, and this was not easy. Voldemar, however you feel about this and feel about Jean, let's be conscious of the fact that Louis had to claw his way back in this game, and it was not an easy feat. Robotiquin now being pushed back. He's going to be taken out. Voldemar now has the lead. He's got his mangonels that are completely uncounted other than Jean, right? But Jean reaching in can be dangerous. Now the Limitane gone, though, it's her time to shine. One shot. Mango, return fire, but not as impressive here. Jean about to get another wallop to send the way of the siege. Divine Restoration pumped and a chase in. And Voldemar, I think he's struggling due to the lack of full production here. Now, it does look a bit rough, but keep in mind behind this, Voldemar is starting to build Streltsy. If those numbers get high enough, it's going to crack this fight wide open. Horseman still wrapping. So much siege has died in this game. This is insane. The amount of Springolds that he's just thrown to the wolves is kind of crazy in this game. Still not a single bombard. Voldemort has to keep backing up here. Leaves a few longbows behind to slow down the formation. It looks like there are some flank attacks coming in. I love the way that Louis hasn't touched Knights for the last 20+ minutes, and it doesn't even matter. Horseman's just such a smart read in this game. Looks like we're going to get the Akratoy coming out, though, so villagers will be able to defend themselves somewhat. However, Akratoy running out real soon, and more Horsemen coming. Good thing that they've got the Spearmen nearby to defend. Okay, Louis needs to ramp up the pressure here. This has been a really good start to the late game for him, but he can't just sit back. The problem that I'm seeing coming from Voldemort is starting to get Streltsy. He is continuing to pump those Limitane non-stop. He's even now adding in Horsemen, and right now, Louis has 0 solutions for Horsemen. Not just Horsemen, though, remember. These are going to be Triumph Hippodrome Horsemen. They haven't got biology, but even without that, they're incredibly strong due to the buffed up damage. So Louis, he might be walking into a trap right now. He does start to see the Horsemen. There should be alarm bells going off in the brain of the Chinese player. The Visas do get dropped. I don't think you can stay here. I mean, Louis, he probably feels like there's no point really backing up, but you're about to get swamped. Even with the Gambesons, the power that you get out of these Horsemen can be huge. Voldemort, funnily enough, actually has prioritized the Limitane further. Who am I kidding? Why do you need Horsemen when you have Limitane? That is so dumb. These guys are meant to be doing 22 damage. Right now, they are doing 9 per shot. Now, admittedly, the Limitane aren't doing much damage due to the Gambesons, but don't worry. Streltsy are here to answer for that. He chases in. He chases back. Louis back towards the choke point. Voldemort now with the military lead. And more Horsemen now on the way. But the problem for Louis is if these fights happen in a choke point, Horsemen are irrelevant, right? So that's a key detail. Where he fights is going to matter a lot here. I think if Voldemort gets up to 30 Streltsy, this is almost unkillable. I like to see the fact that Louis is now going into Mangoes. This is also where Jean d'Arc Marksman is going to be a lot better than Cleave mode. You can now protect those Mangoes by sniping any anti-siege that comes out. So Voldemort, the question now is whether Louis is going to have enough front line to protect the Mangoes. Because right now it's just crossbows, right? And that means Limitane could just run in and go straight for that siege. Reach the walls here. Visas are going to be dropped, so these Lombos, these Streltsy doing a lot less damage, but still, Streltsy, although it's less damage, they hit so hard already. 35 per strike. In fact, correct me if I'm wrong. Wait, Voldemort doesn't have a university. Okay, he does have a university, he just doesn't like learning. What? Where? He got Incendiary, he never got Elite Army Tactics, and he never got Gunpowder. Now, I kind of understand Elite Army Tactics. I mean, it's good for the health, but not so much for the damage due to Gambesons. Still feels like it's worth it, but considering the Streltsy mass, the Gunpowder feels like a huge loss here. Still, it's going to clash in. Kairos Life is now being added in. Voldemort in quite the big lead. And keep in mind, that issue we talked about still hasn't been answered. Jean d'Arc can't tank the front line on her own, and that means there's nothing really to protect the siege here. Mango's starting to walk down those Streltsy, sure, but the Limitane, the normal archer numbers as well. Just a great read by Voldemort to prioritize into regular archers, realizing that the mercenary olive oil contracts weren't going to generate quick enough. Sacred Sites are locked in, but it's not something you really have to care about. It looks like Louis is getting ready for trade, by the way. I'm already seeing him pump into the tech. The one that allows you to get your gold trickle when you're walking. Archer's diving in here, though. This is a rough fight. See, like, Louis is holding for the moment, but my issue is what happens afterwards, right? Like, if Voldemort genuinely just gets these Unitechs at any stage, I think this is where it will be a GG. Because right now, that's the edge for Louis, right? He's got biology. He also does have incendiary arrows. I also love that Voldemort is still adding in some cataphracts. Remember, he's got Numiri now, which means if he tramples over the enemy army, everything that he goes through takes 15% more damage for, I think it's 10 seconds. It's either 10 or 8 seconds, I think. think the only thing Voldemar is missing still, and this is usually something that most Byzantine players are criminals for, is they don't build Ford Raxes at all. You're throwing away so many Limitane. If you had more Ford Raxes, it would just be non-stop, right? You'd keep plowing into the enemy base and gaining ground. We have Cataphracts here. If he just actually charges to the back line, he'll be sniping out Siege straight away, but instead, he just A-clicks into the engagement. I mean, why not? There's no Pavis. For some reason, Louis isn't dropping it right now, so instead he's just dropping numbers hard. And remember, folks, Louis was in the beginning of a transition into trade. He's running out of gold, so losing this many Arbitrie is going to drain him dry. He's also starting to lose the siege as well. It's not looking good. Voldemar, just with the one-dimensional approach to his eco, right? Food and wood is pretty much all he needs. Olive oil, any of that goes into Streltsy, but in terms of the main army, the Archer plus Spearman. Everyone says they want the Civ nerf. I mean, come on, how often do you see any Civ in Imperial Age do this combo? No one likes Archers this late in the game, but Voldemar, right now, it's the thing that is making him dominate these fights. Sacred Sites have been locked in with the keeps, remember, folks. So Voldemar, I mean, he needs to decap one of these, but if he doesn't realize the force it takes soon, it might be too late. In fact, I'm getting worried that Voldemar doesn't know about the keep. No, he sees it, but there's surely you've seen like a cannon or Karasiphon. Anything, really. I don't know, man. I'm a bit worried that Voldemar has gotten a bit bloodthirsty here, right? Like, he's technically winning these fights slowly but surely, but the problem I'm seeing really is that if the Sacred Site timer gets down to 3 minutes and you have to rush onto them, Louis is going to be there to match you. You need to be decapping now. I'm not going to lie, folks. These Robotiquins haven't really impressed me in this game. They just keep dying so easily, man. Louis? Siege needs to be protected, sir. Was it a bait? Can Randy do it? I don't think he can. Not on his own. Robotiquin is trying. Oh, I just need to focus fire it down. More siege falling here. Louis running out of gold. And anyone who thinks that like Louis is just outright winning this in the fights, you're wrong. Like right now, think about what it costs. Sure, look at the resources. Okay, food, wood, but this guy needs food and gold. Tell me how this gold number ever makes you feel good, inspires confidence. It just simply doesn't. Voldemar has this meat grinder that can compound more for longer, right? Voldy doesn't really need much gold, minus the Karasiphons. Still, those Karasiphons need to deal with this. If Voldemar is going to lose this game, it's not going to be due to the main fight. It's going to be due to the Sacred Sites. And that is becoming a sticking point in my mind, man. We're approaching 4 minutes. We're reaching a point where you're going to be too late to play for it, so he needs to go now. Rams are moving across. Louis starting to push out. He has got 4 mangoes now. Voldemar, I think he's too split now, right? Like, he spent so much time trying to dent the base, and now he has to divide resources to go after the keeps, finally. This might be the break point. Keep in mind, also, he has not been actively pumping as many strokes as he otherwise could here. The numbers speak for themselves. So much olive oil just not being used here. Archers, they need to be focusing down the Robotiquin. Keep is coming up from Voldemar. Looks like enough villagers to get it up here. Limitane will protect against the Horsemen. So this should slow down Louis a bit, but it's Rams. They need to work faster. I don't know about this, Voldy. This is getting a bit uncomfortable. I mean, the issue in this game, right, like, I keep looking at the Streltsy count, and it feels like he keeps skipping production here. He should have so many more than he actually has. How many farms are we at as well? 67, so that should be good enough. I don't think we've been using Triumph at all, right? But he went fully off of Horsemen. That's kind of the weird one to me, is I feel like if you just get 30 Horsemen together here, the damage they could do in these engagements is insane. Instead, trusts in the Limitane, believes in the Limitane. They do reach the siege again. Every time. Oh, this unit is something else. Manages to wrap around. Will not be able to get additional mangoes, so a lot of archers now going down for Voldemar. And the Rams get cleared up. Okay. We're at desperation point 0, folks. This is going to be the everything onto the sacred site and death of Voldemar. I can't believe the way this is played out. I mean, if he just sent a handful of Lombos down here, for example, anything down to support, if he'd been going for the ram down on the keep earlier, maybe. I just feel like he got a little bit too bloodthirsty and a little bit too far forward. The biggest thing I think that killed Voldemar in this game, that often does when I see this Byzantine strategy, he just didn't have the full production to keep the War Machine going. He kept military mass lead at multiple phases in the last 5 or 10 minutes. But it doesn't count for anything when half your army is on the other side of the field. It's also another reason why I've been saying Palatine School is overused. Seems like a phenomenal landmark until you realize that when you need to push the enemy base, anything going out of a Palatine School has to run a long way. John might at least go down, so I guess that's the consolation prize for Voldemar. You kill the maiden, but you lose the war, and apparently we're just doing historically accurate things now. Villagers also being pulled to the front side because no wood apparently left behind for him to gather. This is it. Man, crazy game. What a hold and what a turnaround for Louis. Voldemar looked almost but guaranteed to win this half a game ago. But the way that Louis clawed his way back into this late game, the way that he prioritized those sacred sites as a win condition and followed through. I mean, I think there's going to be questions asked about whether Voldemar should have been trying to shift the fight over to these keeps sooner, if he should have been decapping the sacred sites. I also think that Voldemar, he did lack gold, but at times it looked like he had an opportunity to get into elite army tactics, into maybe biology here. Even gunpowder, right? Like, there's so many techs missing for Voldemar in this late game. And it's crazy as well, actually, because I think he hasn't been trading with olive oil, if I'm not mistaken. Remember, that's a unique thing you've got as the Byzantines. You can sell olive oil, get 70 gold each time. Would have been worth it for a few pumps. I think he's done it at one stage in this game, but would have benefited further on. And here we go. Triple keep drop from Louis. This game looked over castles before, but this time it most definitely is. GG comes out. The Chinese prodigy cannot be stopped. An incredible comeback. Whoops, one sec. I need to turn the lights on. Ugh, it's gotten too dark, folks. My lights are starting to go out in here, so there we go. I am in a wonderland. Don't be baited. 100% in a wonderland. Shh, shh, shh. Oh, man. Dude, what a beautiful game, right? Starts with keeps, ends with keeps. Absolute banger. So let me go ahead and switch that on. We'll definitely... Let's see. In a wonderland. Nothing else going on here. I am a ramp-up boy through and through. Okay. It is time for community games. Do we have enough people for community games is the question mark. One's in chat if I've got community enjoyers. People who want to play in free-for-alls, team games, those type of things. How many do I have? Where's my music? My music keeps going off. I love my music. You're in the office? Fired. Fired. Outrageous. Imagine having a job. God. I can't. Pepper hands. How many people have I got community games? Let's have a look. Two minutes. Poll. See if we've got at least 8 people. We have. We can do it. Whoa. What would we do? Is there any new mods up? Dude, I want to see more mods, man. More mods faster. Mush, mush. Zhonggu Cheng. Okay. Oh, God. Hellstorm's done more of those cursed maps. Do you guys remember the way that was spawning? That was so messy. Lane Wars. That was the one. Triple stream. I wonder if he fixed it. Does it actually work now? Free villagers. Oof. Pass. Farm trade. Oh god, 350 pop, get me out. Alright, we might have enough people for combi games.
Let's go ahead. Casting a new mod. Landmark for everyone. Ooh. I need to find a modder that can make the whole Jeanne d'Arc on every Civ idea if that's feasible, because I think that would be incredible. I'm not hyped for that, Hosen. We do still need to try Hosen's new additions in New Way. Should we have a look quickly, actually, and see what they do? I'm curious. So you added free war units for everybody on water. Is that the idea? Alright, step one is to see if that... Wait, did I even keep that map downloaded? The one that Hellstorm made? I don't think I did. One water unit. Okay, but they're all unique? Or shared by everyone? So where is it? New Ways. Where is New Ways? Am I blind? Oh, there it is. So New Ways, unofficial AGS. Everything should be set correctly. Resources from killing should be to 1. We're gonna turn off the level up stuff. Jesus Christ. That thing. Shame we can't increase simulation speed. Construction speed, very good. Alright, anyway. We need to test this first, don't we? We'll see what this unit is. Let's have a look. Ah, variant share, but basically 12. Interesting, interesting. Alright, let's have a quick look then. We'll see what this new unit is like. I'm curious what Dented get. Alright. We're all over the place right now. Being murdered already. Dude. I just realized Order of the Dented are kind of OP in this mode because it gives a fixed number of villages, right? So that they always end up with more firepower. That's kind of wild. Man-at-arms ships. Oh my god, dude. Have you have you made an Ottoman military school ship? Have you made a Grand Galley that spawns that spawns men-at-arms? Oh my god. Contains 4 men-at-arms. Can't attack building effectively. Low range, high damage. Wait, so they just... Oh. You made a melee ship. Oh, that's fantastic. Well, that intrigues me deeply. I need a micro map for that now, dude. I need a micro water map. That would be fantastic to watch. We haven't got like a micro map or like smaller than the usual map that is like focused on water, right? Which is a shame. Did we do like a Boulder Bay? Do you guys want to do a Boulder Bay? What was that other map? There was a map like Boulder Bay. Someone was mentioning it in here the other day. I forgot what it was called. Was it Crescent? I think it was Crescent. Some Turtle Crescent or something. No. Drop my croissant. Wait, what? Okay. I can't remember what the map's called. It was entered in the map tournament. Might be a nice alternative to just doing Boulder Bay. Then again, I mean, like, when was the last time anyone done Boulder Bay? People want Boulder Bay? New Ways Boulder Bay? I think we do a New Ways Boulder Bay. What win conditions do we give you guys? We can't do Central Site because it'll be in the water. I don't think it'll be capturable at that point. What we'll do, we'll give people, was it 15 villages? 15 villages start. Min Pop can be at 50. It'll be a chaotic. Hell yeah. Sold.
Peace treaty timer of 3 minutes, because I need to stop you plebs from killing each other. I know what you're all like. I know what the plan is there. I'll let you guys keep your early market, because I'm nice. Actually, no. I'm not that nice. Okay. I think that should be everything. Imagine no docks. Civs are good in war, get their water units in castle. And those who are weak in feudal get it there instead. Interesting. Look at you. Trying to be full balance master. Okay, actually, because it's a bigger map, I'm going to do 25 workers, now that I think about it. That's how I'm going to offset the slow start. Gives people options as well. Gives them backup options if they get cut off. Water is going to be a big part, though. Technically, the nice thing about Border Bay is you can ignore water and win. Alrighty, you guys know the way this works. Exclamation mark join with your in-game name if you want in on the lobbies. Go! That's not how you do it, Nomad. That's a terrible start. There you go. Teach him the ways, chat. Teach him the ways. There we go. Remember, I'm searching whatever name you drop there, so if it's incorrect, you're going to miss out. The amount of people who, like... the amount of people who got it wrong at the start is brilliant. So, Eisenstein, we got Hosting. Of course he wants to play his own game. Got Nomad. Is it actually Nomad? Dude, there's going to be so many Nomads. Are you kidding me? You can send me a message. I'm not figuring that out. You can kiss my cheeks. You can send me a message. It's not, no, yeah, I can't believe more than one person has the name Nomad. Oh my god. Do you accept your request? Oh, you sent me one. I keep a list of requesters. That way I can find them at all times. Doink. It's just so that I know the people who play community games and the people who play like 1v1 high into the ladders. So don't feel begrudged, people, if you find yourself on this list. It's just because it's easy to find people that are just playing community games. Oh, high end? Wow. Whoa, whoa, whoa. High end. All right, wait a second. I'm going to pay you can put a number on it. I didn't want to number shame, but you've opened the way. All OOTD? No, you can do what you want. I love how this has turned into an Order the Dragon. Dude, I love how it's just turned into Order the Dragon. All civs get something, guys. I shoot them at arms, but every civ has something unique for them. Alright, well, you know what? If you see someone playing Order the Dragon with 25 starting builds, you know what to do. Murder their faces. Have I missed someone? If there's someone in chat that I missed, say now. Or was that everyone? We've got space for 2 more. So, wait, at this point, it's not 42 new units then. That would make it 54 new units. Please repeat the rules. The rules are as follows. We are playing the New Ways mod created by Hussein that has added, I think it's 3 units to each civ. Now it's actually 4 units to each civ. There's going to be a 3-minute scattered start with 25 villages. We have got bounty everything on, which means that you will kill and receive in return what you killed. That means if you kill a 250 resource unit, you get 250 resources. And apparently, Hostin has now added China and Juji. So there is 70 new units. Wow. 28 new units from when we last saw it. Yeah, this is the mod where you got gunned down by a machine gun. Turns out it's a bad idea to rush a machine gun on stage, just saying. Okay.
Let me check if I've got anyone who'd be up for this mess that I can slot in. Who the hell is Emo Enjoyer? What? It's probably cool for this. Chris is in a lobby. That's outrageous. Have I not got 2 more? This is the type of thing I don't think we can bring randomers into because they'll just Pepega rage quit because they don't want to like learn new things. Just make Sprinkled. Oh wait, Chris is in this one. I'm an idiot. Yeah. Wonder on the Sacred Island. Ease clap. Dude, you're rouletting that you actually got the correct civ for that. Have we not got anyone else? Let me have a look. Mr. Cam Age is online apparently. Alright, I guess we're going to open it up to the public then and hope they don't leave. So I need to name this correctly. 70 new units. Bounty everything. FFA. That should explain it. I mean, if someone like reads all that and like, huh, then they'll just be up for anything, you know? Like a little test. Alright, let's open... Oh wait, first of all, let's give you guys all the mod. Come on, I can't believe you guys don't have Boulder Bay downloaded. Hey. Boulder Bay is back in ranked, right? Mr. Eisenstein, kind sir. Have you got the mods now? Are you good? Yeah, okay. Alright, I'm going to leave the lobby after I make it public so 2 more people can get in. Otherwise, one random is going to come in and see me leave and like, oh my god, the lobby's dying! And then they're just going to like Pepega out. That's usually what happens. No regicide on this one. We've got time afterwards. We'll do another one. We'll do regicide then. But lobby is open for those that want to get in. I'm going to leave now. We'll keep an eye on it. I'm sure it should only take 2 or 3 minutes max to get this thing going. 70 new units. Shout out to Hosen, by the way. I don't think they, like, before they were in here and started to make new ways, I think, Hosen, you hadn't done any modding before, right? So you just kind of just picked it up and ran with it, which is brilliant. Why is the game not showing? Am I blind? Eh? Whoever's host, put it back to public. It seems it defaulted to private after I left. Make that baby public. Whoa. You good? I'm not hearing anything from anyone in lobby. How we look? There we go. Boom. All right. There it is. 70 new units. Bounty all free for all. Get your butts in there. I love how 2 people have just stuck with Order of the Dragon after they saw they're going to get men-at-arms swinging swords off the side of a ship. I'm surprised you didn't just call it a chainsword ship, right? Just like, you know, down the side. Oh, man, I would have been so for it. That would have been incredible. Oh, man. Wait, did we get more? Did we fill up? We may have just filled up. We topped the tanker off? I'm hoping so. I mean, dude, with a title for a lobby like that, 70 new units, of course people are going to click in. People will be like biting at the bit to be a part of that. I probably won't hang around long, but... Alright, have I got anyone added in that lobby, actually? Yes, I've got Chris. There we go. Fantastic. Alright, let's get the casting scene ready, because I need to enable the team trim, don't I? You got Japanese. I kind of want there to be a kamikaze ship. Like, I mean, there's demos for that, but like, I want a next level kamikaze. Oh wait, did you fix the Shinobi? They a bit easier to access now, or? Wait, you added auto training villages to the mod? I don't think you need to do that per se. Because that's
that could be done in unofficial AGS. And I know there's some people that are not going to like that by default. Because it's like, it's kind of like, because you reach a stage as well in the late game where it's almost like when you build a chamber of commerce on a map with no trade, and you just have to delete the traders. You know what I mean? Still remember watching a guy do that on Mountain Clearing. Oh, dude, that was one of the Bronze League Legends games. It was so good. He just built Chamber of Commerce, and he just had to keep deleting these traders because they were completely pointless on Mountain Clearing. There's no trade post. Oh, what a banger. What an absolute banger that was. All right. Should we get ready? Here we go. Music off. Okay, why is my Spotify desynced on my Stream Deck? Whatever. Music off. Let's get ready to roll, folks. Start recording in a few seconds. All right, it is time. I have not seen this in quite a while. Boulder Bay, baby. That's right. It can be only one thing, although this one's looking a little bit underwhelming. It feels like it's not fully rised up yet to the Boulder Bay that I'm expecting. We are doing a free-for-all 8-player game here on Boulder Bay, but it's not just any Boulder Bay. It's Boulder Bay with the New Way. That's right. We are playing Hosin's mod, who happens to be in here right now, the New Ways mod, where he has now added even more units. Before, it was 42 new units. Now it's up to a total of 70. He actually added in Navy units. And really big shout out to Hosin, actually. They added unique units. I've only seen one of them so far. It is the Order of the Dragon that have their hands on the Men-at-Arms ship, which basically is a melee ship. I don't know what the others have. This is going to be a very big surprise for me as well as you folks. So let's get to it. Everyone is yellow. I know. Don't panic. Don't worry. This is because we have the Peace Treaty timer on. We've also put the players on, I think it was a 25 villager start. Yep, 25 villager start, as well as our Bounty Everything mod, because I absolutely adore Bounty Everything. They are not going to adore this start, though. Why? Why? Like, dude. At least there's a Mongol player, right? So someone can move away. And okay, additional wise here. Like, please tell me Nomad's not going to do this. I can't remember if it was Nomad that said it. Someone in the lobby said, I'm going to build a wonder on the island. And in fairness, he's here with more people than anyone else. Big Man John, meanwhile, has made a Rax. Why? What possessed you to do? I don't know, dude. All I know is that everyone should target Order of the Dragon, because something to keep in mind is I said it was 25 villager start. Turns out 25 villager starts are kind of OP on civs that have better villages, right? Dragons. They should actually be at like 22 or something, but there's no way to scale that down right now in unofficial AGS. So instead, they get the same amount of villages, and it looks like the Peace Treaty is almost over. I think they've got about 20 seconds left, and then it's all-out war. And that means down here, things are about to get messy immediately, May. They garrison. I don't think that was intentional. They've got the outposts rushing around the side. Oh my god, Eisenstein. Are they just out of this? No way. Like that quickly? They might just be dead. Oh my god. Oh my... No. Oh, no, 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 no. Eisenstein, run, run! Kill them! Knives out! A good movie. And it looks like it's going to be cancelled. Dude, who is May? They are not low ranked, right? The timings just seem a little bit too clean to me. Okay, who have I got here? May is ranked 344th in the world. I think I might have someone on a Smurf. Oops. That's bad for Eisenstage. Eisenstage is a decent rank. I think he's Diamond, if I remember correctly. So a good target by May to begin this one off. I've seen that main numbers, that main name rather, somewhere before. The account is registered as Germany. But tough start. Also, remember, anytime a unit gets killed, because we're playing with Bounty Everything, anytime a unit is killed, your opponent, the person who kills that unit, gets the value of it. This is going to snowball pretty quickly. It means, oh my god. It means that Nomad right now is feeding Big Man John's Big Mac meal on this island. If he wants, he can afford a lot more than this one spear. what is happening over here? Like, May, what possesses you to even try this? It's Order the Dragon. This is like the worst thing you could try to do here. Looks like they have made Nomad's life hell. In fact, Nomad, I love the fact that we've got teal, purple, and green all on this island. Nomad, I think I said he had like, was it 5 villages? Or, yeah, he had 5 villages and he lost them to a Mongol outpost. Oh no. I also love how Nomad is saying no to trade. He literally has just walled off the trade in the corner from everyone on this map. Good lord, this is a big map as well. I'm hoping that Bounty Everything, in conjunction with the absurdity of some of the New Ways units, will get us very quickly into like a mid and late game state. It's also why I done a 25 villager start. Because I think without 25 villages, a map this big will go slow. I know some people have been asking why I don't do big maps. That's exactly why. My issue is that they take too long to develop. It feels like the first 15 to 20 minutes, and a lot of them at least, could be discarded. You do get shenanigans like this on occasion, but usually it's a reset and a move away, and then just a longer wait before that player is able to get into the main fights. And oh my god, dude. May is making so many enemies right now. Chris had to cancel the landmark. Are you kidding me? Dude, May is exactly the kind of player that I'm looking for, actually. So they've shut down Eisenstage, who now has to build his landmark rather on the opposite side of the map. On top of that, they are now bullying Chris. Chris is a competent player, by the way. I think Chris, if I remember correctly, is, I want to say it was a diamond rank player. Yeah, Chris is back as 1304 elo. So they don't push over themselves, right? They're capable of holding their own in many cases. I just don't think they were expecting this much Mongol aggression. Man, it's still going. So, in fairness, May has the correct idea here, right? 1, Mongols can't defend, they have to attack. 2, all these outposts, this villager pull, you start burning down buildings, you force cancel the buildings, you get paid bounty. On top of that, you get the bounty of the mod, right? It's not just the fact that if you burn a farm, you get 25 food, 25 gold. You'll also get 75 wood. So it's a pretty crafty idea. However, that does mean you're not on water. And that's a big deal. Check out these new units. The Azutsu... I wasn't expecting that. I'm going to pull down the trim quickly because that's very important. The Azutsu ship is a large oared vessel with a powerful forward with 6 Azutsu. It's basically a sniper rifle boat. Look and see. Who else have we got? We got double Japanese, so that's going to be quite the party. Over here, Nomad is playing the Chinese. They have got the okay, they tried. Bless them. Hosin, it's not their first language. I think they mean Grenadier ship. It's strong against mass. Oh my god. Fragging out. That's the party I came for. Over here, Fried Up playing Order the Dragon. They get the man-at-arms ships, which are small vessels that have 4 men-at-arms on board. Low range, but high damage. And unfortunately, the Rus did lose the dock before I could click on it quick enough. My apologies there. So I can't quite see what they've got. I think we've got yellow here as well, though. Wait, what? I'm so confused right now. Why is there an elephant ship? What does that even entail? So Eisenstage, if they get to exist in this game, has elephant ships, which... And this is exactly how it's written. Small oared vessel, contain 1 elephant. Very high damage. Good versus building. Low rate. Please tell me it's not just an elephant that is melee headbutting on a ship. It's basically a ram ship. Meanwhile, Wallows elsewhere. Big Man John already playing for those relics. Oh my god, dude. This is going to be so much fun. Let me get this back up. Dude, I need Eisenstage to live. He's not allowed to die, okay? He's the boy who must live. It's critical to me that he survives long enough to show me the elephants. To show me the way of the elephants. I just can't, dude. I mean, this isn't even all the civs, right? So, really big shout out to Hosin. They added 12 units when it comes to water side, right? Overall, this mod has 70 new units. But they have added 12 for water, which is why we are on Boulder Bay. We are going to get to see a few of them in action. I, for one, welcome our overlords, the Azutsu. Oh, meanwhile on land, it looks like everyone's getting pretty set up, right? Not too much. What? He had to, didn't he? He's got the fat boys. Oh my dear God, what? Nani? He's not even age 4. Why is it an age 4 unit? Are you kidding me? He called them the Fat Boys originally. I think, are they still called that here? No, they're called Big Fire. Big Fire costs 400 food, 40 gold, and takes 2 pop. But it has 680 health. And he hasn't even got Odin Tactics yet. It also gets a base damage of 30 and 20 extra versus heavy. Oh my lord. That's insane. I think he also, yeah, he... Okay. I just love that you can give Shinobi a bow. Dude, Hoshin does such a great job with this. So you've got Shinobi and then you've got Archer Shinobis. Archer Shinobis are effective versus villagers. They have fast movement. They're basically the same as the Shinobi. They just, like, instead of getting high melee damage, it's a ranged unit. Basically a better version of Archer and 15 damage versus workers. Holy crap. Dude, Hoshin's been busy. What other unique units are coming out in this game? Have we got maybe a few Teutonic Knights? No, we've got the Gilded Templar. Uh-oh. Well, these guys are fairly beefy. I think we talked about these units in a previous one of these new ways. They are not as good as like a Gilded Knight. They're an in-between between Horsemen and Knights. They're going to be good enough to take down a Shinto Priest. So denial on the relic there. Show me the elephant ship. I don't think he's going to show me the elephant ship. Have we got... Oh my god. We've got the Izutsu. Hoshin has the fleet. Dude. 28 damage, 6 burst, and they get bonus versus buildings. These are not balanced. Hoshin, I think you've taken the issue of water and made it worse. Meanwhile, Orange is panic running away. Chris is not having a fun time here. And wait, Nomad, no, screw that. I don't want Baochuans. No, dude, don't be such a normie. Don't you dare do this to me. I want Grenadiers. Grenadiers. We kick him for the next game if he doesn't show us the granite. Like, surely you must be curious. There we go. Damn right you are. He's not. Wait, at Nomad, he better not be in the chat. It's time. I don't care about Baochuans. They're lame tools. Yawn. Big boring. I'm here for the Grenadiers. Meanwhile, on land, living a calm life. Cool Kid up here is going to try to keep their cool, but I don't think they realize exactly what's going on here. They are only now 12.5 minutes in the game getting out of Dark Age. Got a bad feeling about them. All right, where are the Grenadiers? Show me the money. Show me the money! These take as long as Baochuans to build. They take longer. I don't know, that's kind of... I mean, is that underwhelming? It's 8 bursts of siege damage. I guess it's not bad. Okay, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Oh my god, dude, look at them go. I don't care about Baochuans anymore. I want Grenadier ships, please. You have to look very carefully. The little frag outs actually are doing quite a lot of damage. So just to map it out here, because you already have chemistry, right? He's doing... Oh, good lord. He's actually doing quite a lot of damage, isn't he? So he's doing 96 damage per throw out, right? And then he gets bonus versus buildings. Okay, here we go. Moving in. Demo ships lead the charge. The Izutsu. Can they stand their ground? Oh my god! Oh no! No, this is one-sided. The Grenadier ships are too tanky. Nomad with a fast im is going to shut down the Japanese. Wow. I did not expect that. Those pathetic-looking little Grenadier ships done a lot of work. Baochuans, of course, were assisting as well, but I would not discredit what the poor little Grenadiers were able to do. Where's your elephants, May? Bro, if I don't see an elephant, I'm going to riot. Like, just build an elephant ship. Please. I'm begging you. Just one. Just one. Come on. Like, look, it's not that much. It's just 750 resources. It's fine. Like, you know, you had a hard start to the game. It's fine. Oh my god, look what's happened over here, though. Chris is striking back. May be dead. What? We didn't check on this for a while because we were distracted by all the action elsewhere, but apparently they are having a hard time of it. Backed up against the edge of the map. Oh, man. Meanwhile... Oh, dude, I've basically got a corner boy going on here, sort of. I mean, he hasn't gone the full distance. It's not each independent corner, but so Eisenstage is spreading their landmarks pretty fit. Guaranteeing they can't die too quickly here. House of Learning coming out. And oh my god. I forgot about this because we never got to see the Deli in action in new ways, right? Not for this build anyway. The Western Mercenary contract. You can unlock Heavy Knights and Camel Gunners. I actually think we briefly saw the Gunners before from Nomad in a previous free-for-all. But we've yet to see the Heavy Knights. What else we got? We actually should check in on Chinese, right? Because like they got new things added in. So I'm kind of curious what they get. Or maybe we save that for another game. Who cares? It's all about the water right now. Oh, another thing that that Hosen did do, by the way, he added in this. He put auto-trained villagers on. I don't know if this was needed, but I mean, it's there. I think it maybe would have been better to have allowed that to have been something that just remained in unofficial AGS. But they're adding quite a bit for what is just a 2D pack. Big man moving in. Wait, Green is just beelining it here, right? He doesn't know about yellow. Oh my god, and also Nomad. No, don't do this to yourself. How many Baochuans? 8 Baochuans. That's so much population right now. I mean, that's almost their entire army. They've got 51 military pop. And outside ships, only 6 of that is on land. Well, you better clean up the pond quickly, mate, because this issue's coming on land. Order of the Dented are marching in. Begman John with a Big Mac meal here. Pound for pound going deeper with these elite men-at-arms. Elsewhere, Pink barely holding on. In fact, Orange is getting the better side of this now. He didn't go for Shinobi though, right? And the backstab! Freydop comes in from the north. He has got the Hospitaller! I can't believe it. It's the first time I've got to see this. This is cool. So let's check the stats on this. You've got the Gilded Templar that are like worse Gilded Knights, but look at the Gilded Hospitaller. So right now, he's in age 3. A Gilded Knight would have 400 health. These guys hit for 50 with a sword and 59 with a lance. Unfortunately, they've chosen the wrong base to hit up here. Way too many spears coming out from Chris. Wait, can he actually defend this? Why does it feel like Chris is losing? Chris, oh no, Wallalols. Desperation mode activated. The T-pose. Well, he did get a Gilded Teutonic Knight. These are the guys that get more damage against villagers and ranged units. I can't believe this. Oh, come on. Chris, is he turning it around? I think he might be on the tail end. The amount of troops that Teal has started to kind of tick down quite quickly. So, Chris getting quite the tax rebate in this engagement. He even got a Gilded Templar. Are you kidding me? He actually got more than I realized. Oh my god, they walked back in rage to the Wallalow. So he has Gilded Templars as well. Teal may have misread the situation. They're in the middle of a tech up. Pulsar Swabby is on the way. Meanwhile, Pink, because of that move, has been kept alive by Freydop. How is Nomad doing? It's better if we don't talk about it. It's not going well, folks. This would be the moment where Nomad should probably consider dropping a landmark somewhere else. Please tell me he has landmarks to spare. He has a Great Wall Gate. Oh no! The only landmark he hasn't built is the Great Wall Gatehouse. I think Nomad's dead. No way. I can't believe this. After all the control he got on the seas, after the Baochuan flex, now he finds himself at risk of elimination to a spam of elite meta-arms. It's the final landmark, right? He's positioning for his final stand. Only an Imperial Palace will keep him alive right now. Nomad going quickly down to his last landmark. TC now being set ablaze. And Green, I mean, this is going to be a full force of men at arms. They're almost here. On top of that, it is a mind work build, so he has got the Golden Cuirass. Nomad, he needs to target down these Langstech if he wants a chance to survive this. Because they're coming. Here we go. Moving in. Hand Cannoneers start stepping back with the crossbows. Nomad has to survive this, right? There's no way he dies to this. Like this, right? Like, no. After the journey to take control of the city, he's going to die. I think he actually is. There's a Langstech in there. He's not targeting him down. Oh my god. He's going to do him dirty. He doesn't even care. Finally turns around to deal with the army. Probably a good idea first, but I mean, Nomad, he might survive this wave, but Green has more coming. In fact, I'm not even sure he's surviving this wave. This is looking really bad, folks. Blue, meanwhile, is going to go out. Cool Kid, first to be eliminated. Poor guy. Okay, I don't even want to look at Cool Kid's rank because I'm going to feel bad about putting him in this lobby. They're 928 elo. Yep, I feel... oh, wait, no. I think it's worse than that. They haven't even got a rank. It's so much worse than that. They are... Oh, God, I'm so sorry, Cool Kid. Oh, no. The quick match elo in 2v2s, 3v3s, and 4v4s is, if I averaged it between the three, about 630. Oh, the poor guy. Well, you could definitely feel he was in the wrong lobby. Look at the size of these guys. Why? Why does the Bannerman aura work with these? Dude, they have 680 HP, and he's still not even Imperial Age yet. They are very slow, though. 0.88 movement speed. Good lord. By the way, shout out to Hossein for doing a better job of making the Temple of Equality worth it than the devs ever could. Oh, how's this fight looking? Is Nomad about dead? He's actually maintaining a decent military force. Then again, it's deceptive, right? 68 pop, but... Oh, God, yeah, he's just dead. 8 of it is still Bao Chuan's. This is too many Langstech. I think he just gets swiped. In fact, I think Greedus had enough. He's just going for the burn down. An ambitious maneuver. Chases on the army now, and I believe Nomad is going to be the second player out, barely surviving longer than a silver/bronze player. Now, Nomad is sure be he has very high skill 1v1 rankings, and I should watch his replays. But all I'm going to say is he barely survived longer than a bronze-silver player. So maybe we'll check him out in the Bronze League Legends series. I have a feeling that Sir Eisenstage might be next on the list, folks. His TC's dead. Everything's in this corner. Oh my dear God, he doesn't want to be next. That is the biggest please don't kill me I've seen in a while. It could work. I'm more concerned about the kingdom in the north, actually, if I'm being honest with you guys. So the thing you have to keep in mind about Hossein, there's plenty of gold on the map that he now has access to, but even without gold, he took the Zen, which means that he's generating a decent amount of gold per minute, actually, right? So, for example, so 10 to 250. So he is generating 425 gold a minute. That's pretty good. That's like the convergence point where all of a sudden it's better than discount relics, right? And he still has this useful unit to buff up the fights up against Order of the Dented players that have less units that you need to Sohai against. Remember, Sohai is the ability for the monks that allows you to reduce the damage of enemies by 50%. And you know what? Considering we've had 2 players eliminated and 2 remaining players are playing Order of the Dented, I think Hossein may have chosen correctly here. Meanwhile, Southside, May did actually go out. I didn't notice that. Apologies for May's elimination. We didn't quite catch that in the end. They were kind of just holding on barely at the backside here. And that now means Chris is unleashed from this corner camp. He can go for a 1v1 with Fried Up, but my feeling is that it's not going to remain a 1v1. Remember, as it stands, Fried Up, one of our Order of the Dented players, is sandwiched between 2 Japanese players. National Alliance, anyone? I'm kind of disappointed we didn't get the elephants.
I'm still gutted by this. I really want elephants. Wait, we could have had Mangonai ship? Dude, come on. Oh, there's so many ships we didn't get to see here. Maybe I have to do a migration to force you all to use boats. Flash coming out. Wraparound temper. This is against Nagayari Spears. It's not going to work. Oh, that was ambitious. Front line, though, has got a mixture of Langsdex in there. However, you're up against Ozutsu here. You're up against Hand Cannon Ashigaru. Everything that Chris needs, and I'm afraid Fried Up is about to be fried up for breakfast. Ozutsu are going to be wrapped on by 1 or 2 troops here. More than 1 or 2, to be honest with you, but I don't know, man. Fried Up, like, how's he looking behind this? 160, is Chris maintaining it? No, Chris is falling pretty flat at the moment. But this first wave has been successful. And the issue right now is Teal is trickling troops across to the main fight again, and that's what has me worried here. Yeah, one by one they're going to start dying here. The Ozutsu and Ashigaru are still untouched. Like, right now, what Chris is doing is he's basically throwing away his cannon fodder to farm beneficially, right? Like, if you're throwing a spear in and losing a spear, but in return, let's say Teal is losing a men-at-arms. That's a 240 resource, 80 resource exchange. Food and wood is not something that Fried Up needs right now. He needs gold. He's got plenty in the reserve, but as you start spamming out these troops, it's going to burn up fast. All right, on the gold. Ozutsu moving in towards the keep. Second wave of Langsdecker in. That should be enough to push him back here. It looks like we have actually got the buffed up heal, if I'm not mistaken, right? Floating gate tech. And I believe he went into the Shinto Shrine. And I imagine, considering the amount of Shintos he's got here, if I can blindly look around this base and figure out where the hell they have built a monastery. Oh, it's right there. I'm an idiot. Oh, really? No, he didn't get Shinto rituals. I am perplexed. Seems a bit weird. I think with this many Shintos, it makes sense to have it. I think these might have been all his freebies, remember? Because he got the Floating Gate Imp Tech that gives him an extra 2 Yoroshiros. Well, blue and green are clashing. Oh, no, 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 no. That is a bad fight for green. Wait, are they debuffing the same units? Oh, no, they're healing. No, 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 stop healing. Let the fat boys be. Oh, no, Hossein. Hossein, who made this mod, knows many things, but what he seems to have forgotten is that automatic healing is your enemy. I can't believe how one-sided that was. Hossein, they don't have an ability to quick reboom, right? The big boys, they come out of this. Big fighters have to come out with the Temple of Quality. Can you make them? Okay, you can make them out of the others here. Now, keep in mind, if this turns into a dive in the main base, those monasteries now have the ability to pump out the Sohai Sutra, the debuff, every 6 seconds. I just don't think you can debuff enough units fast enough here. There's just so many men-at-arms. Big man John looking to knock it all down. Moves to the north side here. It is a Tanegashima Gunsmith. The Robotic. Wait. Dude. No. Come on. Hello? Oh, too late. It's too late. If I only done this sooner. Wait, maybe another robot. God, no. See, come on. The Robotic 1 second away. I mean, I don't think it would have saved him. It's just too many melee units. It's looking like Hossein's going to feel a little bit too blue in this one. Green just immediately going off those landmarks, right? The Shinobi are not going to be effective enough here. The big boys try to tank, but I just don't see the way for this to ever work out for Hossein anymore. Landmark-wise, he's got what? The Koka Township and a Daimyo Manor level 1, which means he has no rocket launcher against Men-at-Arms. And Temple of Quality is now in trouble. Warlord's going to come out. Hossein. I mean, that was ambitious. Oh, I can't believe this, man. I actually had Hossein pegged as someone to take the dominant dub, but I mean, the hilarity is that he literally built these against the Civ that is meant to win against it, right? So, like, basically, out of all the Civs in the game, the Sohai Sutra makes the most sense against Men-at-Arms, against the Order of the Dragon, because you reduce their damage by 50%, but he had it on auto heal, it screwed him over. In the meantime,
someone else just got screwed over. One of our OOTD players goes out to a Japanese as the other one is being eliminated by Order of the Dragon. Something poetic in that. We're about to go down to 3. Final landmark. Starting to be sniped. Hoshin has gone for the rebuild, though. So proving to be quite the slivery serpent. Unfortunately, I just don't see how you're going to keep this up ad infinitum. Coca down. And this should be the point where alarm bells are kind of ringing for green. These fights are so bad. Even with this So High Sutra buff, it's just unfair how one-sided this is. And by the way, it is quite effective when it hits. Look at it. So instead of having 29 damage, he ends up with... Dear God. Wait, really? Yeah, really. Of course, makes sense maths. He ends up with 15 damage. It just looks so absurd to see that on your screen. Oh my goodness. Well, maybe this... Well, actually, this could maybe save him. That's pretty sick by Hoshin. Revolticon not so much, but it's the idea of Onimusha, right? Like, you can kite green forever and ever, and you actually have enough to kill him off before he gets through the gunsmiths. Oh my God, Village is being pulled. Hoshin, the big brain maneuver that may keep them in this game. It most definitely will. Hoshin, sick transition here. Not an easy thing to switch over into en masse, but he finds the way. Onimusha will save the day, and green will have to come again. And unfortunately, if he's just going to come with anything infantry-based, it's not going to end well for him. Nomad, China, you say China doesn't have new units aside from Grenadier ships, or did you miss something? You missed something. You missed, I believe there was something in your TC, if I'm not mistaken. I didn't want to read into it too much, so I want to save that for a land map to talk about. And there's also... there's something. I don't know if you glimpsed that. There is something. China on land has got its own unique units. I believe Zhuji has different units as well. Bit gutted we didn't get more water action. I might have to stick you all on migration to fix that. Oh my goodness. All right, so we've now got 24 Langsneck. The problem is you can never reach the enemy, right? The horseback factor is quite the damning element for Big Man. The only upside is that he, although his army can get killed, his landmarks can't. However, that becomes a problem because it means that over time, Big Man's going to run out of resources. Oh my God, it's going to take so long to run out of resources. He has 23,000 gold. How many, wait, how many relics did you get? He went Regnitz, right? Or was it Burgrave? It was Regnitz. He got definitely more than 3. Right? 4. It's at least 5. He has 1 down here, right? No? Okay. I'm going to roughly assume 5 with that much gold. Hoshin. Now being countered. This is pretty smart. Big Man John, quite capable. They've got Gilded Archers on the way. They've got the Incendiary Arrow upgrades. Let me have a look at Big Man John. I'm curious. Big Man John is 1,487 elo. That makes a lot of sense. I felt like they were playing pretty well in this game. Hoshin does have the space to back up here, but Big Man John just has such a big reserve. I think Sir Eisenstein needs to get involved soon. I'm kind of surprised he's just sitting in this corner. Chris is trying to move out, but it's kind of an awkward predicament, right? Who do you go after here? Is he actually going to go after Hoshin? The interesting part is his army's probably good enough to also beat back Big Man John, right? We're talking about 54 hand cannoneers here. This might be the pincher. Hoshin in trouble, in retreat with Onimusha now. So the Gilded Archers and the hand cannoneers were the solution that green needed. And funnily enough, folks, when you play Bounty Everything and get 1x whatever you kill, you can afford hand cannons. 20,000 food, 14,000 gold. The moment they get in range, these Onimusha just die. One unfortunate detail, by the looks of a mistake here by Hoshin, they did not get the Uma Bannerman. Uma Bannerman would be buffing these guys up by 15% damage, so that would put them close to 20 per strike. Oh man. Did he rebuild the other landmarks? Please tell me he did. He did. One worrisome thing is Orange is coming. And that means if Green starts diving towards the Tanegashima Gunsmith, this is all going to be over for Hosin. It's times like this you need to play diplomacy. You need to play it well. Like, score is showing for these players, so the reason why Chris is actually targeting this is apparently he wants to get rid of the weakest player in his eyes, right? Like, Hosin's score is lower than everyone else in the lobby. But usually you can use that to your edge if you're Hosin. You can kind of convince someone to not kill you and that you'll help them instead. But it is simply not going to work here. Chris moves in for the kill. The Sohei Sutra keeps you alive a bit longer, but the problem here, unfortunately, folks... Oh, wait. It does affect... Okay, I wasn't sure about this because I never bothered to test it because it's just seen as worthless, but Sohei Sutra does affect bonus damage as well. That's pretty big. Unfortunately, it might not be big enough. Tanegashima Gunsmith starting to be reached. Green hesitate. Wait, what? Chris! He backstabs. He goes after Green as well. Not happy just to kill Blue. He wants the entire kill to himself. Bombards. Siege down the buildings. A Warlord attempt coming in. Wait, Chris. 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 Oh, no! Well, that might be pretty, but I think it's about to be pretty ugly. There's still enough siege here to finish this off. Azutsu are trying to snipe him down. Chris now on the way in. Finish off the mangoes. Has plenty of Yumi Ashigaru left over. Oh, sorry, Hankan Ashigaru. And now, with just 1 or 2 siege units on the way, that's all it's going to take to burn this down. It needs to be fast. Bombards are getting cut off, though. So well played. Hosin refuses to give over. Keeps himself alive, at least for the time being. But now, Mass Spear's coming in. Remember, Oda Tactics is research, so that's a quick way of torching everything here. Funnily enough, he's actually going to chase after the Onimusha. That is bait, sir. Well, it is if they move. Oh my god, how is Hosin still alive? He shouldn't be, right? But it seems that Green isn't coming anymore. This is turned into a one-on-one on each side of the map. So Aizen Stage has been able to exist by the graces of Green for long enough. Now, can the Camel Gunners protect him? Yes, you heard me correctly. We have Camel Gunners. Oh, baby. And they've got the chem. He hasn't upgraded them fully, right? I think there's one more level they can get here. But the Heavy Knights, which are basically just Giga Juice Cataphracts here, able to hold on. Keep Green at bay. Second wave is coming, though. Big Man John, that second wave hits a lot harder. Meanwhile, elsewhere, he's building rounds. He's like, I can't be asked to come all the way over there with a bombard, so fine. I'm going to ram you down to finish you off. You don't have an answer to Ashigaru. Oh, man. So we are about to go down to 3, huh? Yuma Ashigaru able to clear up the Onimugisha. There's just not enough Onimugisha here. In fact, even elite Yumi Ashigaru to counter out all the solutions Hosin maybe has. Only one landmark left over, folks. Once these melee units go over, it's going to be curtains closed for Hosin. Tanegashima Gunsmith now going down. Does he know? He should be seeing this. He should be seeing the Coca Township. Chris has already killed it once, so he might have forgotten that it's back up. Right, he might not notice, rather. But with the Tanegashima down and the fact that Hosin's not eliminated, this is where his shenanigans come to an end. Spearmen immediately head over to the Coca Township. And this is where the torch down should commence. Should commence. There we go. How's the fight on the west going? Yellow's kind of holding on, right? Like, he's a believer. He's kind of making it work. Hand cannoneers on the wall, though. Oh, no. No. Oh, no. The camels cannot beat the guns, even when they have them themselves. Skull's now being pulled by Yellow, doing everything to hold on. But the absolute massacre that's occurring here. So many camel gunners going down. Elephant's dead as well. And Yellow is going to be going out. There's no drawback from this. Green is too close by with production. Orange now arriving with the final landmark. Please, wait. Come on. The Rams are back in. This can't work anymore. A few troops to burn down the Coca Township. A split of the troops. And Hosen, the greatest rat we have on Boulder Bay, is finally going to be put down like a dog. Makes sense of that. Rat dogs. Oh, no. Oh, that hurts. These little psychos. Too effective. Hosen, GG. He is out. He couldn't quite finish it in time before the Coca goes down. We are now down to 3 players. Orange. Is he going for a Sacred Side victory? Oh, he's making moves, folks. Transpose ship down the south side. He has got the Shinto as well. We have got the resumable timer, and we always do that in free-for-alls to encourage people to go for sacred sites instead of wonders because, you know, it's harder to do, and at the same time, it leads to more active games. And it looks like that is what Chris is going for here. If he doesn't jump the gun, this could be a one-on-one. If he rushes it, then Eisenstage is going to still survive this, right? Because if they see the sacred site time is getting too low, Big Man John's going to stop attacking. But for now, Yellow truly is on the ropes here. How are the reserves looking? They've got plenty of food and gold. It just feels like it's a struggle to get the army together fully. Really? How feasible is a quick kill on Yellow here? I feel like the third landmark is a bit too protected for this to be a kill in 2 minutes, which means that the Sacred Site timer is going to be kind of a tip-off here, right? More Azitsu ships, of course. I mean, I've had enough of Azitsu ships. When can I get the elephant ships? That's what I want to know. Could you imagine if Yellow snuck back in and rebuilt this TC? I mean, obviously Outpost would see it, but if the Outpost wasn't there and they just couldn't be found, oh, that would be incredible. All right. I'm curious, what do people think? 1's if you think green has got this. 2's if you think orange. 3's if, for some reason, you may be looking at my stream upside down and you think it's Eisenstage Yellow who has this. All right, I definitely have some people watching from Australia. Their screen is upside down. The hopium is strong in the community tonight. So Eisenstage, there's not much space left here. Oh, yeah. Eisenstage, I mean, it's down to 150 pop and falling fast. I just don't see a way they can rebuild quick enough. It's reached their production line. They are getting one last Ura together, the Camel Gunners on the right side here. But still, those Camel Gunners are no match for the Gilded Hand Cannoneers, unfortunately. Chris, he's making that move. He is doing it. Here we go. Moves in onto the island. It will all belong to him now. Even building a bunch of Raxes here, funnily enough. I don't know why, but sure. I'd probably recommend using the Monk, if anything. Instead, he's currently trying to... You okay there, buddy? It's okay. Don't be shy. Come on. Come on. Come on. Right here. There you go. Ooh, that good boy. There we go. Let's get that sight. All right. Finally, he's going to look to go for the win condition. Elsewhere, Yellow doesn't have much left. I mean, they've got a decent amount of food left over. They just can't get the army together quick enough. Hand Cannoneers. I mean, like, it's interesting, right? This matchup is quite curious because, well, the Camel Gunners, they attack every 4.25 seconds. But they can, I think, kite to a certain degree. It doesn't look like they're being used that way. And unfortunately, the 4 tower range versus 4.5 means you can't stay out of range either. So it's kind of a tough one. Wait, why? I'm sorry, I just noticed this. Why do Camel Gunners have Force March? All right, that seems a little bit broken. But not as broken as the base of Eisenstage. Movement in now. Oddly enough, he's going for the keeps instead of going for the landmark here. Hand Cannoneers are going to move in to try and swoop for the kill. Siegeworks makes that impossible to get an insta-kill, so the Knights are going to have to do it instead. Just like that, green has been pushed back. Orange goes in for the kill! Chris! While green wasn't looking, while he was too deep, he goes for the landmarks. And Big Man John just learned a valuable lesson about building everything on one screen. No way! Chris! He's turning into a one-on-one against an enemy as far away from his win condition as possible. One left. E-Repairs is available. Core Architects has been researched. Maybe he can hold on. This is going to be tight. Bombards are moving in. Men-at-Arms aren't focused firing him down, though. This is going to be so close. E-Repairs comes through. Big Man John gets there just in time. He keeps himself in by the skin of his teeth. And Chris just made an enemy. And he's far off being fully reboomed. I cannot believe that. Chris, he's out of gold. I mean, admittedly, he's queued up, what, 18 hand cannoneers, 12 Azutsu, but still, he needs to start farming. And right now, Green, he needs to look to punish this before that Sacred Site timer gets too low. Wow, Chris is pulling the relics to the front line. Okay, that is sick. That is actually gross. You're disgusting. He garrisons inside of the castle so that when Big Man John starts to dive, he doesn't immediately see where the relics are. That's so crafty. Chris, what an absolute Chad. Still guarding the coastline to make sure no one gets back onto the sea with him. Big Man John. What's the move going to be? Yellow's on the way. Are they trying to synchronize an attack here? Are they in agreement that they need to deal with Orange is what I'm wondering here. Slow push towards the base, Chris. Has reboomed. That is so many troops, though. I mean, that's basically, that's 100 mil, like, yeah. 196 military. Oh my dear God. That's how a normal army looks. Only this is anything but normal. This is Order of the Dragon, folks. Maybe I need to turn bounty everything down to 0.5x on bigger maps. I like it on smaller maps. I think maybe it's a bit overkill on the largest maps. Oh my goodness. Have the landmarks been rebuilt? Okay, TC's coming back up. I mean, honestly, just send the Mountain Samurai in, right? Kill the villagers and then move over. It's only 4 villages. Walls are up over here. We've got double castle. Of course, the island is fully safe. Of course, Chris decided to wall it off just to make sure. So there's no getting in there. There's no breaking through. Yellow is on the move, though. Meanwhile, Chris goes into the base, starts to torch down. Villagers being targeted. Wait, what? Why have you... Wait, scouts? No, you need... The Mountain Samurai. The Mountain Samurai need to kill that. Oh, dear. No, funnily enough, whether intentional or not, that delay by Chris might force green and yellow to run into each other on the Sacred Site. It's an interesting idea if that was intentional. And Chris, we've got like, what, double keep over here. Building stables nearby, so it looks like he's going for a mounted samurai, mass mounted samurai play. That kind of makes sense, right? Samurai a little bit too slow to run into this. You're not up against spears. You basically want something that is pop efficient in terms of health pool to last longer here. I think the backbreaker for him is like the Azutsu and the Ashigaru. They just need something on the front line to protect them. Wait, where is Orange? I guess he's just snooping in on all this. The Pulse Assault, I'm not sure if that was ever killed off. Okay, it looks like they might have been killed off. I think there is only one landmark left, but Orange can't snipe that. All now being targeted. I mean, this is a tricky thing, right? This is an interesting thing. When you start going for Sacred Sites, it can paint a target on your back if you're not careful. Especially on a map like this, where one of them's on an island. So, like, there's no way they decap this and then just leave him. If they have to take that Sacred Site for him, they're going to also take his life from him. Why is Green going wide? He is. He's going full wide. I mean, the pathfinding is kind of forcing him there as well, which is unfortunate. It's pulling the fight wider, but it also gives a wider arc where Chris can try to exploit that with his own production. Wall breaks. Chris, at this stage, essentially just playing standard Age of Empires, not the new ways. Doesn't have any unique units in the mixer here. So Launcher's going to have to carry hard. Moves in with the line. Ashigaru trying to carry through this. Front line of green is getting small very fast here, but the back line is incredibly strong. And the backstab comes in now. Warlord Master Mode activated. Cuts off a few of the knights, but it's not going to be good enough. He has not converted a new army. He has wiped out Green's front line, but now will be wiped from the face of this sacred site. Chris cannot hold. Full retreat, just needs to get out with what he can here. Plenty of food and gold to work with. He can reboom if he can draw attention away. And Yellow doesn't want to be the one who has to hang around too long here. Gonna gun the enemy away, get the decap, and I imagine look to move away. Because he's worried about Green now going in for the backstab. We were worried before about the ability for Camel Gunners to do enough here, but against the Ashigaru hand cannoneers, it turns out they have a much better fight and a much better matchup than when they're up against the Gilded hand cannoneer. Mass Horseman now coming out to punish, but it's kind of awkward, right? With the Camel on ease, makes it much more difficult to dent these units. They are going to get to leave. And after that, pretty heavy damage done. I mean, I would say that Chris farmed up quite a bit from that, so in some ways it didn't help. It kind of hurt. And because they're not pushing in, it kind of feels bad, right? Like, you've decapped the Sacred Site, but Chris is still closer to a win condition, and you haven't stopped him, right? You haven't crushed him. He still has that other Sacred Site you can no longer contest, and all he has to do is occasionally come in and step a minute or two here or there to get closer and closer to winning the game. I don't know if he has any access to unique units here, actually. Right, because he didn't go for the Koka, which means he can't get the Shinobi Archers. He didn't go for the Temple of Equality, so he can't get the big men-at-arms. And I forget where the final unique unit is for Japan. Oh. It's Militia Onobugisha. I didn't realize that was a thing. That's actually kind of interesting. Only 24 can exist, but if you drop a few TCs on the front line, that could be pretty effective. Oh, they're not quite Onobugisha. They're good against cavalry. Well, that's kind of interesting, actually. I can see that being pretty useful if he sets up some TCs on the forward. And funny thing is, with the amount of stone he has, he can even upgrade them towards shogunates, right? So it could be a pretty effective defense. Still Chris with these relics. So what happens now? Wait, are they actually going to fight again? They do realize Chris can just recap the Sacred Site. Oh man, I don't think they read the details. Maybe I didn't highlight that clear enough, but like, we always have resumable timer on. But look at the charge through! The trample right through to the back! Wait, what? I'm sorry, what? You get Fortitude as well? Dude, press W. Just press W. What are these knights? These guys are insane! No way. I can't believe this. The mass cataphract charge through. Oh, not cataphract. Heavy knights. Green gets torn a new one by the Delhi. Oh my god, he's down to 34 military. He didn't expect to take a hit that hard. He hadn't pre-queued a new army. Yo's going to make some progress here. Orange, meanwhile, is wrapping around. He's going for the landmark snipe. Both of them are piling in on Green right now. I cannot believe this. The heavy knights. Most people who look at the Delhi just say, what's the point of that unit? They just want the guns. But the heavy knights were the difference maker here. Basically, the Delhi Byzantines. The bee's knees. And now they have Big Man John on his knees, begging for mercy, but I don't think it's coming. Wait, what? Don't tell me he's going after Delhi. No, wait, what? Go for Green, man. Guys, please. Between you both, you have to choose someone to kill. Between two of you, choose someone to kill. Stop switching the script. Here we go. Chris is in. He wrapped all the way around the back. Funnily enough, that meant he went through more keeps. But he is in with the calf. Okay, he's out. Come on. At this stage, just go in. And that's a good question. Delhi are not making Sultan. The reason they're not making Sultan is I think all their TCs are dead. Yeah? Because remember, the TC's over here. But that's an interesting idea. The Sultan, yeah, that's the one that gives the auras, right? I think. But slightly problematic when your TC is dead. Oh my god. Here come the Gunner boys. Mango's behind him as well. Culverins are trying to address this all, but they're unable to. Just getting torn down. Gadafrax in again! Heavy Knights to the back line, and look at the damage they've done to Gilded units on the charge through. The follow-up wave of the Camels is going to tear this down again. Step by step, Sir Eisenstage gets closer and closer to eliminating green. People asking, does yellow have any villagers? Nope. Well, actually, sorry, he has got 64, right? Yeah, on the farms to the north. Green doesn't. That's the baffling part here. Green is getting absolutely annihilated with practically no villagers. Where is the rest of his eco? Ah, it's down here. There we go. That makes a bit more sense. There's some people on the wood line over here. But funnily enough, at this stage, he kind of doesn't need it, right? He's been getting such good trades that he's just farming up a storm. But you know, funnily enough, Big Man John, who has started reboot villagers a little bit, couldn't win these fights with almost 200 military pop. And I think we've got yellow troops over here as well. So he's pretty spread thin. Orange is prepping for another attempt on the Sacred Site. Welcome to Takeshi's Castle. Oh, man. Green gets it back together again. Here we go. Charge in. Straight to the back. Straight to the siege. They're so bloody tanky. 504 HP. Just wasting all of the time at Green's back line and allowing the premium unit to come through. The camel gunners, the glass cannons. Tear it all down. This time it looks like Green is able to hold on a little bit. Yellow a bit too hesitant to overcommit here. On Orange. He's getting more of these guys together. He's actually got Izutsu in the mix of this time. So Green about to get distracted on the flank once more by the shenanigans of Orange. And I believe we should be close to the point where Sacred Site capture comes in. Yeah, it's interesting, actually. I feel like on the bounty everything on smaller maps just seems to work very well for the snowball effect of getting the win condition. But this map just felt maybe a bit too big. So this is the thing I always highlight about like standard large maps is the time to reinforce is taking too long, which is why even when someone wins, they're not able to close out the game because the push can't come quick enough. Their reinforcements aren't going to get there fast enough. It's just too much distance. Like if Eisenstage wanted to look really good in this game, they'd move villagers up here and start building production here. So then they can keep pushing in and keeping that military advantage. It's why Orange has the right approach. Like Chris here, the reason it didn't work last time is he had to fight two armies. So 400 pop versus 200. But if it comes at him one at a time, he has all these stables, right? He has all these racks nearby that allows him to get a new army immediately into these fights. Here we go. Sacred Site's being captured. Chris looking for the end. 0.4, 0.5 bounty will work better. I think it's like, once again, it's an issue of map size. We've literally done many bounty everythings on micro maps, and it's perfect. It works really well. It escalates the game. It's good fun. The issue is more the size of the maps than anything else. There's just too much free resource, and on top of that, too much free ground, too much ground to cover. The least of this issue. Like, look at what Yellow is doing right now. All the room in the world that he could build a proxy base in, but he's not doing it, right? So instead, he's sending all these troops from all the way home, and I'm wondering why he can't get in.
Oh, man. What was it? Is it 5-card Monty? The one with the ball in the pot. That's literally what Chris is doing right now. He's got a villager in 1 tower, priests in 4, and of those 4, I believe only 2 have relics. I love this so much. Chris, appreciate him trying to force an end condition here. 3 save, like what? He got that much progress. There's only 3 minutes left. Oh my god. They have to rush. They're gonna regret the day that they let Chris live. Burn through. Bombards need to move up to break through these walls. Wave after wave needs to be sunk into this. I don't even know if they can afford to slow this down and go 1 by 1. Moving across the castle. Siege begins. Backstab comes in. Horsemen see an opportunity, but unable to find it. Big man John, a quick enough reaction, but we are getting close to 2 minutes away from a win. Reboldequin's in this time. Cannon emplacements as well, just denting the troops trying to approach. Oh my god. Wall goes down. Chris looks to react to the north. It's the same as before, though. Deja vu. Reboldequins immediately get sniped down. 2 minutes away from win. Time gets paused. One low comes out. He's not clicking him. Yellow needs to run back. Eyes on stage. Buy some time. Second relic here. Third as well. He had more than 2 ready. Holds the choke point. Timer continues to tick down here. Bombards walking into their death. Another one low comes out. Green once again has to leave. Chris, you've got 1 more one low. Make it count, son. Make it good. It's not going to be good enough, I don't think. It's too late. They're in. They're going to get him down. Sacred Site timer has been paused. Chris, a minute and a half away from a win. Cannot close it out. Green and yellow once again throw him away. I say that. Wait. Who's decapping? Wait. Oh, thank God. Oh my god, my heart for a second there. Big man John does move on. Unfortunately, though, they've lost a lot. Chris, second wave coming in. Green, not many troops left over. Yellow backed up too far here. Bombards now moving forward, but the horsemen will go in for the charge. And the Bombards are left unguarded. Yellow throws away Siege that he can't afford to lose right now. He doesn't have the full production. Second wave melee is on the line. It's like a wrap onto the mangoes attempted here. Horseman not able to get through though. And Chris, I mean, this is kind of worrisome, right? Defenses are crumbling. This was probably his best opportunity to end the game, and it has been shut down. Where do you go from here, right? Like a full-on reset? He can never be taken off that other Sacred Site. I think like green and yellow should just be allying up to kill him fully now. Something tells me they're not going to do it, though, and that does kind of worry me. Instead, yellow... Wait, what? He farms what's left of green. And now he moves on. Here we go. How much military is he up to? 160. He's down to 40 eco. Good lord. That is a lot of heavy knights. Eyes the stage. Chasing on through. Everything crumbling. I think he understands that they let him get that Sacred Site again. It's going to be a GG. So he needs all of this gone. Landmarks are pretty far away, though, for Orange, right? All the way back here. Floating Gate, Kura Storehouse, Shogunate Castle, as well as the Tanegashima Gunsmith, all essentially on one screen, but basically almost half the map away. Zelly just carving up like it's turkey right now. I mean, there's just not enough hand cannon Ashigaris. There's the Nagayari, though, with the brace. So what the hell am I looking at right now? What? Oh my god, he targeted one location with the trample. But you know what? That one guy is really dead. Oh my god. So Trample disables hitboxes, guys. Oh, dude, that reminds me of the Bobs when I was playing Stormgate yesterday. When you just like, you click them off their resource and there's a million of them. Oh, dear God. If it was anything but Nagayari, maybe. They're down. New wave coming, though, from Eisenstanch. He's not going to let him have it. Green, meanwhile. You sneaky, sneaky boy. They have had enough of him. They are actually going to go for Chris as a kill. And remember, Chris, although he's got a Sacred Site over here, although he's got a castle, he hasn't got a landmark over here. He will die from this. Nagayari go in. Oh my God, the cannon is behind this. The Nagayari up against the Camel Gunners. A bit too effective, but plenty of them already dead. The Mangonel smash into the center line, and that is plenty of Ashigaru going down. I think we might be saying farewell to Chris. It's what's coming behind that's going to kill him. It's not what's forward of him. Yellow able to dent the army pretty heavily. Chris rebooming and sending troops to the front, but all I am looking at on my map is this from Big Man. Johnny Boy is coming. It's not quick. It ain't pretty. But when he's in place, it will be a killing blow. Does get scouted early by the castle. This should allow Chris to respond in time. The question is how much ground he's going to give over in the center because of it. Right now, he's gaining ground. Yellow. Did he overextend? Full army's not there. Down to 144. Not all of that military. That 120 is in this fight. Sacred Site now getting captured. Chris gets an opportunity to go back out. And you know what makes this so Gigabrain? He knows that Big Man John can't be here. And what else? He knows that Big Man John doesn't see this area fully. He doesn't know where the landmarks are yet. Wololow's coming out to push Yellow away. A reminder that a Sacred Site win is still possible here for Chris. It's locked in. And we are close. We are under 2 minutes at this stage. Oh my God. Can he actually make this happen? Can the Madman achieve it? Yellow trickling out more troops. Springles are here to counter anything that gets nearby. Actually, he's pulling back. He's sensing the Nagayari. So we should be getting down to like 2 minutes bare. I'm pretty sure we're under 2 minutes. We must be close to a minute by now. We are. We're a minute away. He's got one Wololo. I just don't think it matters. More Shinto coming out. But he's returned to deal with green. He felt like he couldn't buy enough time here. You know what? I actually think he might have been able to. Instead, he comes in with a backstab. He comes back to defend. Green forces his hand. Green will be forced back here. No doubt about it. A landmark goes down, but 3 remain. And now, with less than a minute left for a Sacred Site victory, he may be decapped now, but he is an everlasting threat for the 2 remaining players. Oh my God, dude. I can't believe this. You know, I think Chris lost his nerve there. Funnily enough, I think he had enough time here. That wasn't a quick siege necessarily by Big Man, so I could have seen a world in which he doesn't find the Tanegashima Gunsmith in time, but Chris didn't want to gamble on it. Funnily enough, now, Chris, this doesn't feel great. He's sending the entire army on the flank to check if there's a proxy base. There isn't. Funnily enough, what he should be doing is sending 3 or 4 stable units over here to check. And it looks like he has. He's content with what he sees here. No proxy base. Back to the Sacred Site we go, and oh my dear God. We are up to 182 military pop. Green's marching in as well, though. They need to be careful not to attack each other. This is very important. Orange moves in, looks for the siege. Interesting dive with the ranged units as well. Fight begins to split up a little bit here, but Eisenstanch, his army is pretty strong here. And I don't like the way the troops being trickled. Here we go. This is what I was waiting for. The main wave. Oh my dear God. It's full hand cannon Ashigaru. You can see that Yellow can't make a charge in. And what? No.
Separate from the Mangoes. What he needs right now is open battlements. He needs an open field to charge through with these units, but he just doesn't have it. I mean, it's better than nothing, but that was not the striking blow he was looking for. Hand Cannon and Ashigaru are dominating this fight. Eisenstein about to be reset. And Green needs to be very careful not to rush through here. Instead, he's building Rams. Still, that's a lot of troop loss for Eisenstein. I mean, he can afford to reboot to a certain degree, right? But at the same time, even with being Cav units, it takes a very long time to get here. Now they're free, even more losses. It's kind of funny, right? Like, Eisenstein has enough to keep getting an army for a while, but I can't help but feel these trades are one-sided. If we check the reserves right now, Chris, oh my dear God, yes. Food and gold for days. Here we go. Pushes him back to the threshold. And unfortunately, this is like the worst timing, right? Green is now arriving, so this might turn into a freeway war that just doesn't look right. Rams knocking at the door. Walls are going to be broke soon. Relics once again picked up. They've recharged. Turns out that these relics are solar panels charged, right? They're fine. They're ready to rock again. Line spreads out. Sacred Site being recapped. I mean, if you just... There we go. I was about to say, if you just charge through... Wallows come in, though, and that pushes Green away. He's got more to work with, folks. More Wallows to follow this up with. Convert comes out. He actually clips some of Green's army. Another Wallow for the West Side forces. Going to be tight. Just about gets the kill. Wait, where's that Wallow going? Chris, no. Chris. This game is never ending. This game will never end. I can't believe this. Chris somehow has not been wiped out still. And folks, like before anyone's like, oh, new players don't know how to like win. I want to remind people of the ranks of these guys. We already highlighted Big Man John is 1,487 elo. He's a top 1,500 player. On top of that, sorry, even high. He's 1,600 elo. Big Man John is 1,600 elo. And then on top of that, you've got Sir Eisenstein, who we've had in these before. They're ranked 767th in the world with 1,518 elo. These guys are not bad at the game. They are just struggling to grind Chris down efficiently. And it means that he's never, ever running out of resources. Also, keep in mind, we have God Vision. Chris can see both of them. They can't see what the other is doing right now, right? Like, they are quite blind. They are not able to sync up unless they communicate it. Oh, and I should probably round out by giving the real flex here, which is that if we search Chris, Chris is 1,304 elo. He's like mid 3,500th in the world, around there. Not bad. Dude, this hand cannon Ashigaru with the Yumi buff actually slapped the crap out of the enemy hand cannon. It's not even close. Please just take these relics away. This will be so much easier for you guys. Green's been cleared up again. Can someone please win the goddamn game? So this is why I want to have a mod commission where every X minutes, the player with the lowest kills or lowest score, one or the other, gets eliminated. I think the score thing is a thing. It's just not that interesting because of the ways you can exploit score, but the idea of someone who hasn't been killing enough dying every 10 minutes would be incredible. And yes, this is exactly my point about normal sized free-for-alls. The maps are just too big. This is what happens. Obviously, normally someone would run out of resources by now, sure, but I like the idea of good fights leading to victory. I can't even get my thoughts finished with the stupidity of these charges. They look so clowny. Oh my god. But yeah, this is the thing. Like, these maps are so big and people always forget about full production. Chris is the only person who's added in full production. I think Green is now doing it finally after all this time, but it's still only for the siege. Is Chris breaking? I feel like Chris is breaking. I mean, he shouldn't be, right? He's got 126 hand cannon Ashigaru queued up. Revoltiquins are here as well. Oh, what a brilliant choice. Revoltiquins against mass hand cannons on horseback. It's not often you see that as an optimal choice. They are now being targeted down, so they will be removed. Still, Yellow's army, once again, shrinking. At least what's here, right? There's a trickle of troops. If only they just built some forward production, for goodness sake. Please tell me Green's not going to, like, time this wrong with the run-in. If he runs in right now, he's going to backstab Yellow by accident. So, really important that he waits. Although, the evil person in me doesn't want him to wait. How much eco does Chris have? He still has 31 eco. That's quite a lot at this stage. You've got a lot of food and gold. And you're only gathering, like, what, food, wood? I guess he needs it for the mass spearman, because in these trades, keep in mind that these players are throwing food and gold at him non-stop. They're not throwing wood. So that's very difficult for him to maintain wood if he doesn't have at least a few workers on that. Oh my god, he's back again. And the amount of Shintos. Walls being rebuilt. Sacred Site cap coming in. Here we go. Once again. All he needs is 20 seconds at a time. Big Man John now going for the Rams, so that delay might be costly. I can't believe this. I can't. It's like every time he's like, okay, I'll leave my gun here, and he just comes back later, picks it up again. The guns being the relics in this situation. Charge out. Nagayati are going to delay this heavily. Needs to be careful not to expose the extra troops too much. Wololo on the flank. Okay, that was a little bit overkill. The second one was not necessary here. Right on the edge. Yellow just out of range there. Orange now pushes out. New Wololo coming in. Here we go. Charge through, but that charge is too long. The convert. He's going to get it. He gets the troops. Chris is back. Back to winning. You goddamn genius. 30 heavy knights ready to face down the dragon. Tick-tock goes the clock. Yellow, where's the army at now? A full pushback, a full reset is enough time for Chris to get the win. It took 10 plus Wololos to get him there, but he does it. He only needed one. Trade out with Green, a movement onto the Sacred Site. We are now, what, 20 seconds away from a Sacred Site victory. Chris, second wave coming in to clear this up. The Rams to idle it out, but these are not the Rams we saw in Age of Rams. These are nerfed Rams. Melee vulnerability, and you are building them into mass Nagayade spears. They'll only buy you so much time. Chris, still standing here with relics. They are on cooldown for the moment. A break from the walls. There's a quick wall attempt coming in from Chris. A flood through. Yellow in again. Orange so close, but once again will be denied. 1 second. Are you kidding me? He's 1 second away. Oh my God. 1 second. This 1 second may last 20 more minutes, folks. That is how awkward this game just got. I mean, Chris, he doesn't want to give over the decap, right? Green's on the wall. In fact, right now, Green is griefing Yellow. Chris might get an opening here. It looks really suicidal, but troop by troop is all he needs to do right now. Samurai wrap around the back to idle this out, to slow things down, to clear up the camels. Ashigari move in. Rams, only 4 left. The hand cannoneers on the wall are being ignored. And I think he might have done it. Mangonels are destroying the Ashigari with his hard dive. Next wave comes in from Yellow. It's all on this. Just 1 second away. Chris needs to slow it down. Onimusha now coming out to counter out the heavy knights. But why? Why would you ever build this? It's because he needs them there faster. Onimusha much quicker than Ashigari. It's his one hope of trying to break it fast. Unfortunately for him, these heavy knights with a 504 HP do not die quick enough. And also now Green, what are you doing? What are you doing, man? Get out of here, stop doing this. They're trying to share the decap. If anything, that's actually blocking the full decap. It's giving hope to Chris. He moves in again. Swarm on top of the camels. They're out of position here. Oh my god, this is so uncomfortable. I mean, Yellow had it. He had the decap, but Green, for some reason, came in to help. But it's like that friend who feeds down mid. You think he's helping, but he's not. A wall low pump attempt is not going to work out here. But draws more attention and more troops in. And now Green with the overwhelm. Yellow has to back away. I cannot believe the insanity of this right now. Green with Reboom. Hand cannoneer count now up to a godly stack of 50. And ready to rock and rumble. But the Mangoes behind this are problematic. He's not microing away. Oh. Not like this. Chris, just a few shots is all he needs to get worth. Trample through is too far past. Mangoes going again. Half the hand cannoneers are dead. And the rest might soon follow. Mass Archers now coming out from Eisenstage. It looks like he's draining himself dry. Or at least feels like the gunners are not good enough. What? You have 8k gold. Oh my god, he needs it for the Knights, doesn't he? So his comp just got weaker. Nagayati Spears lead the charge. More Namusha coming. Mangonels now have an even juicier target. Look at the crush! Oh dear god. I think he's actually done it. Hand cannoneers back onto the wall. Only Archers standing between Chris and a victory. Rams almost destroyed. And once they go down, one tick is all Chris needs. More Rams on the way. Wallow comes out. Dive in. Eisenstage will not allow it this time. Once is once too many in this game. However, it is now only Rams holding on. Samurai move in. And this should be it. Gold needs to get in quicker. Green needs to get off the wall. The Rams are not going to last much longer. Just too many Samurai flooding on through. A Wallow to keep it secure from extra units. And now the hand cannoneer is not reacting. Green has been reduced to nothing. Rams barely hanging on. Chris will get the clutch in one of the craziest Sacred Site victories we have witnessed. This is why Resumable Timer is the way. And Chris is the king of Boulder Bay. What was that? Chris, what an insane turnaround there. Green, Yellow, just unfortunately lacking the forward production to push him off permanently. Great read there by Chris. And exactly 100% positively why I put Resumable Timer on. For those type of moments. Screw the Wonder Victories. That's a snooze fiesta. That's not what I came for. I came for exactly that. Sacred Sites, if people want them to be what they're meant to be, that's what they're meant to be. I actually think that if it wasn't for Delhi and the awkwardness they cause around Sacred Site capture times, if they weren't able to get them earlier on, I actually genuinely think that the capture win condition with a Resumable Timer would be the best way to set up Sacred Sites in default Age of Empires 4 games. Absolutely incredible. Mad lad Chris, what an absolute bruiser there. You're right, you had a hard time, right? May came by, was a nuisance for 2 players in that game. Then, of course, you start to claw across the map. Good eyes to have your eyes on the prize of the Sacred Site win condition. And unfortunately, Green and Yellow, they start to sync up a little bit, but their production is just too far away, and it was a detail that worked out nicely. I saw you panicking, though, Chris, when that backstab came in from Green. The funny thing is, I think you actually had enough time to just sit on the Sacred Site and get the win with the capture before you would have killed your landmarks, but you didn't want to take the chance. It did drag it out a lot longer. That is the longest 1 second Sacred Site timer we have ever seen, to my knowledge anyway. Oh my goodness. I don't know what I call it. Is that going to be the longest 1 second Sacred Site timer or the longest 1 second in a free-for-all? I feel like the longest 1 second in a free-for-all is more intriguing, right?
That does have a better ring to it. Oh my goodness. Whew. Yeah, you could make Immortals actually. Yeah, they reduce the damage quite heavily with their activatable. It's an activatable from correctly. Okay, guys, I think the plan was to do 2, but I think that one ended up being quite intense and long. And I think someone said it earlier that I think Hosen said he gets why I choose small maps now instead of big ones. Yes, that is exactly why, for that very reason. But I think I might have to just have it be 1 game today. We'll do more of these community games on Thursday, though, so don't worry. There'll be plenty more to come. It's just, yeah, that one did take quite a while in the end. So I'll catch up on chat. I'll talk to you guys for a minute or 2, and then I will get ready to raid someone. We've done a good 8 hours today, and it's been some fun games. You promised you dying for so long, Green let you stay alive with almost nothing. That's the benefit of the bounty everything, right? It gave you at least something, I'd say. Whereas normally, yeah, you'd just be dead with nothing at all. So, who do I raid? Who is there online? I might go for a raid on Kiljardi, actually. Oh, my goodness. So, guys, no stream tomorrow. I've got a bunch of things to sort out. I also need to get a bunch of Stormgate hours in. I need to prep myself with Stormgate, actually, to be honest. Yo, Vortex, damn, people are loving Vortex's Stormgate content. 550 people watching him play Stormgate right now. I mean, no surprise. He's been mega dunking on people, right? I wonder if you guys will be interested in seeing Stormgate content. I don't know if there's a way to spectate lobbies currently. I couldn't find a way anyway. But if there is, I'd love to actually just do that. What on earth am I looking at right now? I'm sorry, what? I'm watching a game between Beastie and Kiljardi where Beastie's walled in some of his villagers that are being raided on the deer. So yeah, like maybe we try to do some Stormgate content this week or next. What I'm going to do now, guys, I'm going to raid across to Kiljardi. You have to see this. This is absolutely hilarious. Thank you for tuning in. Follow the channel if you haven't already. Check out the YouTube. I think another video went live an hour ago. And hopefully I will see you all very soon. But thank you for tuning in. Back on Thursday for more AB4 action. And who knows, maybe we'll try to sneak in some Stormgate. I'll see you all soon. Toodaloo.